I know I'm asking a lot, you guys, but bunker it down one more time.
And it's always dropped like a rock. Big hole, Samuel, he's going!
Almighty, did you see what he did?
Boykin takes it all the way!
He just stepped on their face with a hobnail boot and broke their nose.
Here comes the pressure from the edges. We're going to get, no, he got out! And then we drilled him into the turf again.
Joe will try to kick one 100,000 miles.
And the kick is gone!
Oh, look at the sugar falling out of the sky. Look at the sugar falling out of the sky.
13 would not be an unlucky number for Georgia today. The Bulldogs, champions of the SEC East, meet LSU, champions of the West, here in the conference title game as Georgia strives for its 13th Southeastern Conference championship. LSU's ranked number 1 and has a perfect 12-0 record. Georgia has won 10 in a row after struggling in its first game, dropping the first 2 games of the year, actually. So we finish where we started here in the Georgia Dome, where 3 months ago the Bulldogs were beaten by Boise State in game number 1. 12 games later, the challenge has changed just slightly. This time it's not just trying to beat one of the best teams in college football, it's beating the best team in college football. It's Georgia and LSU coming up, and this is BB&T's Countdown to Kickoff.
Countdown to Kickoff is presented by BB&T. Visit us today and know how it feels to know more. BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. Today's pregame coverage of Georgia football is also brought to you by BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. By the Jim Ellis Automotive Group. By Lowe's, never stop improving. SunTrust Bank, live solid, bank solid. The Georgia Forestry Commission. Chevron, your local Ford dealer. And by Pizza Hut. Pizza Hut's $10 any deal is back. Get any pizza, any size, any toppings for just $10 when you carry out. Kickoff is less than 30 minutes away. We'll rejoin Scott Howard and Eric Zier for the Ford keys to the game after this 2-minute timeout on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
At BB&T, sharing financial knowledge is our responsibility, our privilege, and our legacy. For more than 135 years, BB&T has been sharing the knowledge our clients need to move in a brighter financial direction. We also share a commitment to our community, supporting our schools, arts, and sports programs, helping businesses grow and families become homeowners. Because when you share knowledge, you share so much more. BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction.
Member FDIC. Loan subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
This is DJ Shockley, MVP quarterback of the 2005 SEC champion Bulldogs. Our team caught a few breaks to win the SEC. And right now, Metro PCS wants to give your team a break from high wireless bills. Get 4 unlimited lines for only $100. That's nationwide unlimited talk, text, and web with taxes and fees included. All on a nationwide network, all with no contracts. To find out more, visit metropcs.com and go Dogs. Restrictions apply. Limited time offer. See store or metropcs.com for details.
You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Hello, fans. This is Jimmy Ellis of Jim Ellis Automotive Dealerships, wishing Coach Rick and the Bulldogs a big win today. At Jim Ellis, we are celebrating our 40th anniversary serving the citizens of Georgia, and as a proud partner of the Bulldogs, we're inviting you to come visit us during our year-end sales event. Experience huge Jim Ellis discounts matched with generous factory incentives to save thousands on your next new or pre-owned vehicle. We invite you to visit us in Atlanta, Marietta, or Beaufort, or online at jimellis.com, where you can always expect the best.
Scana Energy presents the easy choice of the week. It's game day, and you have 1 hour before the gang arrives. Do you A, put out the potpourri, B, vacuum the throw rug, or C, sit and watch pregame coverage? Some choices are easy, like switching your natural gas to Scana Energy. Hey, Dogs fans, for a special offer, call 1-877-GO-SCANA and use promo code GODOGS. Limited time offer for new residential accounts, subject to credit requirements. Visit scanaenergy.com/GODOGS for details. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's unlock the keys to the game, brought to you by your local Ford dealer. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com today. Proud sponsors of Georgia football. Now, back to the stadium. Once again, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Welcome back to the Georgia Dome, the SEC championship game, just less than 40 minutes away from kicking this one off here in Atlanta. The Georgia Bulldogs making their fourth SEC championship appearance and their third matchup with their opponent today, the LSU Tigers. Time now for the Ford keys to the game, and for that we'll turn to Eric Zier, who will provide the color analysis today. And Z, what are you calling the keys to the game for a Georgia victory today?
Well, Scott, I think we have to lead with the pass, put this football in the hands of Aaron Murray. Over the past 4 games, he's thrown 14 touchdown passes, only 2 interceptions. He's been on fire. He's got some great targets outside. And when you look at this LSU defense, they are in the top 6 in 5 different categories nationally. But you look at the 2 games where they've surrendered 20 or more points against Oregon and against West Virginia. Against Oregon, the Ducks threw the football 54 times. They completed 31 of them for 240 yards. The Mountaineers out of West Virginia threw it 65 times, completing 38 of those attempts for 463 yards, over 700 yards in the air against this LSU defense in those 2 football games. It's the only 2 games where opponents have scored over 20 points. We've got a better passing attack than either of those 2 football teams. Aaron Murray's on fire. We've got ample talent in targets outside. We've got to lead with the pass today. We cannot be predictable and get in 3rd and long situations. Second key to the game is to hold this LSU running attack, and they've got 4 guys that are big, and they will pound you play after play after play. Those 4 guys, each of them with at least 6 touchdowns, but we've got to hold this LSU rushing attack under 160 yards today, I think, to give us a chance to win the football game. 2 times this season where the Tigers have been held under 20 points. Their lowest output, at least scoring-wise, of the season against Alabama and against Mississippi State. In both of those games under that 160-yard mark. If they get into 3rd and long situations and become predictable, Jordan Jefferson, Jared Lee, if he happens to be in the football game in those times, I don't think they're good enough to beat our defense, and I do think we have a chance to stuff this run, but we can't allow them to get going and then have all of their weapons opened up. We've got to make them one-dimensional, and finally, we've got to win the turnover battle. The LSU Tigers leading the nation right now in turnover margin. They are plus 19. They forced 27 turnovers. They've scored 15 touchdowns off of those forced turnovers. They've gotten 3 field goals out of those turnovers as well. So a lot of points coming off of turnovers and quick change of possession. We can't turn the football over one time, not only to give LSU more opportunities, but we have to take advantage of every opportunity we have, and we can't give away any series on the offensive side of the ball.
And as you talk about turnovers, Z, I see our running backs in the end zone working on a drill to the one guy's running by with the ball in his grasp, and another guy's trying to knock it out. So they're working on that as we speak. And Isaiah Crowell and Carlton Thomas and Ken Malcolm and Brandon Harton and the fullbacks are down there in the end zone working. How important is our running game and set up the play action is that going to be? Because that's Georgia's offense thrives on that.
Well, it has all year long. I actually think today we have to lead with the pass. We've run the football enough throughout the course of the year. And I'm not saying that we need to get away from running the football today whatsoever.
Crowell's down there now. You can come out with the running backs and go through their drills
40 times today. But I think we lead with the pass and then incorporate the running game into this offense throughout the day. I don't think that we can come out here and try to run the football initially because this defensive line for the LSU Tigers simply too good if you get into 3rd and long situations. But no doubt, these guys better be ready to go running the football because at some point we're going to need them.
And you say Aaron Murray to throw, you think 40 times in this ball game. How realistic is that with the guys they have in their secondary?
I think that.
I mean, you can throw it that many times, but they may not all be completed to red shirts.
Well, and we can't turn it over either. But
right.
But by coming out of the gates here and throwing it early in games of this magnitude, you want to put the football in the hands of your best players. You look at where this LSU defense, if they've had any vulnerability whatsoever, it's happened in those 2 games against Oregon and against West Virginia. Both those games, those teams threw it over 50 times and had some success. Again, over 700 yards in the air in those 2 games. this defensive line is what concerns me the most about this LSU team. They are deep, they are physical, they are fast. Their starting defensive line, they've got 20 sacks on the season. They can get after the quarterback. We can't allow ourselves to get into predictable passing situations because we'll have Aaron Murray on his back quite a bit. I'd rather take a chance outside and go attack the defensive secondary of this LSU team.
All right, those are Z's keys to the game. We're counting you down to kick off Georgia and LSU. Do we have time to go to the field? Oh, let's go take a visit on the field. Our Chuck Dowdle on the sidelines, where he will be poised all day long throughout the game today. He's got a special guest, Chuck.
Yeah, I'm poised all day. I got a lot of poise down here, Scott. Yeah, no doubt about that.
To build you up a little bit.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And I'm standing here with Chris Durham, and I thought maybe we could use him on third down today. That'd be a great receiver to have in here. And then he's got this sling on his right arm. What's your problem?
I tore my labrum during the preseason, and it got to the point where I needed surgery.
So you're down here watching, though, today. And, Chris, how do you feel about this one?
I got a feeling that it's going to be 31-14 is my prediction. Georgia's going to take it out.
You think so?
Yeah, that's what my guess is. We got to come out, play hard, take some shots downfield, limit turnovers, and just play great defense like they have all year.
Chris, when you play a team that's been built up as much as LSU has, and you come into a game like this, what kind of an attitude does Georgia come into this game with?
They come in like they're ready to fight. You got to go in and take it to them. You can't wait for the first blow. You go in and take the first shot.
Just get at them, get after them, and stay after them for 60 minutes.
Exactly. That's exactly what you have to do.
All right, buddy, good to see you, and best of luck. Hey, take care of yourself, too.
Thank you.
All right, Chris Durham there, Scott, and I think he's got good advice there. Come in, get after them, and stay after them.
That sounds good. And that shoulder harness he's wearing, that's just evidence of life in the NFL, I guess, right?
Yeah, apparently so. Better him than me. That's all I got to say.
All right, Chuck, stay close. We'll be coming back down to you momentarily. You'll talk with Coach Richt here in the pregame before they head into the locker room in just a little while. Dog fans, before each Georgia home game, make Hotel Indigo a part of your Georgia Saturday as we broadcast our Bulldog Game Day show live from Hotel Indigo in downtown Athens. And be sure to visit the UGA bookstore to pick up your official 2011 Student Spirit shirt and help UGA Student Affairs support their charities. It's the SEC Championship game here in the Georgia Dome. The Georgia Bulldogs, the LSU Tigers. We'll continue with BB&T's countdown to kickoff right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
What is living solid? It starts with you staying in control of your money, wherever life takes you and whatever your goals. And SunTrust is always there to help. With smart conveniences like mobile banking and a team of passionate people always ready to help you live solid.
Good to see you again, Mr. Evans. What can I help you with?
Talk to us today and let us show you how one dedicated bank can help you stay in control of your money. SunTrust. Live solid, bank solid. SunTrust Bank, member FDIC.
Ken Butler, president of Aaron's.
The economy's gotten real tough these days, which makes Aaron's tougher to beat. Aaron's has brand name furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers. We give you the guaranteed low price. Aaron's never checks your credit, and you can lease to own for 12, 18, or 24 months. We'll help you beat this tough economy because nobody beats Aaron's.
Visit shopaarons.com to find the store near you.
The Incredible Edible Egg consistently ranks as your best protein buy and is a great way to start the day. A message from the Egg Farmers of Georgia and the Georgia Egg Commission.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from IMG.
Some college football fans will tell you that your loyalty comes from your parents and their parents before them. Others claim it begins with the first kickoff of your first home game. Truth is, where your loyalty comes from isn't the point, and never will be. That it's not going anywhere is. You love your team. Hyundai drivers love their cars almost as much, enough to be ranked number 1 in customer loyalty.
Based on 2011 Brand Keys Customer Loyalty Engagement Index.
The Georgia Lottery has teamed up with IMG Sports for the Keno Gridiron Giveaway. It's your chance to win one of 3 postseason football trips. All Gridiron Getaway trips include airfare, hotel, transportation, and game day tickets for you and a friend, plus $500 spending cash. Play Keno now through December 11th and visit Facebook.com/Georgia Lottery starting Monday, November 21st and enter your ticket for a chance to win. Visit the Georgia Lottery on Facebook for more details. Must be 18 or older to participate.
Be sure to tune in this Monday night for the Bulldog Hotline, 8 to 10 o'clock, as we have got a special edition of the Hotline this week. Coach Mark Richt and Georgia basketball coach Mark Fox in the first hour, and then Hondo and the Bulldog All-Stars from Andretti's in hour number 2. Well, let's go down to the field. Chuck Dowdle has the coach already. Metro PCS sponsoring this interview with the coach. Metro PCS, wireless for all. Down to Chuck.
Thanks so much, Scott. Coach, focus been pretty good this week.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's excited. Everybody's been focused. Now it's time to play. It's an exciting time.
Do you get fired up for something like this? I mean, you're just, I guess, nervous, or how do you feel?
Well, I'm excited about the game. I'm definitely well prepared for it. I think I got a lot of faith in our coaches and players, and I know our fans are going to do their part too. So it's an exciting time.
All right, best of luck. Thank you. And I tell you what, Scott, I had an opportunity to watch Isaiah Crowell come out and move around a little bit. It looked like he was a little late coming out.
Yeah.
Didn't go through some of the early drills, but did come out and looked like he was moving around all right. So we may see him in there. We'll wait and see. That tailback situation. That's the $1 million question.
It is, or the $64,000 one. In the cheaper days. Hey, Chuck, let's talk a little bit about the field conditions brought to you by BB&T. Sharing knowledge for a brighter direction, member FDIC. How's the rubber down there?
It's absolutely perfect. This is one of those artificial surfaces that's very quick, very fast, but, it's also very flat, and the conditions are ideal. I did talk to Blair Walsh. He tells me 55 yards in either direction he would be comfortable attempting.
And now we saw he attempted a 50-plus in the opener against Boise State and missed it. I think was that a 56-yarder? Do you recall?
I think it was 56 or 57. Yeah, right. But I'll tell you what, he definitely feels very good. He said from 55 in, going in either direction here.
Excellent. All right, both teams are heading to the locker rooms. LSU still huddling up on the field. Georgia has already departed. And Chuck, what kind of a vibe did you get while these guys were warming up? Were you hearing a lot of the talk? I saw a lot of the individual groups, broken off and trying to motivate and get jacked up on their own. What kind of vibe did you get?
Well, I did not get the vibe that I got before the Boise State game, which was a lot of excitement. They seem to be just more confident in what they're doing. That kind of excitement that they had for Boise State, that goes away pretty quickly once you start getting hit. And now what you're seeing of this Georgia team, and what I saw of them just a short while ago while they were warming up, is a team that's far more confident in what they can do on their own, and they don't need to be artificially, jacked up for this one. They know what's on the other side of the football field. They know the opportunity that's in front of them. I think they're ready for this challenge. I really believe that they feel that they can stand up to LSU, play toe-to-toe with them, and that they can win this football game.
And you were in Athens all week long talking to these guys throughout the week as we get ready for this game today. The things you just said, do you get the sense that Georgia is taking a more of a business approach to this ball game, more so than the first game of the year against Boise?
Scott, I don't think there's any question about it. It's a very serious young men that we worked with all week. Wasn't a lot of joking, carrying on, wasn't a lot of that. They looked forward to practice every day. That in itself seemed to be a bit unusual, but they actually did. They were actually looking forward to Tuesday, which is their, where they get after it day. That's when they put on the pads and there's full contact. But they were looking forward to that. I think these kids are ready to go at this, and they realize what they're up against. They know what the college football world is saying about their chances. They probably watched College Game Day this morning and saw, every one of those guys pick LSU, and some of them to picking LSU by a huge margin. And they got a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, and I expect Georgia to come out and play these LSU kids tough today.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. Chuck Dowdle will be on the sidelines throughout the ball game today. Georgia and LSU coming up here in the Georgia Dome in the SEC Championship, the 20th edition of the SEC Championship game. You can save thousands on your wireless bill with 4 unlimited lines for $100, or save hundreds on a full-featured no-contract phone for as little as $9 after mail-in rebate. Get nationwide unlimited talk, text, and web with taxes and fees included from Metro PCS. Wireless for all. We'll continue with the BB&T countdown to kickoff from the Georgia Dome here in Atlanta right after this timeout on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Painting the baby's room.
But baby colors are blue and pink, not red and black.
Nonsense. Red as in, fire truck. Hearts.
Right.
Black leg ninjas.
Really?
Starry nights.
Stop it.
What?
You mean red and black as in the bulldogs.
I do?
If you're like this man, you have what is known as a healthy obsession with the Georgia Bulldogs.
Go Bulldogs!
See, at Bank of America, we understand. With Bulldog Banking, you can get the UGA logo on your checks, optional debit card, and credit card.
And the Georgia jersey in the crib.
Blanket.
And the ball.
Pillow.
You can support the hometown team and your healthy obsession all at the same time, but only at Bank of America.
And the foam finger.
Oh, I was looking for that. Go team!
That's my head.
Sorry.
Visit your local banking center for more information and get started today.
Standard check order fees apply. An account setup fee may apply to accounts opened in banking centers or over the phone in some states. Other account services and fees vary by state. Visit your local banking center to review information for your state. The credit card is issued and administered by FAA Card Services NA. Bank of America NA, member FDIC. Copyright 2011, Bank of America Corporation.
Hey, it's the Foremost Insurance Guy. Sports are a lot like life. It's important to have a game plan. You can plan for parking and tailgating, but unfortunately, you can't always plan for when you might need your insurance. Say you're riding your motorcycle. You decide to stop for lunch, and your bike is involved in some questionable defense in the parking lot. Good thing you have a Foremost Insurance policy to help you get back out on the road. Visit Foremost.com and find an agency near you, then call and ask for a policy for your car, boat, RV, or motorcycle. And remember, it's Foremost for you.
Foremost Insurance for auto, motorcycle, boat, RV, and more. Foremost.com.
You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Pizza Hut's new Big Dinner Box is an epic-sized box filled with all your favorites for just $19.99.
I'm calling Pizza Hut.
Wings.
You kids need to compromise.
Actually, that's not true.
Hey, it's an announcer guy from Pizza Hut.
The Big Dinner Box has 2 medium one-topping pizzas, 8 intense wings, and 5 freshly baked breadsticks.
Oh, thanks for explaining. Now explain how you got in my kitchen.
Gotta run. The Big Dinner Box, only $19.99, only at your Pizza Hut. Limited time offer. Prices, participation, delivery areas, and charges may vary. Additional charge for extra cheese may apply. Wing Street wings and flavors are not available at all Pizza Hut locations.
Georgia legend Vince Dooley talks about his champion patio room.
You do hear this expression, wow. I hear it a lot from people that come and see it for the first time.
Would you recommend it to others?
Would I recommend it? That's the understatement of the world. This is a great product, and I'm proud to speak for it.
Visit ChampionFactoryDirect.com. That's ChampionFactoryDirect.com. Or call 770-817-1953 for Champion.
20th edition of the Southeastern Conference Football Championship. Georgia Bulldogs playing in this game for the 4th time and for the 3rd time against the LSU Tigers. The last time Georgia was in this game was 2005, and the Bulldogs beat LSU to win the SEC. 12 titles in the bag for Georgia in school history, looking for number 13 today. The Bulldogs, LSU ranked number 1, as you know. The last time we played a number 1 team and won. Anybody? 1985. I know Eric knew that. He was ready to press the buzzer. 1985 in Jacksonville, Florida. Georgia, number 17 that year, defeated number 1 ranked Florida 24-3. In fact, that's Georgia's only win against a number 1 ranked team. Losses came in 1977 to number 1 ranked Pitt in the Sugar Bowl, and in 1996 in Jacksonville against number 1 ranked Florida, and again in 2009 in Jacksonville to number 1 ranked Florida. So the Bulldogs haven't had a taste of number 1 very often, but they will get that taste today. The Dogs 3-3 against LSU under head coach Mark Richt. One interesting number from LSU's vantage point: they're 8-1 here in this building inside the Georgia Dome. They have had a lot of success in the Dome as the LSU Fightin' Tiger Band marches out onto the field. The Redcoat Band just finished its pregame performance, and they will be heading back to their seats. We're less than 20 minutes from getting this one underway, and you could score a touchdown with Geico in just 15 minutes. You could save 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO today for your free rate quote. And don't forget, when you're in Athens, to visit the UGA bookstore to pick up your official 2011 Student Spirit shirt and help UGA Student Affairs support their charities. We'll give you the starting lineups a little bit closer to kickoff for Georgia today, as who will be the starting running back? It's a game-time decision. On the edge of your seat for that one. It's Georgia and LSU coming up here in the Georgia Dome, and we'll continue with the BB&T countdown to kickoff right after this timeout on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
The excitement watching the Dogs is driven by the action on the field and by the music played at Sanford Stadium. The best music from today and of all time. Rock, country, pop, rap, and much more. Bank of America brings you Georgia Bulldog game day music absolutely free. Go to freebulldogmusic.com. That's freebulldogmusic.com, only from Bank of America. Member FDIC. See freebulldogmusic.com for terms and conditions.
The road to a championship has lots of twists, turns, bumps, potholes, and even an occasional nail. So it's a good thing Tires Plus is your home team, because we're right here to support you every mile of the way, so you can go far and achieve great things.
Hey Bulldogs fans, now at Tires Plus, buy 3 and get the 4th free on select Falcon Zeek ZE912 tires, and get great savings on Smart Service to get your car ready for the road. See store for details.
Tires Plus. The plus is in everything we do.
Good afternoon, Tasty Cake Bakery.
I just tried to crimp it, and I love it.
Oh, I'm so glad. You never forget your furs.
I've decided to stop baking since they're made with the same great ingredients that I use. What should I try next?
My personal favorite is peanut butter candy cakes. I love their fresh peanut butter. Or I'll start my day with a crumb-top coffee cake cupcake.
Why bake when there's Tasty Cake? With so many delicious cakes to choose from, there's something for everyone. Go ahead, pick up a Tasty Cake. Tasty Cake. One taste, and you'll get it.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from IMG.
Everywhere you turn, people are chanting, "The end is near, the end is near." All we hear about are year-end clearance sales.
At Ed Voiles Kia, we're trying something a little different. Great deals on new 2012s. 2012 Optimas. They're not your average mid-size sedan. They have a 5-star safety rating and are a top safety pick. Own one now for just $169 a month or just $19,995. And up to 35 miles per gallon. 2012 Sorrentos are a departure from the expected. And they're built in Georgia by Georgians. And you can drive home in one today starting at $199 a month or just $20,995. And get up to 32 miles per gallon. And as always, get a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Ed Voiles Kia. A little different, a lot better. 39-month lease with $34.95 down. Payments are plus tax. 12,000-mile limit per year. All rebates included. Model number 53222 and 72222.
At 0-2, they were dead.
Boise State has defeated Georgia tonight. Melvin Ingram, he's going to go all the way down the far
Counted out by most. They were the ones who believed.
Bulldogs shut out Coastal Carolina.
The Dogs scratched. Then they clawed through the state of Mississippi.
Charles goes up. Did he catch it? Oh, yeah! John Jenkins. Oh, wow. He tossed him like a sack of potatoes.
And Tennessee.
53-yarder, Blair Walsh. Off Isaiah. Big hole. Touchdown, Isaiah Crowell.
During the Florida game, they proved their mettle.
Second goal. Handoff. Richard Samuel. Big hole burst. Touchdown!
Running through people, running over people.
Then when Auburn came to town, they flexed their muscles.
This is where the Dogs can be dangerous. Just bend back and go.
Touchdown, Big Bruce. Michael Bennett. A highlight catch for the redshirt freshman.
Kentucky fell. And clean, old-fashioned hate was never so lovely.
Throws into the end zone. Touchdown! Tight end Aaron White.
Now the doubters have returned, but we are the Bulldogs.
There's no place like Dome.
We will scratch and claw again and again.
They'll throw it to Michaela. Boom!
Until there are no doubters.
This is Georgia.
Only believers.
Starting to hear the chants of SEC.
Because that's what we do.
Aaron Murray and his receiving corps just picking them to pieces.
The 2011 SEC Championship.
Gift wrap. Merry Christmas.
Do you believe? This is Georgia football from IMG. Live play-by-play action of Bulldog football is brought to you by Airtran Airways. Go. There's nothing stopping you. Atlanta Chevy dealers. Shop over 2,500 local new and used vehicles at GeorgiaBestChevy.com. Marathon. Fueling the American spirit by BB&T. Visit us today and move in a brighter financial direction. BB&T. Sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. Champion Windows, Siding and Patio Rooms. Factory Direct since 1953. Charter Communications. Get the fastest internet speeds in the area with Charter's Ultra Fast Ultra 60. Call 888-GET-CHARTER or go to charter.com/ultra for more information. Sherwin-Williams. Ask Sherwin-Williams how you can make the most of your color with the very best paint. By McDonald's Dollar Menu. McDonald's, I'm loving it. Cook's Pest Control and Centricon. The unbeatable combination for termite protection. Regions Bank, proud sponsor of the Bulldogs and official bank of the SEC. Your local Ford dealer. Coach Mark Richt and Ford Trucks team up. Find out more at GeorgiaSaturdays.com today. Ackerman Security, the official security provider for the Bulldog Nation. By John Deere, nothing runs like a deer. By Texaco. Fill up with 8 gallons or more of Texaco with Techron and get a free music card. Texaco, keep humming along. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. By Tasty Cake, one taste and you'll get it. Scana Energy, it's a snap to switch, snap to save. The Georgia Lottery, today could be the day. By Serve Pro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration. Serve Pro like it never even happened. By Walton EMC, by Texican. And by State Farm. All season long, State Farm's a proud sponsor of Bulldog football. It's game time on the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG. Alongside Eric Zier, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
There's our national anthem as we welcome you back to the Georgia Dome from both the University of Georgia and the Louisiana State University marching bands. And let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. We're less than 12 minutes from kickoff. Georgia and LSU in the 20th version of the SEC Championship. The West has had a little bit of an edge over the last few years. In fact, the Western Division team has won the last 3 of 4 SEC titles. Auburn defeating South Carolina last year, and then Alabama clobbered Florida in 2009. Florida won over Alabama in 2008. LSU's last title came in 2007 when the Bayou Bengals knocked off Tennessee 21-14. So there will be a new SEC champion crowned in about three and a half hours or so here in the Georgia Dome in Atlanta under the big Teflon roof. We are counting you down to kickoff for the Bulldogs and the heavily favored number 1 ranked LSU Tigers. We'll come back with the starting lineups for the Georgia Bulldogs, or at least the probables, right after this timeout on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Looking for a better way to grow your business? A Regions Cash Core analysis can help uncover ways to optimize your cash flow and improve your bottom line. It's all part of the better business banking experience we're building just for you. So, if you're ready for a bank with the insight and guidance to help grow your business, switch to Regions. Drop by a branch or visit regions.com/yourbusiness today. Regions, it's time to expect more. Regions Bank, official bank of the SEC.
If you manage a large company that uses a lot of natural gas, you ought to take a look at Texacan Natural Gas. We've been serving big users of natural gas in Georgia since 1985. Texacan is one of the largest acquirers and suppliers of natural gas in the Southeast. By sending our gas through both the Southern Natural Gas and Transcontinental Gas pipelines, Texacan provides a very reliable supply at a very competitive price. So give Texacan a call today and start saving money for your company tomorrow. Texacan Natural Gas Company, winner of the National Customer Service Satisfaction Survey Award for the past 5 years. Call 404-231-1111 63165 or go to Texican.com.
When fire and water damage take control of your life, ServPro can help you take it back. ServPro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration. ServPro, like it never even happened. Call 1-800-ServPro.
You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
If you want to save big on the brands you and your family love, don't miss the Cartbuster Savings Event going on right now at your neighborhood Kroger. It's your chance to stock up and save on the items you buy most this time of year, like Coca-Cola, Starbucks coffee, Nestle Toll House morsels, and lots more of your favorites, all at special Cartbuster savings. So be sure to look for the Cartbuster tags store-wide and save big on the brands you love. Share your holiday magic with a little help from Kroger.
Stop by Kroger this week for real cart-busting savings. You'll get select 32-ounce Powerade or Powerade Zero for only 59 cents each. And choose from select varieties of Kellogg's cereal, just $1.99 each for 10 to 17-ounce boxes. For dinner, stock up on select frozen varieties of Lean Cuisine Cafe or casual entrees, or Stouffer satisfying servings entrees. Your choice, 4 for $10. And there's more. So grab your Plus card and don't miss the store-wide Cartbuster Savings Event going on now at Kroger.
Today's starting lineups are powered by Georgia Power, the official power source of the Georgia Bulldogs. Now, back to the stadium once again. Here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Georgia Power, official energy partner of helping you save money. Visit GeorgiaPower.com to learn ways to save energy, find out about available rebates, or take a free online energy checkup. Here's Georgia's probable starting lineup. First for the defense. Defensive front, it'll be Avery Jones, a 6'3", 309-pound junior from Warner Robins, joined by John Jenkins as the nose. Jenkins, a 6'3", 350-pounder from Meriden, Connecticut. He is a junior. And D'Angelo Tyson is a game-time decision. If it's not Tyson, the 6'2 senior, 306-pounder from Statesboro, it will be Garrison Smith, we are told. 6'3 sophomore, 294-pounder from Atlanta, and the co-defensive lineman of the week in the SEC after a career-best 7 tackles, 1.5 for loss in the win over Georgia Tech last week. Georgia's probable starters at linebacker will be Jarvis Jones, the SEC sack leader, only a half sack away from tying the school record for a single season held by David Pollock at 14. Jones has 13.5 sacks to lead the Southeastern Conference, 6'3", 240. He is a redshirt sophomore from Columbus, Georgia. Cornelius Washington, the other outside linebacker, 4 sacks on the season for Cornwash, 6'4", 269. He is a junior from Hepzibah, Georgia. Inside, it's Michael Gilliard, who had led the team in tackles all season long until just recently. Now Jones has that title, and Gilliard's second on the team in tackles. He is a 6'2 junior, 220-pounder from Valdosta. And Alec Ogletree, who was injured on this field in the season opener against Boise State and then missed the next 6 games. Certainly good to have him back and playing the way he is. Ogletree from Noonan, Georgia, 6'3", 236. He is a sophomore. And Georgia's secondary will look like this today. Sanders Cummings and Brandon Boykin are the corners. Cummings, a 6'2", 217-pound junior from Augusta, and Boykin, a 5'10 senior from Fayetteville, Georgia. The safeties are Sean Williams and Bakari Rambo, also among Georgia's leading tacklers. Williams, a 6'1 junior, 220-pounder from Damascus, and Rambo leading the SEC with 7 interceptions. He is a 6-foot junior, 218 from Donaldsonville, Georgia. That's the probable starting lineup for the Bulldog defense. It is Georgia and LSU coming up here inside the Georgia Dome in the SEC Championship. And we'll come back for the kickoff right after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Hello, I'm Gary Black, your Georgia Commissioner of Agriculture.
I'm Zippy Duval, President of Georgia Farm Bureau.
My name is Jerry Strong in Shadydale, Georgia. I'm Larry Thomason from Calhoun, Georgia.
These egg farmers, Gary Black and Zippy Duval, care about the safety and quality of your food. And together, they all can assure you of a quality product that is truly incredible. The incredible edible egg. A message from the Georgia Egg Commission on the web at georgiaeggs.org.
In the South, football isn't a season, it's a culture. Every week is rivalry week. Instead of pink or blue, parents dress new arrivals in team colors. Stadiums are packed regardless of the weather or the records. Southerners are just as serious about their food, so we shop Publix, the ultimate tailgate party headquarters for fresh fried chicken, wings, chips, teas, and all the paper products for game day. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
The state of denial is a drag and a trial. When I bought my cheap insurance, should have known this day would come. Now I've had an accident and I'm feeling quite alone. Called them at least 20 times, but they won't pick up the phone. Without personal service, my policy's kind of worthless. Get to a better state, State Farm.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from IMG.
Hi, Ken Butler here, Chief Operating Officer at Aaron's. We all know credit is hard, but I'm happy to say Aaron's is easy. At Aaron's, you don't need to use credit to be able to take home brand new name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers. And do you know why at Aaron's you don't need to use credit? Because Aaron's lease ownership plans are an affordable alternative to credit financing. Instead of using credit, more than 1.4 million people are leasing to own with Aaron's right now. And they all got a guaranteed low price on some of the world's best brand names like HP, Philips, and Maytag. Call 855-901-9999 or go to Aaron's.com to learn more. You don't need credit. All you need is Aaron's. Nobody beats Aaron's.
Nobody beats Aaron's. Nobody. Nobody. Nobody beats Aaron's. Nobody.
All right, the captains meeting at midfield for the toss of the coin. Georgia's captains, Jarvis Jones, Cordy Glenn, Brandon Boykin, and Orson Charles. The Shoemate game time temperature. Inside, it's a very comfortable 72 degrees. Outside, a very comfortable 62 degrees. When it's too cold to wait, call Shoemate. It's time now to grade the team, brought to you by Lowe's. Lowe's, never stop improving. And Z, while they're tossing the coin to determine who's going to kick and who's going to receive, what are you going to grade the Bulldogs on here as we get started?
First, on the defensive side of the ball, can we shut down this running game, the four-headed monster running attack that LSU has as they bring man after man trying to wear you down? Can we shut that down? Right now they're averaging 216 yards per game on the ground. We need to hold them underneath 160 yards today, get them nowhere close to that average, make them throw the football. And then secondly, can we protect the football? 0 turnovers. If we allow LSU to flip the field and we lose opportunities to go score, could be a long afternoon for the Dogs. We've got to be able to hold on to the football and create some on the other end. 0 turnovers, win that battle. And then finally in special teams, can we get some points in an unconventional fashion and keep LSU from hurting us on the special team side of the football?
All right, Georgia won the toss. The Bulldogs will defer to the second half, so the Dogs will kick to start the 20th SEC championship game, and we'll get a chance to see Jordan Jefferson and the LSU offense and the four-headed monster Z that you speak of with all those running backs that they just keep bringing at you time after time after time, and Spencer Ware and Michael Ford, who is the leading rusher. Michael Ford, the 5'10 sophomore from Leesville, Louisiana. Alfred Blue in the mix. Kenny Hilliard, a big fullback. And then they have a fullback by the name of J.C. Copeland, who is from LaGrange, Georgia, 6'1 and 280. And Coach Richt was telling us this week that he's been just mauling linebackers all season long.
Well, I'll tell you what, they've got an awful lot of weapons. It starts with the running game, so we've got to slow that down. But this LSU offense, pretty good in a lot of different spots. They're converting 49% on third down. They lead the SEC. They're 5th in the nation in their red zone offense. They're 54-58 with 41 touchdowns in their red zone opportunities. So they're able to do a lot of good things, but make no mistakes, it starts with them being able to run the football.
All right, Georgia getting set to kick it off. Let's go down to the sidelines to our sideline man all throughout today's championship game, Chuck Dowdle. Chuck.
Scott, give Brandon Boykin full credit for the coin flip because Matt Austin, the referee, very straightforward. There are no additional instructions. He showed him the coin. It's an SEC coin. On the side that said SEC, so that's tails. Brandon says, I'll take tails. They flipped it tails. It was. Georgia deferred.
And Blair Walsh will kick it off from left to right. The Dogs in their home red jerseys, silver breeches, red helmets. LSU in their home white jerseys, gold pants and gold helmets. Back deep to receive for the Bayou Bengals is Morris Claiborne, their All-American cornerback and one of the top return men in the league as well. Also Ron Brooks just in front of him. And here we go, underway in the SEC Championship, and Walsh booms one about 2 yards deep in the end zone, taken by Claiborne. Straight ahead to the 10 and tripped up by Blake Sailors at the 13-yard line. He slides ahead to the 15, and that's where they'll spot the football as Sailors came flying in from the far side and tripped up Claiborne, who was heading straight up the field.
Boy, just got a piece of his ankle and foot and tripped him up. Claiborne had a little bit of a seam. Not sure if he would have gotten through it, but nice play by Sailors. And good starting or bad starting field position here for the LSU Tigers. Good for the Dogs.
And Mark Richt was out on the field after that tackle, talking to one of the officials. He was really in his ear after that kickoff. Here's Jordan Jefferson, works under center. They slide him in motion. 1st and 10 from the LSU 15. They'll run a little option to the near side. He pitches it to Ford, and Ford is knocked out of bounds on the near sideline near the 18-yard line by Gilliard and Williams. Michael Gilliard, our linebacker from Valdosta, and Sean Williams, safety from Damascus, a pickup of 3. And it'll be 2nd down and 7 for LSU.
Little option there into the boundary, well executed by LSU. Not a huge pickup. We actually catch a break. We hit them a little bit late and tackle them out of bounds, but no flags on the field.
They go into the shotgun now. Hilliard, the back. They play fake to him. Jefferson has all kinds of time. Wants to go deep down the field, and it is broken up by Boykin. Deep down the other end of the field at the Bulldog 35-yard line. Trying to go to Ruben Randall, the 6'4 speedster. And Boykin made a nice play. The ball, was a little bit short, a little bit underthrown, but Boykin got over and broke it up.
Yeah, Jefferson actually had his guy. That ball came out, fluttered on him just a little bit. Gave Boykin a chance to go out there and get it. The Dogs played man-to-man, trying to get an additional guy into the box to stop this running attack from LSU. Boykin out on an island makes a big play.
3rd down, 7 to go for LSU. The noise erupts here in the Georgia Dome. Jefferson in the shotgun. They're having problems with the play clock. They reset it. It's going back and forth between 39 and 40. Jefferson under pressure. Will he be sacked? He will. He goes down at the 11-yard line. Jarvis Jones, John Jenkins. Early sack for the Dogs. And for Jarvis, that might be the record. If he gets a full sack or a half sack, that's the season record. It's either 14 or 14 and a half as his helmet came off on that play, and LSU will have to punt it from just inside their 12-yard line.
I'll tell you what, all this talk all week long, all year long about how good this LSU defense is. The Georgia defense a little bit overshadowed with that. They came out that first series, a lot of emotion and very, very focused. You can see the determination coming off their faces here as they make their way to the sideline. But a big play there on 3rd down.
Officials are discussing the problems, I believe, with the play clock because it was malfunctioning on the last play. Our referee is Matt Austin. They're talking to timekeepers on the near sideline, and now they're talking to Georgia head coach Mark Richt as Brandon Boykin is back deep to receive the punt from Brad Wing. Now, LSU has 2 punters, DJ Howard and Brad Wing, and they both wear number 38.
The play clock is malfunctioning, therefore it'll be kept on the field.
That's a pain. Let's go down to the sidelines and Chuck Dowdle for Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck?
Yeah, Scott, I think they had an indication even before we went out for the coin flip that there may be a problem with the game clock because the officials were standing over with the guy that's actually running that clock, trying to get him to work it for them. And they were having some sort of problem with it before it even started.
Yeah, that's a shame you can't get that worked out before this sizable event LSU will punt from the end zone. Here's Wing, a left-footed punter. Boy, he got a boomer off, a wobbly spiral. Fair catch called for by Boykin. He fields the ball at the 38-yard line, and that's where Georgia will send its offense out to start. 50-yard punt by Wing, a semifinalist for the Ray Guy Award. Bulldog football brought to you by BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction, member FDIC.
And this LSU defense, all the talk about it, and it's well warranted as well. They're number 2 nationally in total defense, only allowing 248 yards a game. They're number 2 nationally in scoring defense, giving up 10.5 points a game. Number 4 against the rush nationally. Number 6 against the pass. They're awfully deep. They're awfully fast. They're awfully talented.
All right, the mystery is over. Carlton Thomas, starting tailback, offset in the shotgun to Murray's right. 3 receivers set for the Dogs. 1st and 10 from our 38. Murray drops back with time. Will throw to Carlton in the near flat. Catches it at the 34 and is tackled right there by Tyrann Mathieu. The All-American sophomore, 5'9", 175 from New Orleans. He does a little bit of everything for LSU. Boy, he came blazing up there to drop Carlton for a 3-yard loss.
Yeah.
Now it's 2nd and 13.
Yeah, good open field tackle. Don't expect LSU to miss many tackles. We've got to execute very well.
Shotgun snap to Murray. Pump fake in the pocket. He'll throw far side. Oh, he's got a man breaking open. Tavares King makes the catch. He's tackled at the 25. Spun down around the 23-yard line. Boy, he was breaking open. LSU just barely able to get a piece of Tavares after he caught the ball to twist him down for the tackle just outside the 20-yard line. A 43-yard pass play for the Dogs. 1st and 10 from the Bayou Bengals 21.
And a great job up front. That play took an awful lot of time. Little pump fake on the deep slant, then get it out deep across. Quarters coverage there by LSU. They bid on the pump fake, but the big boys up front, a lot of time for Aaron Murray.
That 43-yard pickup, a triple play contender from Comcast. It's 1st and 10 Georgia on the LSU 21-yard line. Early in the first quarter, Murray throws far, high, and deep to the far sideline, and he overthrows the intended receiver, Aaron White, the tight end. The incomplete pass will bring up 2nd down and 10 from the Tiger 21. Eric Reed, the free safety, in coverage there, but Aaron really sent it high over Aaron White's head on the far side of the field.
Yeah, I think just an intentional throwaway there. LSU, you're going to see 2 primary coverages, quarters coverage and then man free. They went man free there, had our boys covered up pretty well. Aaron Murray just throwing it away.
Aaron White in the slot on the far side. Tavares King is the wide out. Malcolm Mitchell on the near side. Murray throws it over the middle, a little bit behind the receiver, and sliding for a catch behind him is Malcolm Mitchell. He made the catch. He really had to slam on the brakes, between the hash marks and go down low and kind of pick it up off the ground. He's up down to the 17-yard line, a gain of 4.
A little rub route there, almost a little pick route against that man-to-man with Malcolm Mitchell coming underneath. Had a lot of room. Looked like Aaron had to find a lane to throw it to and just threw it behind him.
Again, 3 receivers set, flags down as LSU's moving, or did we draw them off sides?
Full start.
Yep.
79 offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
Bean Anderson moved early. And the Dogs will back up 5 yards. So that's going to make it 3rd and 11 from the 22-yard line. Dogs with a big gainer on a pass play to Tavares King. Better than 40 yards to get deep down into LSU territory. And here's where we are now, 3rd and 11 on the Bayou Bengals 22-yard line. No score. Not quite 3 minutes into the SEC championship game. Dogs with 3 receivers tightly bunched at the left end of the line of scrimmage. We bring Figgins in motion now. Split the backfield with Carlton Thomas on the other side. Murray, a deep drop with time. Will throw over the middle. Off the hands. Oh, Tavares King had it. And it just glanced off his hands. Oh, he had position too. It was right there. We just dropped a touchdown pass.
Again, great job up front. Cordy Glenn, Canarius Gates, Ben Jones, Burnett, Anderson, a lot of time. That play took a long time to develop against cover 2, red zone 2. Tavares King able to come and cut in front of the middle there, in front of the LSU defense. That ball was well placed, just dropped.
We'll try a 40-yard field goal from Blair Walsh. The kick is away, and the kick is good. Right down the middle, from the middle of the field. Dogs score first, lead it in the SEC championship 3-0 over LSU. Timeout here in the Georgia Dome. We're back after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
As a proud father of 5 daughters, I knew someday the wedding bells would be ringing my wallet dry. So in order to save some money, I decided that all of their special days would be on the same day.
I can't believe this.
Can't believe what? I've been engaged for 10 years waiting for you.
Only because you took the first one to come along.
Take that back. Justin's a good man.
Girls, this is no time to bicker. It's go time, ladies.
There's an easier way to save. Get online. Go to geico.com. Get a quote. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Everywhere you turn, people are chanting, the end is near. The end is near. All we hear about are year-end clearance sales.
At Ed Voiles Kia, we're trying something a little different. Great deals on new 2012s. 2012 Optimas. They're not your average mid-size sedan. They have a 5-star safety rating and are a top safety pick. Own one now for just $169 a month or just $19,995. And up to 35 miles per gallon. 2012 Sorrentos are a departure from the expected. And they're built in Georgia by Georgians. And you can drive home in one today starting at $199 a month or just $20,995. And get up to 32 miles per gallon. And as always, get a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Ed Voiles Kia. A little different, a lot better.
39-month lease with $34.95 down. Payments are plus tax. 12,000-mile limit per year. All rebates included. Model number 53222 and 72222.
Georgia leads number 1 LSU 3-0 early first quarter here in the SEC Championship. Fill up with 8 gallons or more of Texaco with Techron and get a free music card. Texaco, keep humming along. And when it comes to Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light, remember 21 means 21. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado. Blair Walsh back out. Put his tee down and kick it away for the second time in this ball game. Dogs went 40 yards in 6 plays, a 40-yard Blair Walsh field goal, bringing him closer to an SEC scoring record now with 403 career points, just 7 away from a new record and 6 away from tying Billy Bennett, the former Georgia kicker and current record holder, most points ever in Georgia history and in SEC history. Back deep for LSU once again will be Claiborne, Morris Claiborne, and Ron Brooks, one of the up men, but he'll drop back a little bit as soon as we get ready to kick it off.
And a good start there offensively by the Georgia Bulldogs, and I like the way that we're attacking this LSU defense. Again, if there's any weakness, and it's not even a weakness, but where LSU has appeared to be a little bit vulnerable in a couple of games this year, vulnerable in the passing game.
We try an onside kick. We pop it up to the far side. Did we get it? Did we get it? Yes, we got it! Was that Boykin? Ogletree. Was Bogatay in the game? Did he pop it up? Who kicked it? Bogatay. We had 2 kickers in the game. Bogatay popped it up to the far side, and Ogletree recovered the pop-up onside kick near midfield at the 49-yard line.
Couldn't have been better executed right there. Blair Walsh made his approach and then took off. Bogatay comes in from the other side and just popped it up in the air. As pretty an onside kick as you'll want to see.
Let's go down to the sidelines. Cook's Pest Control report with Chuck Dowdle.
Do not let Mark Fox see the elevation that Alec Ogletree had there. That was amazing. From down here at field, I couldn't believe how high he went up for that.
Well, Boss Bailey's in the house. Maybe he got a little bit of that mojo.
He might have.
1st and 10 Dogs after the onside kick recovery. Dogs at our own 49-yard line, left to right here in the Dome, leading 3-0 against number 1 LSU. Snapping the shotgun to Murray with time. Will pump, fake, and throw, and going to be incomplete. Michael Bennett slipped at the end of his route around the LSU 40, and the ball lands incomplete. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Good thought there by Aaron Murray. 2-man is what LSU played right there. They had good coverage. Bennett on that corner route just got tripped up a little bit with Matthew and fell down. But a good read from Aaron Murray. Put that ball in a spot where only Bennett was going to get it if he doesn't fall down.
Isaiah Crowell in at tailback. I formation. Figgins is the fullback. Mitchell to the left side as a receiver and Tavares King to the right. Work from the 49. Handoff, Isaiah. Hit in the backfield. Spun down on the big SEC logo in the middle of the field. Going to be a loss of about 2.5, 3 yards. Kendrick Adams, one of their big left ends, came in and got him. A 6'5 senior from Enterprise, Alabama. Drops Isaiah for a loss of 2 back on the 47-yard line. Now it'll be 3rd down and 12.
And this is the spot that you don't want to be in if you're the Georgia Bulldogs, where you have to throw the football, 3rd and long situations. This LSU defense just too tough.
LSU may have jumped off sides. Flags are down. We throw it to Malcolm Mitchell. He stops the route, makes a nice catch at LSU's 41-yard line for a 1st down. Let's check the flag now. Matt Austin is our referee. I think LSU had jumped off sides on the far edge. And Murray went ahead and threw it to Mitchell, and Mitchell did a great job of reading the play and
Offside,
making the catch.
Defense number 7. Penalties declined. Play results in a 1st down.
Dogs got a freebie. Malcolm Mitchell's, he made a nice grab as he cut off the route at the end of that play and came back for the ball.
Yeah, just a heads-up play there by Malcolm Mitchell and by Aaron Murray. LSU clearly jumped off sides. A free play. Aaron Murray put that ball back shoulder of Malcolm Mitchell. Like you said, Scott, Malcolm able to see that, recognize that, stop on a dime, and catch that football for the 1st down.
13-yard gain on the freebie. Dogs back in LSU territory at the Tiger 40-yard line. We lead 3-0. I formation, Crowell's the tail. Marlon Brown, Chris Conley in the game as receivers. Handoff goes to Isaiah, looking for some running room, running behind Big Figgins. He runs right side and up just barely across the 40-yard line. Maybe a pickup of about a half a yard. Carnell Hatcher, a middle linebacker from Delray Beach, Florida, makes the stop for the LSU defense. It's going to be 2nd down and about 9 for the Dogs as we go no huddle.
Boy, just tough to run the football against this LSU defensive line. Not a whole lot of room to run there. On that play, we've got 2 receivers in the game. LSU still in nickel, so Matthew is the nickel back. He gets into the box as an extra defender.
We'll stay in the eye. 2 receivers to the far side. Dogs work from the near hash. Play fake. Murray sets up, spins away from pressure. Flag down. Murray throws. Orson Charles trying to break open deep around the 15. It's incomplete over his head. But check the flag. Back at the 43-yard line, maybe a hold. It's in that general vicinity. And it is, says Matt Austin, the initial indication. And that'll cost the Dogs 10 yards. 3-0 on a 40-yard Blair Walsh field goal on Georgia's first possession. Then the Dogs surprised the building with an onside kick as Brandon Bogate popped it up to the far side, and Alec Ogletree recovered it near midfield. And now a penalty being marked off against the Bulldogs.
Number 60, 10-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
They got Ben Jones for the hold, and the ball goes back to near the original line of scrimmage, just on Georgia's side of the 50. Let's check in with Chuck Dowdle again on the Cook's Pest Control sidelines. Chuck.
Scott, Isaiah Crowell came limping off the sideline after that last play. He's been nursing a little bit of a tender left ankle.
And Carlton Thomas is back in the ball game now as the lone setback, as the Dogs look to the near side. They get the signal, and now we go back and ready to play. 2nd down and 20 from the 50-yard line for Georgia. Murray's in the shotgun. Jones with the snap. Murray has it. Looks left. He throws in that direction. Caught by the tight end, Orson Charles. Cuts downfield at the 42. Still on his feet to the 31. Almost got the 1st down. He almost got a full 20 yards. Brandon Taylor, the safety, and Tyrann Mathieu, the cornerback, make the stop for LSU, but not before Murray hooked up with Orson Charles for a 19-yard pickup. It'll be 3rd and 1.
Boy, Orson Charles just running through people there. Just a quick out route by the tight end. We actually had our slot receiver and Orson on quick out routes. Good read there by Aaron Murray. Puts the ball in a spot where Orson can catch the football and then get upfield. And Orson did exactly what he should have done right there. Barreled his way. 1 yard to go now.
I formation. Thomas is the tailback. Xander Ogletree is the fullback. Play fake. Murray hides the ball. Man can't get open. He's pointing. Now he throws deep, and he is open in the end zone, and a flag is down as well. Trying to go to Tavares King. We did the old hide the ball trick after the play fake, and King didn't break open. They may have been holding him. That's why. That's what Aaron Murray is saying anyway.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question. A lot of contact down where that ball was thrown. Tavares King got tied up with an LSU defender there. Pretty well defended by LSU.
Defense number 17. The 10-yard penalty to the previous spot on automatic first down.
Morris Claiborne, the All-American. Is that why he's an All-American? He gets away with
He gets away
give
with
me that jersey.
He wouldn't be the first defensive back to do that, I'll tell you that.
Spoken like a true quarterback. All right, Dogs have a first down now. They walk off the penalty, put the ball down between the 21 and the 22. Dogs lead it 3-0. Georgia and Alabama, the only two teams this season to score on their first possession against LSU. Maybe that's an omen. Although Alabama didn't do too well in that game, did they?
And didn't do a whole lot after that first possession. Hopefully that doesn't fall into our category.
1st and 10 from just inside the 22. Play fake and a handoff to Malcolm Mitchell. He wants to throw. He plants. He's being chased. Sidesteps the tackler. Hit from behind at the 25 and driven ahead to about the 23 or the 22-yard line. Malcolm Mitchell wanted to throw, but had no opportunity. Kendrick Adams brought him down as LSU covered it up pretty well.
Well, and a good decision there by Malcolm Mitchell. You're right, LSU had great coverage on that, and Malcolm was having to dodge LSU defenders. Made a smart decision, pulled that down, and just tried to get back to the line of scrimmage.
End up losing a yard on the play. It's 2nd and 11. We're on the 22. Two receivers to the far side, Bennett and King. Marlon Brown to the near side. LSU flip-flops its defense. They've got guys moving all over the place as we look to the near side for the offensive signal. Ben Jones ready to go at center. Snaps to Murray in the shotgun, and Murray just grounds the football. I think we moved early. Were their flags down? Oh, they got delay on us. Delay of game.
Delay of game, offense, 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
I didn't hear the whistle, and the flag was right on top of one of the white line markers, so it was hard to see as well. But Murray saw it, and that's why he spun the ball down in disgust because they ran out of time.
And LSU created some confusion there, jumping in and out of a diamond front with their defensive line. We were having a hard time trying to identify who do we need to point out to slide the protection to because of the movement on the LSU defensive front.
Now 2nd and 16 for Georgia, back on the Tiger 27-yard line. Snap to Murray, quick throw, far side, hits Bennett in the back. Michael Bennett and Aaron Murray not on the same page on that one. It was a good, accurate throw. He hit him right in the back. If he'd been facing, he would have caught it.
Well, he did. Aaron Murray, I think, threw that one hot. Michael Bennett thought that it was picked up. It looked like it was picked up. Carlton Thomas went out there and picked up the blitzing linebacker, actually the nickel back in Matthew there.
3rd down now for Georgia. 3rd down and 16. On the LSU 27-yard line. Dogs lead it 3-0, 7:46 to go. First quarter. The clock is stopped after the incomplete pass. Murray drops back in the shotgun. There's the snap. Sets up on the 35. Throws it hard to Malcolm Mitchell. Oh, he dropped it. He dropped it at the 5. That was another touchdown. He would have waltzed into the end zone. Oh, that's 2 costly dropped passes for Georgia.
Boy, I'll tell you what a great read by Aaron Murray, and threw that ball on a line. Saw cover 2, went outside, threw it on a line. Malcolm Mitchell would have walked into the end zone.
Oh, that replay is painful. We'll try another field goal from the near hash, kicking left to right. Blair Walsh, a 45-yarder. The kick is away, end over end, and it is no good. Boy, we missed a golden opportunity there. Timeout, 7:34 to go, opening quarter. You can't give away chances like that against the number 1 team in the land. 3-0, Dogs lead LSU. Back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
1, 2, 3. The only 24/7 radio channel dedicated to fantasy sports is here. Sirius XM now gives you fantasy sports radio, nonstop talk.
Steven Jackson. There may not be a tougher running back.
Insider advice, taking your calls. Athlete and coach interviews.
If you could just play some catcher for a couple games.
I can play anywhere.
And everything you need to dominate. Your fantasy sports league is now on Sirius XM.
Oh, what are you doing?
Painting the baby's room.
But baby colors are blue and pink, not red and black.
Nonsense. Red as in, fire truck.
Uh-huh.
Hearts.
Right.
Black leg ninjas.
Really?
Starry nights.
Stop it.
What?
You mean red and black as in the Bulldogs.
I do?
If you're like this man, you have what is known as a healthy obsession with the Georgia Bulldogs.
Go Bulldogs!
Bulldogs.
See, at Bank of America, we understand. With Bulldog Banking, you can get the UGA logo on your checks, optional debit card, and credit card.
And the Georgia jersey in the crib.
Blanket.
And the ball.
Pillow.
You can support the hometown team and your healthy obsession all at the same time, but only at Bank of America.
And the foam finger.
Oh, I was looking for that. Go team!
That's my head.
Sorry.
Visit your local banking center for more information and get started today.
Standard check order fees apply. An account setup fee may apply to accounts opened in banking centers or over the phone in some states. Other account services and fees vary by state. Visit your local banking center to review information for your state. The credit card is issued and administered by FAA Card Services NA. Bank of America NA, member FDIC. Copyright 2011, Bank of America Corporation.
When fire and water damage take control of your life, ServPro can help you take it back. Be sure to tell your insurance agent you want ServPro. ServPro, like it never even happened. Call 1-800-ServPro.
Well, if you're just joining us, the good news is Georgia leads it 3-0. The bad news is we've dropped 2 touchdown passes and missed a field goal. But the opportunity is there. Dog fans, check out Atlanta's fastest growing Honda dealer, the all-new Suns Honda in McDonough, offering the lowest prices and the best service on Hondas. That be Suns. LSU will have the ball, Z, 1st and 10 at their own 28-yard line. For Georgia, how do you keep that energy level up after missing those scoring opportunities?
Boy, it is extremely difficult in this series right now because of just that. You have 2 clear scoring opportunities. You don't get into the end zone. Can your defense get that momentum back right now? This series extremely important in this football game just for that reason. We can get it back right now if the Dogs come out here and shut down this LSU offense.
Dogs going down towards the bottom and reaching that hand around there in the playbook bag and digging around and pulling out an onside kick. We were going to try a reverse receiver pass that didn't work out because LSU defensed it well. But we're pulling out all the stops. LSU will toss it back to Spencer Ware. He runs straight ahead and is hit just beyond the line of scrimmage, and then a little extracurricular after the tackle. The tackle was made by the linebacker, the freshman from College Park, Marlo Herrera, at the 31, maybe the 32. Let's see where they spotted the ball, at the 31-yard line. So a pickup of 3 for LSU. And Spencer Ware.
And defensively, we are attacking the A-gaps with blitzing linebackers, not backing away from the fight at all.
They've got that big Copeland at 280 as the fullback. Wears the tail. Jefferson's going to throw. He fires. Ooh, great play coming around the receiver. Brandon Boykin, the senior out of Fayetteville, to break it up. Trying to go to Odell Beckham Jr., a freshman, 5'11", from New Orleans on the far side of the field. And Boykin made a senior play as he reached around and deflected the ball away with his right hand.
Boy, if I were Jordan Jefferson right now, I'd be going away from number 2. Brandon Boykin seeing the plays extremely well, breaking on the ball like an all-pro, doing a great job out there on an island.
Ruben Randall breaks out to the far side. 3 receiver set for LSU. Big Copeland, the lone setback, the big 280-pound fullback. I'm going to guess he's going to block for Jefferson back there. They take it, and that's the case. Jefferson's going to run it. We jump on his back and drag Jefferson down at the 36. Boykin jumped on his back and drove him into the turf. And again, extracurriculars. There's big Copeland having to be pulled away by an offensive lineman. Josh Wilford had to pull Copeland away. Copeland is a load from LaGrange, 6'1" and 280. He's almost as big as the offensive lineman.
Well, he got away with
he's heading to the sidelines now.
Well, he got away with a couple of punches right there, threw a couple of shots. At least it looked like it from up here. Surprised there wasn't a flag on that play.
It's 4th down. That kind of got lost in the post-tackle shuffle. 4th and a yard for LSU from just across their own 36-yard line. So will they punt? We shall see. Brad Wing is on to kick it. A little rugby style. He kicks it left-footed, and boy, he got his foot and his neighbor's foot into that one. He booms it into the end zone. It lands on the goal line and bounces into the end zone to the left. A 63-yard punt. Wow, Dogs will have it on the 20 when we come back. Timeout here in the Dome. SEC Championship. Georgia leads LSU 3-0. Now this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
This is DJ Shockley, MVP quarterback of the 2005 SEC champion Bulldogs. Our team caught a few breaks to win the SEC, and right now, Metro PCS wants to give your team a break from high wireless bills. Get 4 unlimited lines for only $100. That's nationwide unlimited talk, text, and web with taxes and fees included. All on a nationwide network, all no contracts. To find out more, visit metropcs.com and go Dogs. Restrictions apply. Limited time offer. See store or metropcs.com for details.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from IMG.
Next time you print, ask yourself, did I really need to waste that piece of paper? Experts say corporations can spend up to 3% of their revenue on printing with little or no cost control measures in place. Let the experts at Milner Complete Care help your business take 20 to 30% off the bottom line. Milner Complete Care can show you how to make your printing more environmentally friendly. Call 1-800-875-5042 and find out how Complete Care from Milner can benefit your organization today.
Hello, fans. This is Jimmy Ellis of Jim Ellis Automotive Dealerships, wishing Coach Rick and the Bulldogs a big win today. At Jim Ellis, we are celebrating our 40th anniversary serving the citizens of Georgia, and as a proud partner of the Bulldogs, we're inviting you to come visit us during our year-end sales event. Experience huge Jim Ellis discounts matched with generous factory incentives to save thousands on your next new or pre-owned vehicle. We invite you to visit us in Atlanta, Marietta, or Beaufort, or online at jimellis.com, where you can always expect the best.
Regular Bulldog crew back with you, along with Eric Zier, Scott Howard here in the booth, Chuck Dowdle on the sidelines, Neil Williamson, Tony Schiavone, our spotters, and Charles Youngs is our producer-engineer, Cabell Philpott, our studio, IMG Network studio host. And if you're looking for the perfect combination of soft icing, creamy filling, and moist cake, look no further than Tasty Cake, candy cakes, crimpets, and cupcakes. Tasty Cake, one taste, and you'll get it. And Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T. One of the nation's strongest banks is just around the corner. Member FDIC. Dogs ball, 1st and 10 from our 20-yard line, moving left to right here in the Dome. Leading it 3-0. Isaiah Crowell is back in the game. He was nicked up a little bit earlier, Chuck Dowdle told us. But back in the ball game as the lone setback. Murray's under center, 3-receiver set. Handoff, Isaiah starts left, cuts back right in the middle. Isaiah quickly up to the 30 and across to the 31-yard line. Tackle made by Tyrann Mathieu, the cornerback, who is their leading tackler. Not very frequently that a cornerback is also your leading tackler. He actually played safety last week while Eric Reed was injured against Arkansas. It's a gain of 11 and a first down for the Bulldogs.
And a run-pass check at the line of scrimmage by Aaron Murray. Aaron Murray saw the defensive look and the shell look in the secondary, check to a run, and got us into the right play call.
Carlton Thomas in the ball game now. Carlton gets it, runs behind a block from Big Canarius Gates up to the 35-yard line. Pickup of about 4, maybe 4 and a smidge. Kevin Minter, the Mike linebacker from Swanee, Georgia, makes the stop for LSU along with LeVar Edwards, the right end. It's going to be 2nd down and 6 for the Dogs from our own 35-yard line.
And this is a little more the rhythm that you want to be in on the offensive side of the ball. Completely agree with the play call and come out of the gates by Mike Bobo, throwing the football to set up the run.
I formation, Figgins and Thomas in the backfield. Play fake. Murray rolls out to the right, throws it to the fullback Figgins, and he dropped it. He was open at the 38. That's our 3rd dropped pass. What the heck is going on? Figgins dropped it, was open at the 38, and it's going to be 3rd down from the 35-yard line.
Another good delivery, though, from Aaron Murray. Had to get his head around quick after that play fake. Had an LSU defender right in his face. Still able to get that ball off and get it off very, very accurately. We've got to hold on to the football when it gets to us.
Marlon Brown, Bennett, and Conley are 3 receivers in this set. Thomas in the backfield. We go into the shotgun on 3rd down and 6 from our 35. Murray will throw far side, and it's going to be incomplete. Not sure if he was going to Carlton or Orson Charles or Bennett, and we had a guy running a fly route too. Conley running a deep route, and the ball lands incomplete, and the Dogs will have to punt it away for the first time in the ball game.
Yeah, I actually think he was trying to go to Orson Charles just on a little out route. Same play that we hit earlier, that time a little better defended. Aaron tried to really zip that ball in there and into some tight coverage and got away from him just a hair.
Odell Beckham Jr. will return the punt. Matthew was back there, and then they switched. Butler on to kick it away. He stands on our 21-yard line. There's the snap. Here comes pressure. Butler gets it away. Oh, a beauty. Wobbly and long and deep. Backpedaling is Beckham Jr., and he makes a fair catch on the 11-yard line of LSU. A booming 55-yarder for the All-American Drew Butler as he pins LSU back deep. There's a flag down back at the 35 right on the line of scrimmage. Let's check that from Matt Austin, the referee. Well, he's just doing signing today. There's no speaking involved. It was an illegal procedure on Georgia. And we'll see what most certainly LSU will want to make us punt it again and get off their 11-yard line.
Illegal formation on the kicking team. Not enough men on the line of scrimmage. 5-yard penalty. Repeat, 4th down.
All right, Drew. Now we need a 60-yarder. Tyrann Mathieu now will be the deep receiver for LSU. He'll receive the Butler punt.
Yeah, we had half of our line there that should have been up on the line of scrimmage, about a yard back, it looked like, which was the reason for the flag.
LSU with 9 men up on the line of scrimmage. Butler stands now on the 16-yard line. We slide 3 of our linemen to the left side, and Butler will get away a clean kick, and another nice one, a long spiral. Going to land on the 21, take a bounce. Oh, Matthew got close to it. Now he lets it roll. He's still acting like he wants to punt it. And Butler kicked him into a hole. It was even better. Down on the 8.5. We got plus 2.5, a 62-yarder. Way to go, Drew. Timeout, first quarter, 4:30 to go in the opening period. Georgia leads it 3-0 over LSU. Back after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Mama. Mama. Come on, baby. You can say mama. Say mama. Oh, honey, he just said mama. Oh, now, isn't that just the sweetest thing you ever heard?
No. I did just hear Mickey D's Sweet Tea is on the dollar menu.
Fresh brewed, home style, Mickey D's Sweet Tea. Now on the dollar menu. The simple joy of hearing sweet things. At participating McDonald's, a la carte only.
You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Hey, college football fans, switch to Xfinity from Comcast and get the most live college football with games on Comcast Sports South, ESPNU, Versus, and more. Plus, get access to over 3,500 live events on Xfinity.com/ESPN3 when you sign up for Xfinity TV and Internet today. Only $79.99 a month for 6 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
Offer ends 12/31/11. Restrictions apply. Must subscribe to Digital Preferred TV and Performance Internet. After promotion, regular rates apply. Equipment, installation, taxes, and franchise fees extra.
With your pants around your ankles is not the time to find out the toilet stopped working in your office building. But office buildings are complicated. It's not something just any plumber can fix. Fortunately, there's Plumber 911. Plumber 911 is a network of state-certified emergency plumbers all over the city. Every Plumber 911 member has over 10,000 hours of training. We drive specially fitted trucks with the tools and parts for any emergency, from septic tanks to skyscrapers, business or home. Don't get caught with your pants down. In a plumbing emergency, Google Plumber 911 or go to plumber911.net.
Coming up Monday night, Bulldog Hotline from 8 to 10 o'clock. Coach Rick and Coach Fox on this Monday night in the first hour. And then it's Hondo and the All-Stars live from Andretti's hour number 2. Talk about the Dogs coming up this Monday night from 8 to 10 here on the Bulldogs Sports Network. LSU backed up Z on its own 8-yard line. That last punt by Drew Butler, 57-yarder. I think I said 62. My math skills aren't what they used to be. Still a better punt than the previous one when we had to re-kick. LSU inside its 10-yard line on its 7. Jefferson under center. I formation. Where is the tailback for the Bayou Bengals? They will throw. Jefferson plants, fires, and over the head, almost picked off by Sanders Cummings, trying to go to Reuben Randall. Boy, Jefferson, that thing came out of his hand like a cannon, sailed well over Randall's head at the 30, and even over Sanders Cummings' heads. Incomplete on that pass play. Let's go down to the sidelines for a Cook's Pest Control report with Chuck Dowdle. Chuck?
All right, Coach Mark Rick asking Georgia fans to get loud right now. He's been trying to plead with them. He wants to disrupt this LSU offense to the best of these fans' ability.
Alfred Blue in the backfield. Play fake. Jordan Jefferson. He's going to keep it and run to the near side. 10, 15. Flag down behind the play. Jefferson out of bounds at the 19-yard line, chased out by Sean Williams, the safety. And it's going to be a hold against LSU, says Matt Austin. That one's going to be wiped out. It's coming back. It'll be a half the distance. They'll be on about the 3.
Well, timely penalty there, no question. But Jordan.
Holding, offense 76. Half the distance to the goal. Repeat second down.
Jordan Jefferson can hurt you with his legs and maybe more dangerous with his legs than he is with his arms, averaging 4.6 yards per carry on the year.
Holding was on their left tackle, Chris Falk, 6'6", 325 from Slidell, Louisiana. Bulldog football brought to you by BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. LSU back on its own 4-yard line. They'll replay the down. It's 2nd and 14 from the shadow of their goalpost. Jefferson in the shotgun. He's standing in the end zone. Play fake. He'll keep it and run it straight ahead, and we'll drop him. Cornelius Washington came in from the left side to come around and grab his ankles. And Jefferson's going to fall ahead just across the 5, maybe to the 6-yard line. Jefferson, big, long, rangy guy. He's one of those guys that can get a first down just by falling forward. He's 6'5", and 223 from St. Rose, Louisiana.
Yeah, just a little read option there from LSU, and Jefferson goes back and watches this one on tape. Probably would want to give that one. Had some room if he wanted to run it, but pulled it down in, and not much cooking for him there.
Michael Ford is the lone setback. Jefferson in the shotgun on 3rd down and 12 from the 6. Bayou Bengals with the ball, trying to move from right to left. Jefferson drops back to pass, has time, throws, and a dangerous pass over the middle that is deflected away and incomplete. Went over the middle, trying to get it to D'Angelo Peterson, a 6'4 senior, around the 18-yard line between the hash marks, but he threw it in some heavy traffic. It was deflected by Peterson. He's the one that didn't hang on to it. And LSU will have to punt it out of their own end zone.
Yeah, Jefferson threw that one like he was throwing a 30-yard bullet down the field. His receiver about 10 yards from him.
That's the way he's thrown everything so far.
Would have been nearly impossible to pull that one down.
Punt by Wing. Wobbly. It's going to come down, and Boykin calls for the fair catch at the LSU 44-yard line. And Georgia will have terrific field position to start this possession. A 40-yard punt out of the end zone by the LSU freshman. 3-0 Georgia, getting late in the first quarter. 3:12 to play in the opening period. Dogs have dropped a couple of touchdown passes today. One by Tavares King, one by Malcolm Mitchell, who would have walked into the end zone had he caught it at the 5. But Dogs had to settle for one field goal, and then we missed another one.
Can't be happy about that, but what you've got to feel pretty good about, the offensive line giving Aaron Murray some time to throw the football right now. And we've had guys open down the field.
Georgia ball on the LSU 44-yard line. Carlton Thomas, the tailback in the eye, takes a little toss, runs to the near side, and will be brought down just beyond the line of scrimmage by the left tackle, Michael Brockers from Houston, Texas. Boy, they get down the line in a hurry. And Thomas is dropped after a pickup of about a yard to the 43. So it'll be 2nd down and 9 now for the Dogs.
This LSU defense, they close holes in their defense just like a pro team. They've got so much speed. They're able to collapse into those holes. They pursue very well. You've got to be able to hit the holes quick when you see them.
Thomas is the tailback. Murray will hand it to him. Carlton gets a hole. 40, 35, breaks the tackle. 30, spins, still dragging a man down to the 28, the 27-yard line. Eric Reed makes the tackle after he went for a little 2 or 3 yard ride. Carlton Thomas running hard and running swift straight up the gut, and the Dogs have a first down.
Did a good job there by Bruce Figg, and Justin Anderson did a nice job. Orson Charles on the block as well, giving Carlton Thomas some room to run, and that's one way to negate the speed. You go straight at these guys.
Georgia will line up on the 27-yard line. A pickup of 16 yards. Charles and Lynch, double tight end set in for Georgia. Ogletree's the fullback. Thomas is the tailback. Murray, play fake to Carlton. Sets up. Being flushed out of the pocket. Throws it off balance as he's being squeezed. Trying to get it to Thomas out here in the right flat on the near side, and it's incomplete. But LSU got some pretty good pressure that time upfield, and Aaron Murray had to dump it off before he wanted to.
Yeah, not a whole lot Aaron could do there, but a very smart play and just getting rid of that football, not taking a sack, live to fight on 2nd down here.
Isaiah Crowell, the freshman from Columbus, checks back into the ball game now for the Dogs on 2nd down and 10 from the Tiger 27-yard line. I formation. The lone receiver in this set is Marlon Brown to the near side. We go with 2 tight ends, handed off to Isaiah. Isaiah runs left guard. He finds a little crease, and he's spun down at the 22, maybe the 23-yard line by the safety, Eric Reed, the sophomore. Makes the stop on Crowell. He's had to check himself out of the ball game a couple of times with some ankle discomfort, as Chuck has told us. Chuck also told us from the sidelines the doctors say he's okay to go back in, so he's back in now. After the gain down to the 23-yard line, a pick up of 4. It's going to be 3rd down and 6.
And the Dogs find a little room, running straight over Ben Jones. Just a power play. If you think back to the Florida game, it's what Richard Samuel iced that game on. That same exact play. Finding a little bit of success with it against a very stingy LSU defense.
We go with 4 receivers in this set. 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Murray drops back. Here comes LSU. We get it to Charles. Caught at the 15. Charles down to the 12-yard line. Orson Charles. 41st catch of the year. Brandon Taylor and Eric Reed, the safeties for LSU, make the stop. And the Bayou Bengals have a man injured. That's Taylor in on the tackle. Slow to get up now. He's laying at the 12-yard line of the Bayou Bengals. Georgia has a 1st down.
And that's just too easy there for Georgia. Orson Charles, he was left uncovered. Nothing but a hitch route. Easy read for Aaron Murray. Puts it right on him. A little hitch return route. Good job. And a good job by Isaiah Crowell on that play as well on the block, giving Aaron Murray a little bit of time.
And that catch by Orson Charles also makes him the #1 tight end in reception yards in Georgia history as he passes Randy McMichael. And Orson, a Mackey Award finalist, one of the best at what he does in college football. When fire and water damage take control of your life, ServPro can help you take it back. ServPro, fire and water damage cleanup and restoration like it never even happened. Call 1-800-ServPro. LSU's injured player is up off the field now as a timeout has been called with 64 seconds left to go in the quarter. And let's go down to the sidelines to Chuck Dowdle for Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck?
Guys, as I was trying to get word up to you earlier, a couple of times now in this game, Isaiah Crowell has come out of the game on his own, limping pretty severely. He comes over, hangs out on the sideline, medical staff examines him, says he's good to go. He goes back in and then rips off a great run. Whatever works, I'm good for it.
Well, maybe that's in our bag of tricks. Okay, act like you're hurt, and it'll fool LSU. And then go in and rip off a 20-yard run. And then come back out.
Limping.
We'll see. Whatever, it's a fun first quarter for Georgia. The Dogs lead it 3-0 and threatening for more here. We need a touchdown, though. We've missed 2 of those already. We've missed those. Had to settle for 1 field goal, had to settle for another field goal try, and missed that. So we've left some points on the table here in the opening quarter.
Boy, that we have, and you're not going to get many chances against a defense like LSU. And in big games, playing quality opponents, you can't leave points on the field. It's exactly what we've done so far, but knocking on the door here again.
Bulldog football brought to you by BB&T, member FDIC. Brandon Smith in the ball game as the lone setback. So we swap out one #1 with dreads to another #1 with no dreads. And Brandon Smith will flare out and line up behind one of the receivers to the right. Murray with time throws it over the middle, and it is caught! Touchdown running from left to right. Aaron White, the senior tight end from Columbia, Missouri.
Just a dig route there from Aaron White. Malcolm Mitchell ran a shallow dig underneath him. I actually thought that's where Aaron Murray was going to go with the football. He bypasses Mitchell, gets it into Aaron White in a little bit of traffic, but a well-thrown football. This time we hang on to it.
Blair Walsh to try the point after to make it 10-0. There's the snap. It's a little high. Butler gets it down. The place is good. The hold is good. The kick is good. 10-0. Georgia leads #1 LSU here in the SEC Championship. Long way to go. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by AirTran Airways. Go. There's nothing stopping you. And every time Georgia scores, Georgia students win. Scana Energy, proud to donate $1,000 to the General Scholarship Fund for each touchdown scored by the Bulldogs. So far today, Scana donating $1,000. And the Dogs with a short drive there of 46 yards. 44 yards, in 6 plays. 12-yard touchdown pass from Murray to Aaron White. That great drive brought to you by Tires Plus, your local car care team. From tires to tune-ups, oil changes, brakes, and more, Tires Plus has everything dog fans need to make each drive a great drive. Visit Tires Plus online and on your smartphone at tiresplus.com. Before we kick it away, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. .42 seconds remaining in the first quarter. The Bulldogs get the first points and the first touchdown of the ball game and now lead it 10-0. And that touchdown pass from Aaron Murray, his 33rd of the season, as he continues to build on his own season touchdown passing record. And the touchdown reception for Aaron White was his 4th of the year, and the senior tight end, it's his 10th career touchdown, and certainly a memorable one. Aaron White is money on the road. Of those 10 touchdown catches, only 1 at home. The rest of them away from Sanford Stadium.
Well, and I'll tell you what, give the offensive line for Georgia some credit, too. LSU trying to apply pressure just with their 4 down linemen, and they are good. Make no mistake about that. But Georgia able to give Aaron Murray time, and he's been able to have time pretty consistently through this first quarter.
Brandon Bogate, the senior from San Diego, will kick it away and puts his foot into one. Wow. Deep kick. Oh, they're going to run it out. Claiborne going to run it out halfway deep in the end zone. And there's a flag as Claiborne crosses the 20. Just barely. We stack him up and toss him back. Let him go. Don't get another penalty. LSU's got a flag coming on them. And they'll start deep in a hole once again. It may be a hold on the Tigers. Claiborne ran it out about 6 yards deep out of the end zone. Blake Sailors, was he the one being held? Well, with good reason. Sailors is usually the one to make first contact.
During the return, holding 83 of the return team. Half the distance to the goal, first down.
Mitch Joseph, a tight end, called for holding as he was violating Blake Sailors, and they'll back him up inside the 10, back on the 8-yard line now.
And LSU plagued here by some pretty bad field position early on, but still they've not really tried to establish that running game. They've been put in some 3rd and long situations, not an area of strength.
Spencer Ware and J.C. Copeland, I formation for LSU. 1st and 10 on their own 7. Jefferson hands it to Ware. Looks for a hole off the right side of the line of scrimmage. Not a whole lot there. He crosses the 10, maybe to the 11 or 12. Sean Williams comes underneath to make the stop, as he will get about 5 yards on the carry out to the 12-yard line. We'll call it 4. They started from the 8. So 2nd down and 6 for LSU, and that may be the final play of the quarter.
A lot of run dogs here so far from the Georgia Bulldogs, bringing their inside linebackers up into the A gap.
And Jefferson with a fake snap count, and that's the end of the quarter. So they got up to the line,
the end of the first quarter,
but didn't get the playoff. 1 quarter in the books, and a good one for the Bulldogs. The red and black standing and letting this Georgia team know how they feel. They're up on their feet in the Georgia Dome. It's 10-0 Dogs. Timeout. Back to Atlanta after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Hey there, it's me, Summer. I heard you've been down since I left and wanted to remind you every season has its perks. For fall, it's new shows and movies with Charter on Demand. Watch a new episode of The Office or start a hit movie from the summer. I'll see you in June.
Goodbye, summer. Hello, Charter on Demand. Get the latest in primetime TV, hundreds of movies, HBO, and more. Service not available in all areas. Call 1-888-GET-CHARTER for details.
This is DJ Shockley, MVP quarterback of the 2005 SEC champion Bulldogs. Our team caught a few breaks to win the SEC, and right now, Metro PCS wants to give your team a break from high wireless bills. Get 4 unlimited lines for only $100. That's nationwide unlimited talk, text, and web with taxes and fees included. All on a nationwide network, all with no contracts. To find out more, visit metropcs.com and go Dogs. Restrictions apply, limited time offer. See store or metropcs.com for details.
The UGA Bookstore is the only place dog fans need to shop for all the latest Georgia apparel and gifts. Shop the UGA Bookstore before and after the game. The UGA Bookstore opens 7 days a week. You can also visit the UGA Bookstore online 24 hours per day, 7 days per week at UGAbookstore.com. That's UGAbookstore.com. It's where dogs shop. Go Dogs!
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from IMG.
Coach Vince Dooley talks about his patio room from Champion.
I knew I would like it, but I never realized that I would like it as much as I do.
Champion Window Siding and Patio Rooms, the nation's largest home improvement company, in business since 1953. Call 770-817-1953. That's 770-817-1953 for Champion.
When it comes to home improvements, Champion beats the competition hands down.
What if, when the gasoline station down the street had a sale, you got a notification emailed to you? Dear Hondo, $2 a gallon for the next 24 hours. That dream is reality when you sign up for AirTran Airways Net Escapes at airtran.com. For every sale or special fare they have, they send an email to all their Net Escape subscribers. Your email address will not be used for any other purpose, just to save money on airfare. Sign up today and start saving at airtran.com. AirTran Airways, go! There's nothing stopping you.
About to start the second quarter here in the 20th SEC Championship game. Georgia leading number 1 ranked LSU 10-0 as we go to quarter number 2. G Extras changed our name to GTV. GTV is the new home for the most online audio video coverage of your favorite Bulldogs sports. Log on to georgiadogs.com/all access with GTV, your fan no matter where you live. LSU second down and 6 from their own 12-yard line. They have no first downs and they have no passing yards. Z, what's going on with the mighty Bayou Bengals?
Well, I'll tell you, it's been a pretty good showing here by the Georgia defense, and field position has really hindered this LSU offense.
Hilliard and Ford in the backfield. I formation. Hilliard's the fullback. Jordan Jefferson down in the Georgia end of the Georgia Dome here. It's loud. Oh, he gets hit as he tosses it to Ford. He got the pitch away. We pursue it on the far side across the 15 to the 16. Bakari Rambo makes the stop. It's going to be short of the first down. Jarvis Jones laid the wood to Jordan Jefferson. My goodness, on that option pitch. It's going to be 3rd and about 2 for LSU from the 16-yard line. They picked up 4 on the play.
And a good open field tackle on Ford there by Bakari Rambo. LSU again running that little option play, speed option into the boundary. Had some room to run, but good sound tackle by Bakari outside.
Hilliard now moves to the tailback rather, and Copeland is the fullback. Well, they go with some beef in the backfield, and now Georgia's going to call a time.
Timeout, Georgia. Their first time out of the half.
14:23 to go, second quarter. Timeout here in the Georgia Dome in the SEC Championship game. It is Georgia 10, LSU nothing. We'll be back to Atlanta right after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Tebow stands in the shotgun, takes the snap, pressure, and he's eaten up at the 28-yard line.
Tim, you should have called Ackerman Security Systems for better protection. Neil Hondo Williamson for Ackerman. Protect your home and family for only $18.95 per month. Call Ackerman and switch for no fee and pay only $18.95 per month. 770-552-1111. 770-552-1111. Ackerman Security Systems, the official security provider of the Bulldog Nation.
Good afternoon, Tasty Cake Bakery.
I just tried a crimpet, and I love it.
Oh, I'm so glad. You never forget your first.
I've decided to stop baking since they're made with the same great ingredients that I use. What should I try next?
My personal favorite is peanut butter candy cakes. I love their fresh peanut butter. Or I'll start my day with a crumb-top coffee cake cupcake.
Why bake when there's Tasty Cake? With so many delicious cakes to choose from, there's something for everyone. Go ahead, pick up a Tasty Cake. Tasty Cake. One taste, and you'll get it.
Harold promised his 7-year-old son CJ that he would build him a fort. That's why Georgia Power wants to be the official energy partner of keeping Harold's promise. Not only will we help Harold build that fort by supplying the reliable electricity he'll need, but we'll give him a blueprint to fortify his home and help save energy. It's called EarthSense. With EarthSense, he'll find energy savings he didn't know he had, and he can get hundreds of dollars back in rebates when he makes energy efficiency improvements to his home. To learn more about EarthSense, go to GeorgiaPower.com. Georgia Power, official energy partner of you.
It will be 3rd down and 2 for LSU from their own 16 when play resumes. Dog fans, check out Atlanta's fastest growing Honda dealer, the all-new Sons Honda in McDonough, offering the lowest prices and the best service on Hondas. That be Sons. And Bulldog Football is brought to you by BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. Well, if you're an LSU fan and you're looking at these stats, man, they're just mind-boggling to you. They have no first downs, no passing yardage. Average starting field position in that first quarter for Georgia, our 41. For LSU, they're 15. 3rd and 2. They go into the eye. They flip-flop the tight end from right to left. LSU's moving from left to right. Jefferson hands off to Hilliard, and he will be stopped at the 16.5, maybe the 17. He didn't get the first down. Rambo, the safety, came up to make the hit along with Alec Ogletree, one of our inside linebackers, and they stop LSU short. Now it's decision time for the hat on the sideline over there. 4th down and a yard to go.
Boy, I'll tell you what, if Coach Miles down there, if he goes for it here, be one of the gutsiest calls of all time.
Gutsy? Or
I was trying to be kind.
It would be, but they will send the punting unit out. But you never know. Brad Wing to kick it away. Boykin, the deep man for Georgia. He stands on our 44. As Wing, who has boomed him today, will get another one. Holy smokes, look at that thing. High, hanging, wobbly. Boykin backpedaling, tackled on the 28-yard line. He didn't call a fair catch. He caught it backpedaling, and LSU with terrific coverage. Ron Brooks got down in a hurry on a 56-yard punt by Wing, and the Dogs will have it 1st and 10 at our own 27-yard line. Another timeout here in the Dome. 13:29 to go in the half. Georgia 10, LSU nothing. This is Bulldog Football from IMG.
At BB&T, sharing financial knowledge is our responsibility, our privilege, and our legacy. For more than 135 years, BB&T has been sharing the knowledge our clients need to move in a brighter financial direction. We also share a commitment to our community, supporting our schools, arts, and sports programs, helping businesses grow and families become homeowners. Because when you share knowledge, you share so much more. BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction.
Member FDIC. Loan subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
You're listening to the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
If you want to save big on the brands you and your family love, don't miss the Cartbuster Savings Event going on right now at your neighborhood Kroger. It's your chance to stock up and save on the items you buy most this time of year, like Coca-Cola, Starbucks coffee, Nestle Toll House morsels, and lots more of your favorites, all at special Cartbuster savings. So be sure to look for the Cartbuster tags store-wide and save big on the brands you love. Share your holiday magic with a little help from Kroger.
Stop by Kroger this week for real cart-busting savings. You'll get select 32-ounce Powerade or Powerade Zero for only 59 cents each. And choose from select varieties of Kellogg's cereal, just $1.99 each for 10 to 17-ounce boxes. For dinner, stock up on select frozen varieties of Lean Cuisine Cafe or casual entrees, or Stouffer satisfying servings entrees. Your choice, 4 for $10. And there's more. So grab your Plus card and don't miss the store-wide Cartbuster Savings Event going on now at Kroger.
Save thousands on your wireless bill with 4 unlimited lines for $100, or save hundreds on a full-featured no-contract phone for as little as $9 after mail-in rebate. Get nationwide unlimited talk, text, and web with taxes, fees included from Metro PCS Wireless for all. Let's go down to the sidelines. Chuck Dowdle for Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck?
Well, as you pointed out, Scott, LSU yet to complete a pass, yet Aaron Murray has already hit 4 different
Once
receivers.
Again, the play clock is malfunctioning. It will be kept on the field for the remainder of the half.
I like to let Matt talk when he has something to say.
No manners, I tell you.
Yeah, what can I tell you? But like I said, Georgia's spreading the ball around, and that's always a problem for defenses, even a talented one like the Tigers.
Second quarter, 13:29 to go. Charles and Lynch in the ball game. Two tight end set. I formation with Crowell the tail. Dogs moving right to left. We play fake. Throw it out quickly to Malcolm Mitchell. Caught at the 25. Mitchell to the 30. Mitchell to the 35. Up to the 36. And tackled by Claiborne and Reed. A couple of the secondary men, but close to a first down for Georgia. As Mitchell got across the 35 to the 36-yard line. It'll be a gain of 9 on the play. It'll be second down and 1.
Quick little fake on the dive. Stand up, get it outside to your wide receiver. Claiborne giving Malcolm Mitchell there 10 yards of space to catch it and go. Just a glorified running play, and a good job by Orson Charles downfield blocking his man. Remained in engagement about 15 yards down the field.
Average yards per play so far. Georgia 9 yards per play. LSU less than 2. Handoff goes to Crowell. Looks for some running room on the near side, left side of the line of scrimmage, and it's not there. Stephen Francois and Kevin Minter, a Sam and the Mike linebacker, make the tackle for LSU. No gain on the play. It's going to be 3rd and 1 for the Dogs. Clock moving at 12:25. We're in the second quarter here in the Georgia Dome. SEC championship game being led by Georgia right now, 10-0 over number 1 ranked and undefeated LSU. Marlon Brown splits out wide to the right. Single receiver set. 2 tight ends with Lynch and Charles. I formation. Crowell's the tail. Orson Charles goes in motion, slides back and forth. Hand off to Big Ogletree, the fullback, his second carry of the year, and it pays dividends. He gets the first down up to the 39-yard line. Benny Logan, the right tackle, makes the stop for LSU.
Boy, you can't take anything for granted. Ogletree hit there initially in the backfield, able to bounce off of that a little bit and find his way there for a couple of yards. But even 1 yard against this Tiger defense trying to run the football can be tough.
Xander Ogletree with his first carry of the season last week, and it was a big one, a 21-yard gain against Georgia Tech that helped set up a score. Gets the first down right there. 1st and 10 for the Dogs from our own 39, moving right to left. We slide the fullback in motion. Murray, play fake to the tailback. Murray's going to be sacked as he spun away from the pressure and falls down back on the 30-yard line. Kendrick Adams with pressure along with Brandon Taylor on a safety blitz. And it's going to be a loss on the play of almost 10 yards. Call it 9.5 back inside our own 30. It's going to be second and extra long now.
Boy, and that's just nothing that Aaron Murray can do there. Comes off of the play fake and has got 2 guys immediately in his face. It looked like the Dogs were trying to take a shot back deep across the field, down the field, but nowhere for Aaron to go with it.
34th sack for LSU. That's tops in the league, just 2 ahead of Georgia. Handoff, Carlton Thomas running straight ahead. Thomas hit at the 35. Did he fumble? The ball may have been loose. It may have popped out of there. There's a pileup at the 35-yard line. Officials say who covered it? Ben Jones fell on the football, our center.
Boy, good recognition there by Ben Jones. That ball got popped out and fell behind Carlton Thomas as he was moving down the field, clearly on the carpet. Ben Jones saw it right away, and big number 60 comes up with that football.
Montgomery, Logan, Brockers, and Adams across that defensive front for LSU. We go shotgun with Isaiah Crowell offset to Murray's right. 3 receivers set, 2 to the wide side. That's Bennett and King, and Malcolm Mitchell to the near side. 10 minutes to go in the quarter. Dogs lead it 10-0. We're in the second period here in the Georgia Dome. Snap to Murray. Drops back. Pressure. Steps up. Throws off the hands of Isaiah Crowell. Wide open. Another dropped pass. A little bit high. Isaiah was reaching up for it. Hit him right in the hands, however, and deflects incomplete. That's 4 drops now by Georgia receivers, and the Dogs will have to punt it.
Well, Aaron Murray had to move up in the pocket, and that was a tough pass to catch. I mean, it was on target, but Aaron threw that one with a little bit of velocity on it. Crowell, the check down, coming out of the backfield in a little angle route. Caught him a little bit by surprise, had to reach for it just a little bit.
Yeah, it was a little bit out in front of him, to be fair to Isaiah. It was a reaching, tough catch that was a little bit above eye level. Here's Butler with the punt. Pressure by LSU. They don't get it. Odell Beckham Jr. backpedaling and will field it at the 14. No fair catch. Twists away from the first set of tacklers, then runs out of bounds on the near sideline at the 20-yard line. Another good fine punt by Drew Butler as Beckham fielded it around the 17 or the 18-yard line. The punt was 51 yards. The return was 6 at the 20. We've got a timeout here in the Dome. 9:40 to go, first half. Georgia 10, LSU nothing. This is Bulldog football from IMG.
The ServPro franchise system knows that fire or water damage in your office building can have crippling effects. To minimize the losses for your property, call the cleanup and restoration specialists at 1-800-ServPro. ServPro franchise professionals are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with specialized equipment and personnel. That's 1-800-ServPro or visit servpro.com. The ServPro franchise system is faster to any size disaster to help make it like it never even happened. ServPro franchises are independently owned and operated.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from IMG.
Atlanta and North Georgia Subway restaurants are satisfying in so many ways. Great taste, custom-made subs, $5 footlong subs, and $3.99 daily 6-inch fresh value meals. Eat well and receive good value. Subway, play hard, eat fresh. Additional charge for extras.
Georgia legend Vince Dooley for Champion Window Siding and Patio Rooms.
Anything that you do, you certainly want to do it at your best. And it's true of anything that you want to be a part of. And in this case, Champion is the best.
Champion Window Siding and Patio Rooms. In business since 1953. Call 770-817-1953. That's 770-817-1953 for Champion.
Champion, your all-American home improvement company.
Arson is the leading cause of wildfire. It's a crime punishable by severe penalties, and rewards are offered for information leading to the conviction of an arsonist. Keep your eyes open and keep in touch with the Georgia Forestry Commission at gatrees.org. .940 to play, second quarter. Dogs 10, Tigers nothing. Bulldog football brought to you by BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. First down for LSU. Sounds funny to say that because they don't have any first downs. They have 0, and they have 0 passing yards.
Jefferson's tried to throw the football 4 times. He's 0 for 4, and not a whole lot going for him on the ground, but a lot of football left to play.
LSU moving left to right here in the Dome, up to the line. Jefferson in the shotgun. And that's Alfred Blue in the backfield behind him. 3 receivers set. A man in the slot to the left side. Actually, he's a wing. There's the snap. Handoff to Blue. Blue looking for running room at the 20. Starts right and cuts back left and gets maybe a yard or 2. Cornelius Washington up to make the tackle. Garrison Smith had a beat on him, but he was able to get away from Garrison, and Garrison lost his helmet on the play as well. LSU quickly up to the line at the 22. Second down and 8. They snap it to Jefferson. He throws a lateral down the line, left side to Blue, and he's caught by Boykin behind the line of scrimmage. Where will they give him progress? Up near the line of scrimmage, they will say, around the 20. Or the original line. Anyway, it's going to be a loss of a couple. Back to the 20-yard line, 3rd and 10.
Another play, Brandon Boykin, just great recognition, saw the little swing pass. LSU now moving into the pistol formation, putting Jefferson in the shotgun, trying to pick up the tempo a little bit. But Brandon Boykin saw that swing right from the get-go, was able to split a couple of LSU blockers to make the tackle.
3 receivers set. They're in the shotgun. The back is offset to Jefferson's left. That's Alfred Blue. Jefferson at 6'5", takes the snap, pump fake, throws it hard at the feet of the intended receiver, Ruben Randall, and incomplete. And it's going to be 4th down and 10.
Well, good coverage right there. Actually, Jefferson had to pull that football down, was going to throw it. Had a Georgia defender jump up in his field of vision, and Sanders Cummings there on the coverage. Good job, Georgia, defensively.
Jefferson now 1 for 6 in this ball game. Passing the football, his only completion was to Blue in the left flat for a loss of 2 yards. Brad Wing to punt it away. Boykin, the deep man, to receive the kick. There's the snap. Wing gets his foot into another one. A long, hanging spiral. And Boykin fumbled it. Now he picks it up on the bounce. He tries to curl around and away from the coverage team of LSU. Boy, the Dogs get a break there as Boykin tried to catch it running with his back to the line of scrimmage over the shoulder. got his hand on it, then fumbled it and picked it up on a Sunday hop, and the Dogs have it at our own 13-yard line. Tackle was made by Luke Muncie for LSU after a 67-yard net punt by Wing. Timeout here in the Georgia Dome. Georgia 10, LSU nothing. Dogs ball when we come back to Atlanta on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Coach Rick on Ford Trucks.
Every day I'm commuting, and I got to get good gas mileage. When you get inside the Ford F-150 and you crank up the engine, you know you're in a powerful vehicle. You don't have to give up fuel economy to have a great truck. With the EcoBoost, you're going to get the power of 8 cylinders with the economy of a 6-cylinder engine.
Ford F-150 with V6 EcoBoost. Find yours today at shopfordnow.com. EPA estimated 16 city, 22 highway, 18 combined MPG 4x2.
Georgia Saturdays built Ford tough.
You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
We all take pride in being Georgians. We watch our boys become men. We watch our men become fathers. And we entrust them with what we left behind. We became Local 72 in 1891, right before the Dogs ran their very first play from the line of scrimmage. For us, it's about keeping Georgia strong and men working. It's a tradition as valuable as the team we love.
Next time you've got the late night munchies, I've got the answer for you. It's Applebee's with their half-off night bites. From 10 p.m. till close, you get 50% off appetizers at Applebee's. Choose from zesty wings, cheeseburger sliders, spicy chili cheese nachos, and more. 12 apps to choose from. And remember, the Athens and Atlanta area Applebee's are open until midnight or later 7 days a week. Pair your appetizer with Applebee's Parrot Head Rita for only $2.99. Miller Lite and Bud Light Draft are only $1.50. Half-off night bites, 10 p.m. to close, only at Applebee's. $8:15 to play in the second quarter, and the Dogs will have the ball and leading LSU 10-0. This in-game recap is brought to you by Regions Bank. Well, the Dogs absolutely dominated, that first quarter. LSU still with no first downs, and their passing yardage is in negative territory. Their total yardage in the ball game, if I can find it on here, where is it on the screen? 15 yards. Is that? No, that's plays. Oh, there it is. 16 yards. Thank you. 16 yards to 142 for Georgia. The Dogs have missed a couple opportunities, though. We dropped 2 touchdown passes and missed a field goal, but we have a touchdown pass to Aaron White. And we have a field goal from Blair Walsh. We've even recovered an onside kick today.
And it was the first quarter where we had tremendous field position. That has seemed to flip here as Wing has punted us back and flipped the field every time. So that advantage has dissipated somewhat.
Yeah, Brad Wing, their freshman punter, has definitely been their MVP here in the quarter. Handoff goes to Isaiah Crowell, runs outside the right tackle and doesn't find a lot of space there. Benny Logan, the right tackle for LSU, makes the stop after no gain on the play. They'll put the ball back down on the 13-yard line. Second down and 10.
And the field position making a difference in what Bobo wants to call. Came out early on with the good field position, spread it out and threw it a lot. Now having to go more I formation, trying to run it, get at least one first down before we start spreading it out.
Clock moving, but the game clocks are not functioning in the stadium. They're keeping the play clock, on the field, so that makes it a little more difficult. We hand it off to Crowell. Again, stopped near or just beyond the line of scrimmage. You may have gotten a half a yard. Running right, Markevius Mingo, a very talented left end, a sophomore from West Monroe, Louisiana, makes the stop. And what do they call it? Gain of a yard. They put the ball down on the 14. And it'll be 3rd down and 9 for the Dogs.
Dogs taking their time right now, trying to eat up a little bit of this clock as they've got some bad field position.
Brown and Conley, the receivers. Orson Charles in the slot, split the backfield. We go in the shotgun. Murray avoids one tackler on a sack, but it doesn't avoid another as big Sam Montgomery got in the second go-around and drops him for a loss back inside the 5-yard line. A loss of 9 back to the loss of 11 back to the 3-yard line, and now the Dogs are in a severe hole and will have to punt out of the end zone.
You just can't get into 3rd and long situations against this defense, specifically this defensive line. 33 sacks coming into the game. These guys know how to rush the passer. If they know what you're going to do, they're going to pin their ears back, and they're going to get back to the quarterback.
Second sack of the game, and see what Wing did. He flipped the field on that last punt. Now the Dogs have to kick out of a hole, and Matthew is standing at midfield to receive Butler's punt. Snap is good. The kick is a beaut from Butler. Long wobbler. Going to be taken by Matthew at the LSU 38-yard line. He avoids one man, hits to the near side with blocks. Breaks the tackle at the 50, at the 40. We grab his shirt tail, can't catch him. Still on his feet, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown.
Boy, I'll tell you what, it looked like they got away with the clip, too. Blocked somebody. It was close to being in the back.
And Bakari Rambo is injured on the play. Still on the turf at the 39. A 62-yard punt return, perhaps. It looked like Matthew caught it around the 37 or 38-yard line. A 62-yard punt return for a score for LSU. Matthew second in the league in punt return average, averaging almost 14 yards a return. That was well over 14 in his second touchdown return in as many weeks. He had a 92-yard punt return last week against Arkansas. Now we've got a couple of players, Herrera and Cummings, walking over towards the LSU sideline, jawing with some of the LSU players. They've got a big offensive lineman off the sideline over there. We just need to play some football. LSU waiting on the point after try as Rambo is up and walking off under his own power, but he doesn't look like he's very comfortable in doing it. Was there a block in the bag? Did
Boy,
you see
it was border. It was close. It just on the replay here, it looked like they got us in the back. Obviously, full speed. It was close.
Point after try by Ali Maul for LSU to make it 10-7. The kick is up, and the kick is good. So a 62-yard punt return by Tyrann Mathieu. And there's that special teams play that we said could sway the outcome of this one, and LSU gets the first one on special teams as far as the score is concerned. 10-7, Dogs lead here, getting late in the second quarter, 5:48 to go. Let's check in with Cabell Philpott in our IMG Network studios. Cab?
Thanks, Scott. Charter on demand scoreboard at halftime in Waco. 17th ranked Baylor up 24-21 on Texas. Also, 18th ranked TCU hammering UNLV towards the end of that game, 56-9, 7
What's
touchdowns,
that?
5 on the ground for the Horned Frogs. Guys, back to you.
5:48 to play. First half, 10-7. LSU gets on the board on a Tyrann Mathieu 62-yard punt return. There may or may not have been a missed call on a block in the back or a clip near midfield. I didn't see it. Hondo, I think you saw it, or Zaire, you saw it?
I'll tell you, it looked awfully close. It may have got his head in front of our guy, but boy, it looked like it was right in the back. At least that's the direction I'm going to go.
Dogs still out front, and LSU will be kicking it off. We'll see if Boykin can give us some good field position with a decent return here when play resumes. Aaron Murray today, 8 of 17 throwing the football. We've had 4 dropped passes today, so don't forget that. And 2 that would have been touchdowns. 1 was in the end zone, 1 was at the 5. That would have been a score. Murray, 8 for 17, 109 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. We've run the ball for only 23 yards, but minus 11 here in this quarter. LSU's only run it for 18 yards. So the offensive numbers aren't stellar. Georgia's could be a lot better, but again, I go back to the dropped passes.
Well, you left some points on the board if you're the Georgia Bulldogs. Still a lot of football left to be played. You know this LSU team, you don't go undefeated in the SEC if you don't find ways to win. You knew that they were going to strike. We talked about this in the pregame show. When adversity strikes, how do you respond? And this drive for Georgia offensively going to be very, very important starting with this return. And we've got to get back into a little better field position so we can spread it out. Where we've had success is putting the ball in Aaron Murray's hands and throwing the football.
James Hairston to kick it away for LSU. Teed up on the 30, will be kicking from left to right. Boykin the deep man. Hairston approaches, And a low knuckleball going to be fielded on the 5 by Boykin. It's returnable. 10, 15, 20, 24, and right there is where he goes down. He went right into the wedge or right behind it, and there's apparently a flag on the play. Yes, back at the LSU may have been offsides on the kick. Jarvis Landry made the tackle for LSU, but let's check the play. Offsides on LSU. We'll see what the Dogs decide to do. And we're getting a report from the sidelines and Chuck Dowdle on Bakari Rambo after he was shaken up moments ago.
Kicking team number 42. 5-yard penalty for the previous spot. Re-kick.
Let's go down to Chuck for a Cook's Pest Control report. Chuck, what news do you have for us?
Well, first of all, just the Bakari Rambo came off the field being shaken up a while ago on the punt return, but I'm being told he is fine and he will return to the game, and obviously the Dogs need their top ball hawk back there in that secondary.
No doubt about that. And Georgia will make LSU kick it off again, this time from the 25. Hairston didn't have a good kick. It was a low knuckleball that came down straight to Brandon Boykin at the 5-yard line. And this time we'll send Brandon Smith back there. So we switch it up on the return men. We'll see if LSU switches anything up. Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T, one of the nation's strongest banks, just around the corner. Member FDIC. Hairston to kick it off again. He's kind of grinding at the turf with his foot. I don't think he's going to dig a hole in this field turf, is he?
Well, I'll tell you,
you used to do with your heel.
That's right.
Put the ball in there.
The turf is a little bit slippery, so trying just probably to get a little bit of traction. He might have slipped a little bit on that last kick.
Brandon Smith, the deep man. Artie Lynch and Xander Ogletree, the upbacks for Georgia on the kick receive team. 10-7, Dogs lead LSU. The Tigers just scored on a 62-yard punt return. Hairston gets a high end-over-end kick. Going to be taken by Smith on the 3. Straight ahead, 10, 15, stops, spins at the 20, 25, shakes the man, and the kicker's going to bring him down, I think. Hairston made the tackle at the 27-yard line. There's another flag on the play. Do you see a flag?
There is a flag on the play, right, 27-yard line.
Right at the, well, not where the tackle was made, but close to it.
27 of the receiving team. 10-yard penalty to the spot of the foul. First down. The play clock is once again operational.
Oh, sweet. It's working. Well, the Dogs will be backed up, however, after the hold on Nick Marshall. But they apparently missed one on the long punt return by LSU. Dogs have the ball on our own 19-yard line. Plenty of time on the clock to try to do something offensively here and get those points back.
And the Dogs come back out in their 3-wide formation. This is where they've had the most success throwing the football, trying to spread this defense out of LSU.
1st and 10 from the 19, but the officials still holding the football here. And now they're going to move it back a yard to the 18, I believe.
Correction, the penalty will be enforced from the end of the run. 10 yards, first down.
So they moved it back a yard. 1st and 10, Georgia on the Bulldog 18-yard line, leading LSU 10-7 here in the second quarter of the SEC Championship. Murray drops back in the shotgun. Carlton Thomas is the lone setback. Offset to Murray's left. 3-receiver set. Snap to Murray in the pocket. Throws it over the middle, and it's dropped with a man trying to reach around him and break it up. Orson Charles couldn't hang on. Kevin Minter, the Mike linebacker, was bothering Orson, preventing him from catching the football, and it's incomplete.
Boy, Minter just all over Orson Charles there, maybe a little bit before that ball got to him.
2nd down and 10 from our 18-yard line. Clock stopped with 5:30 to go in the quarter. Murray stays in the shotgun. Thomas stays in the backfield. Jones over the football. Ben will snap it. Murray will drop back on the 10. Steps up in the pocket. Fires. Open. Caught. Tavares King at the 25. Tries to spin away from the tackler and is going to be driven down around the 26. And now here comes a flag in as LSU just kept driving and kept pushing and pushed King all the way back to the 11, and they throw a flag on it. Therold Simon, a 6'3" sophomore cornerback, on the tackle for LSU, and it may be a little unnecessary roughness. We shall see. Or a face mask. Far side of the field is where that activity was taking place.
Well, we had a player downfield. I actually think it was
During the
Carlton
play,
Thomas.
personal foul, unnecessary roughness, number 22 of the defense. 15-yard penalty at the end of the run, automatic first down.
That helps. Ryan Baker, one of their linebackers, a senior from Grand Ridge, Florida, flagged for the personal foul. They'll mark off 15 yards after the end of the run, and the Dogs will be out of a bit of a hole all the way up to the 41-yard line.
Well, Carlton Thomas had gotten down the field, had run a flat route. Tavares King ran his curl. Complimentary route was a flat route. He had made his way back up around where Tavares was just standing by the pile. And LSU comes and just clocks him, and they got him.
3 receivers in for Georgia, 1 wide to the right. That's Mitchell. Bennett and King to the near side. Work out of the shotgun with Thomas in the backfield. Murray to throw, and the ball, was it tipped at the line of scrimmage? It may have been a tip by Mingo on that right edge of the line. Tipped it incomplete. Didn't quite get to the intended receiver, who was Carlton Thomas, out on the right side near the LSU sideline. It'll bring up 2nd down and 10 now. Clock stops with 4:51 to go in the second quarter.
And LSU has made an adjustment here. They were playing a lot of quarters. They've gone now to man, and they're walking somebody up over the head of Orson Charles.
They've got Matthew in the slot, looking like he wants to blitz on this play. Here's Crowell getting a handoff, runs right tackle, and boy, he ran into a brick wall on the right side. My goodness, Mentor, as Crowell slammed into the LSU linebacker and goes down just beyond the line of scrimmage. They'll put the ball at the 41-yard line. Well, right on the line of scrimmage, no gain. 3rd down and 10 for the Dogs. Clock moving, less than 4.5 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Yeah, it was a run check there. Good read by Aaron Murray. We were trying to get a big lineman up on the middle linebacker, just couldn't do it.
Murray looks to the near sideline. Georgia flashes in the offensive signals from there. Play clock at 10. Dogs with a 3-point lead, trying to sustain a drive here on 3rd and 10. Snap to Murray, drops back, pressure by LSU. He avoids it, throws it deep near sideline, and it is broken up by Claiborne, nearly picked off by the All-American corner. Trying to go to Tavares King on a deep route near sideline at the LSU 10, but Claiborne was able to break up the pass play, and the Dogs will have to punt it away on 4th and 10 with 3:55 to go in the second quarter.
Yeah, Claiborne's not the guy that you want to go after and try to pick on. He leads this LSU team with 5 interceptions.
Murray now 9 for 20 in the half. 9 for 21 make it with 117 yards to his credit. Matthew back deep. Let's see if the Dogs try to kick it away with Drew Butler. There's the snap. Butler kicks it. High hanging spiral. Matthew will not call a fair catch, and we cover it and tackle him at the 11, Blake Sailors. Sailors with excellent coverage downfield makes the stop at the 11, just a millisecond after the little guy Matthew caught that punt from Butler, a 50-yarder. Both punters are just booming it today.
Yeah, and a great directional punt there by Butler as well. That ball about 3 or 4 yards from the sideline, nowhere for Matthew to go with the football once he caught it, and great coverage on top of that.
Actually a 48-yard kick by Butler, and LSU has it on its own 11-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Tigers. They trail Georgia 10-7. Dogs fake the blitz. LSU lines up in the eye with Ware, the tailback. Play fake. Jefferson sets up in the pocket. Jenkins going to get him, and he goes down. He tossed the ball before he went down. He tossed it to Ware. Just a little scoop shovel up in front of him behind the line of scrimmage. Spencer Ware caught it and gets positive yardage out of it. How about that? Up to the 20-yard line.
Boy, great play there by Jefferson. Big John Jenkins all over him. Just couldn't wrap him up. And as he's falling down, Jefferson finding a way to flip that ball to one of his guys. Great individual effort by Jefferson.
9-yard gain. 2nd and 1. Jefferson handoff Ware. Boom! Hit in the backfield at the 19. Holy smokes. What a shot. Was that Ogletree? It was. Alec Ogletree in a collision with Spencer Ware. And Ware goes down at the 20.
And the Dogs continue to bring the pressure in the A-gap, so bring in linebackers. All these are blitzes designed to stop the run and take away this running attack from LSU.
Clock under 3 minutes. 3rd down, a yard to go from the LSU 20. LSU in the Georgia end here in the Georgia Dome down to our left. I formation. They quickly break out of the huddle. They flip-flop the tight end right to left. Dogs crowd the line. We've got 8 in the box. I formation. Ware's the tail. They toss it to him. Ware tries to hit the outside corner. We hit him behind the line and pull him down. Alec Ogletree, no first down for you. Ogletree with 2 great tackles on this series. It's going to be 4th down for LSU.
And good penetration there, too, by Cornelius Washington, getting in the way, forcing Ware to get outside, kind of off his path that he wanted to get, and then Alec Ogletree filling that hole.
My goodness, 2 terrific tackles by the sophomore linebacker from Noonan. It's 4th down and a yard to go from the 20. Play clock's at 15. LSU was over near the sideline discussing it. Now I think they're going to call a time. They will.
Timeout LSU, the first timeout of the half.
Well, the defense, has rejuvenated this Georgia crowd with 1:51 to go, and LSU perhaps being forced to punt. You would think so. 4th and 1 on your own 20-yard line.
Well, you would think so. They've struggled moving the football. Even if they get a first down here by going for it, a long way to move. This Georgia defense playing so well, maybe creating a little impatience here on the part of LSU. Who knows? We'll see what happens. Les Miles has been known to pull every trick out of the bag in football games, and it pays off for him quite often. The timeout here, we're going to come out. We'll be prepared for hopefully whatever they bring at us. But you're right. This Georgia defense playing exceptional football right now.
4th and 1 for LSU. They called a timeout. Stops the clock with 1:51 to play in the first half. Dogs lead it 10-7. Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T. One of the nation's strongest banks is just around the corner. Member FDIC. And by Tasty Cake, candy cakes, crimpets, and cupcakes. Tasty Cake. One taste, and you'll get it. The offensive numbers for LSU are practically non-existent. Their total yards here in the half, 25 yards of total offense, 18 on the ground, 7 through the air. Georgia with 140 total yards, 23 rushing, and 117 passing. LSU's lone score came on a 62-yard punt return that may or may not have been aided by a block in the back. Brad Wing on to kick it away for LSU. Boykin back deep for Georgia as he talks to one of the officials and backpedals near the 40-yard line. Wing has been just kicking the fool out of the ball in this first half, but then again, so has Drew Butler.
Yeah, both punters have been able to effectively flip the field.
From the 20 line of scrimmage, Wing kicks it from the 9. Doesn't quite get a whole foot into this one. It's going to bounce on the 19, or the 39 rather, and take a LSU bounce. Boykin will field it on the bounce, about a 10-yard hop, and he collects it at the 30 and is hit right there by Barkevius Mingo. Oh, that was still a 50-yarder. Didn't look like it, but it was still a 50-yard punt. Dogs will have the ball. Minute 42 to go in the half and leading 10-7. Let's go down to the sidelines and Chuck Dowd will check in on a Cook's Pest Control report. Chuck?
Well, this isn't good news. An injury update. Michael Gilliard has left the game and has now gone to the locker room on crutches with his right ankle taped in ice.
All right, that is not good news. Second leading tackler on this defense. We'll see if the Dogs can mount something here in the last minute 42 of the half. Georgia with 2 timeouts remaining. We'll go 3-4 receivers and go out of the shotgun. Crowell's in the backfield. Murray takes the quick snap. They set up a screen to Isaiah. That goes nowhere. In fact, it loses yardage back at the 27. Michael Brockers, the left tackle, immediately read that one was all over Isaiah Crowell, and there wasn't a whole lot of blocking over there to set up the screen as well.
No, pretty well read there by LSU, and Georgia just trying to find something at that one play to get a little bit of momentum going. Now it looks like they're going to take their time and try to run out this clock here at the end of the first half. We get the ball coming out at the second half as well, remember.
Handoff, Crowell out of the shotgun. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage back at the 25, maybe the 26-yard line by Brockers, and he flexes for the crowd in the end zone.
Their second timeout of the half. Be a 30-second timeout.
So the Tigers stop the clock with 64 seconds left, and 3rd down and long coming up for Georgia, as they will try to get the ball back here and maybe try to do something with it. The Dogs will be staring at 3rd down and 14, and suddenly both defenses have really taken over this ball game.
Yeah, they really have, and Georgia's been plagued here in this second quarter by not having nearly as good a field position as we had in the first quarter, where it opened up the playbook more for us. We've been really pushed back in so deep in our territory. We've tried to protect the edges, have gone I formation, tried to run the football, so we've been forced because of field position out of the game plan that we had coming into this football game.
Zia just looked at a replay on Tyrann Matthews' punt return, and CBS is showing this replay. He flipped the ball to the official, it looks like, before the ball broke the plane. Watch this replay. Look at that.
Boy, he sure did.
He's flipping the ball. He didn't have the ball when he crossed the goal line. We're just now seeing that.
Wow.
That's their only score. And there may have been a block in the back on that play. But I don't want to harp on that.
So we take the 7 points off, right, because of that?
Oh, let's go to the booth for a replay. 3rd down and long for Georgia. Murray back to pass, sets up, throws it deep, far side. He's got a man breaking open. Mitchell, broken up on a tremendous effort by LSU secondary man, Therrod Simon.
Boy,
and Mitchell had a step on him on 3 secondary defensemen for LSU, but the ball was a little bit short. Mitchell unable to get it as Simon was able to deflect it away.
Yeah, Mitchell ran right past that quarters coverage. Actually had a couple of steps on 2 LSU guys. Aaron Murray, a little bit on his back foot, had some guys that he had to maneuver around in the pocket and couldn't get everything onto that ball.
Good play by the LSU cornerback, a 6'3 sophomore. If he's a 5'11 sophomore, he probably doesn't make that play. Butler with the punt for Georgia. A low, wobbly spiral, going to bounce on the 31, taken by Matthew on the bounce. He fields it on the far side of the field and pushed out of bounds, where at the 32-yard line by Ty Fricks, the snapper, collects the tackle for Georgia. And LSU will have the ball. They'll put it on the 33, actually. 33-yard line for LSU on their own 33 with 47 seconds to go in the half, trailing 10-7.
LSU in their last series out tried to pick up the tempo and go no huddle. That obviously couldn't get really going. Brandon Boykin made a nice tackle on a swing pass that took him out of that rhythm.
LSU on its own 33, 1st and 10. Jefferson drops back to pass. He has time. Zings one down the middle. Boy, he's just flinging it, but not with much accuracy. It's incomplete. Trying to go to Russell Shepard between the hash marks. Cornelius Washington had good up the field pressure on the defensive push by Georgia's front line. Washington looks like he's a little shaken up too, trying to shake off the effects of a hit. 2nd down and 10 for LSU from their 33. Clock at 41 seconds. Jefferson will stay in the shotgun. Blue is offset to his left. Jefferson dancing around, pressure. He just flings it. That's got to be grounding. He wasn't outside the tackle box, and there comes the flag. Alec Ogletree was sacking him around the 16-yard line, and Jefferson, who was still in the tackle box, just backpedaling, just flung it into the Georgia sideline. And Matt Austin, the referee, after a couple of seconds of trying to dig his flag out of his pocket, finally drops it.
Yeah, there was no question about that. A little delay there, as you said, Scott, in getting that flag out, but no doubt about that. He was still in the pocket, not outside of the tackle box.
Intentional grounding is the call. And now we'll see. LSU might just try to kill the clock, but Georgia still has 2 timeouts left. We'll see what the Dogs might try to do. It's a loss of down, so it's going to be 3rd down.
Intentional grounding, number 9 of the offense. Ball will be placed in the spot of the foul. Loss of down, 3rd down.
So LSU back on the 16-yard line. We stop them here, call a time. We can get them to punt it with their sledgehammer back there. Maybe we get a good return, or he happens to kick one off the side of his foot, which hasn't happened yet today.
Well, it hasn't happened. Even one that he misses a little bit goes 50 yards. We've seen all these go 65 yards in the air, or seemingly 65 yards in the air. It looked like a 20-yard punt that went 50.
3rd and 27 for LSU. There's the snap. Handoff goes to Ford. Running left side, trying to get wide to the corner. Going to be tackled by Christian Robinson and Brandon Boykin. And the Dogs stop the clock with 29 seconds left as we use a timeout. LSU got it up to the 20, a gain of 4.
Timeout, Georgia. Their second timeout of the half. Be a 30-second timeout.
All right. Do you put it on the block here, or do you try to set up a return?
I try to set up a return right now, and hopefully you get enough of a return that one or two plays get you into field goal position. But the way that Wing's been punting this football, maybe you go after him and try to spook him a little bit.
Let's take a 10-second break for station identification. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Clear. Mics are up.
Brandon Boykin back deep to receive the punt. He's the Dogs' top punt returner at almost 10 yards per return. Here's Wing with another enormous, beautiful punt. We ran into the kicker. He's down, and there's a flag. And Boykin bobbles the ball way downfield back on the 25 before going out of bounds. But a flag back on the 9-yard line as Damian Swan ran into the kicker. And I don't know if it was roughing. Now, if it was just running in, that's a 5-yard penalty, right? If it's roughing, it's a 15 and a first down. But if it's just running into the kicker, it may only be 5 yards.
Well, I'll tell you what.
That wouldn't be a first down.
No, and I think it's going to be – he was trying to pull up, just bumped into him. Wing coming down the field and talking a lot of trash on top of it all.
Well, he is an Australian rules football player.
Yeah, but punters can't talk trash.
They can't if they're from Australia. Crikey. Officials are talking it over. Georgia's kind of milling around on its sideline. LSU is on its sideline while the officials figure out exactly where to spot the ball and what will be done about Swan running into their kicker, Wing. 19 seconds on the clock here in the second quarter as the game has slowly grinded to a halt here late in the second quarter.
Running into the kicker, defense number 5. That penalty's declined. First down.
So they let it stand. Georgia will have the ball way back down to the other end of the field at the 26-yard line with only 19 seconds left. One timeout remaining for Georgia. The Bulldogs lead at 10-7. LSU only 3 back with practically 0 offense in the first half. They have 12 total yards of offense, but yet they trail by only 3.
Well, and it's missed opportunities there by Georgia where we've left 14 points on the table, or I guess 11 points on the table. We did get a field goal out of one of those, but could easily have 21 points right now with the drop passes. And then LSU, you know that they can hurt you even on special teams.
Dogs will take a knee, let the clock run out to end the half, head into the locker room, leading the number 1 ranked and undefeated LSU Tigers by a score of 10-7. They'll be satisfied with that. Let's go down to Chuck. It's brought to you by Metro PCS. He's with the coach, Mark Richt.
Yes, indeed, Scott. And here comes Coach Richt. Coach, I know despite the fact that you feel like you left some points out there, you got to be pleased with the defense and the lead.
Well, the defense is kicking butt. The offense has actually had a pretty good day of it. We just dropped a couple balls. We just got to settle down and play football.
All right. Thank you very much, Coach. There you go. He's right. Just dropped a couple. Just settle down, play football, because right now LSU doing nothing on offense.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. And that conversation with the coach brought to you by Metro PCS, wireless for all. We're at halftime in the Georgia Dome, SEC Championship, and Georgia leads at intermission 10-7 over LSU. Hondo and the gang standing by for halftime. That's next here on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
What if, when the gasoline station down the street had a sale, you got a notification emailed to you? Dear Hondo, $2 a gallon for the next 24 hours. That dream is reality when you sign up for AirTran Airways Net Escapes at airtran.com. For every sale or special fare they have, they send an email to all their Net Escape subscribers. Your email address will not be used for any other purpose, just to save money on airfare. Sign up today and start saving at airtran.com. AirTran Airways, go! There's nothing stopping you.
Introducing My Lowe's, a revolutionary new collection of online tools designed to simplify the way you manage, maintain, and do things around your house. It's a playbook for your home, a place for stats like home specs, room dimensions, paint colors, and more. You can even set reminders for things like replacing air and water filters. My Lowe's is in its rookie season, so this is just the beginning. Find out more at Lowe's.com/My Lowe's. Lowe's, never stop improving.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from IMG.
Problems are bad. IBEW is good. Cost overruns, downtime, code violations are all bad things. Bad for your bottom line and bad for your reputation. Just plain bad. Do you want to avoid bad things? Hire good people. Well-trained people who know how to get the job done right the first time. You're taking a big risk with non-union electricians. IBEW electrical workers are simply better trained, and that means fewer problems on your job site, fewer headaches. Go Dogs!
The top dog in Georgia rides the Chevy. For every home game, Russ rides in a new Chevy Suburban. And the best place to shop for a new Chevy is GeorgiaBestChevy.com. Over 5,000 new Chevys available, from the 42-mile-per-gallon Chevy Cruze to the work-ready Silverado. Every new Chevy is backed with a 5-year, 100,000-mile warranty. The top dog deserves the top ride. Chevrolet. See your Georgia Best Chevy dealers. Details at GeorgiaBestChevy.com.
We've reached the midway point of today's game and the BB&T halftime show. BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Anchoring our coverage, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
Good evening from Atlanta, the Georgia Dome, and the SEC championship game where the Dogs are shocking the nation and the Tigers right now. It's 10-7. Georgia leads Louisiana State University in one of the greatest defensive showings I can remember seeing in any time. Georgia has allowed LSU 12 net yards from 2002 until today. No SEC team had gone an entire first half, at least, without a first down. LSU has not gotten a first down in this game. LSU's only score coming on a punt return with a questionable fumble at the end and a questionable no call on a block in the back as well. Nonetheless, the Dogs lead at 10-7. We'll get the ball to start the second half. Score a touchdown with Geico. In just 15 minutes, you can save 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO today for your free rate quote. Well, Dogs receiver Chris Conley has had a terrific freshman season, including a touchdown catch against Georgia Tech last week. Steve Bell has our halftime profile of Chris Conley, your State Farm Athlete of the Week.
Thank you, Hondo, and hello, Dog fans. Dallas, Georgia native Chris Conley is now a potent target for Aaron Murray, averaging 19.1 yards per catch coming into today's championship game. An extremely well-spoken young man, Chris has become a favorite of the media, and the attention hasn't changed him.
Chris is still pretty much the same person, someone who's trying to work and get better, someone who came in not with a lot of hype and realizes who he's playing for and how he's blessed. So I guess he's the same person, just getting better as a player.
What helps you keep grounded when all of this extra publicity has come your way?
Definitely knowing where I came from. My family has a great way of keeping my head straight, and my parents raised me, to be a God-fearing young man, and I know that I'm blessed to have this opportunity, and it's definitely not me who got me here.
Tell me what you like to do in your spare time when you do have some.
I love to play music. Music is a big part of my life. I play acoustic guitar, and whenever I'm, not doing anything, I'll always be sitting around a computer listening to some music, singing, or something like that.
And Hondo, Chris describes himself as a connoisseur of all kinds of music, loves John Mayer, and even sings some Michael Bublé. I'm Steve Bell with Chris Conley, your State Farm Athlete of the Week.
All right, thank you, Steve. Nice job. More from the Dome and the SEC championship game when the BB&T halftime show continues. Georgia leading top-ranked and undefeated LSU 10-7. This is the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
If you manage a large company that uses a lot of natural gas, you ought to take a look at Texaco Natural Gas. We've been serving big users of natural gas in Georgia since 1985. Texaco is one of the largest acquirers and suppliers of natural gas in the Southeast. By sending our gas through both the Southern Natural Gas and Transcontinental Gas pipelines, Texaco provides a very reliable supply at a very competitive price. So give Texaco a call today and start saving money for your company tomorrow. Texaco Natural Gas Company, winner of the National Customer Service Satisfaction Survey Award for the past 5 years. Call 404-231-1165 or go to Texaco.com.
What is living solid? It starts with you staying in control of your money, wherever life takes you and whatever your goals. And SunTrust is always there to help. With smart conveniences like mobile banking and a team of passionate people always ready to help you live solid.
Good to see you again, Mr. Evans. What can I help you with?
Talk to us today and let us show you how one dedicated bank can help you stay in control of your money. SunTrust. Live solid, bank solid. SunTrust Bank, member FDIC.
33 years ago, we had a simple idea. Make the best vehicles in America and once a year offer them with special savings. It's an event that's not just big, but an American tradition. Toyotathon is back. Get the 2011 Toyota Tundra with 0% APR financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 holiday cash. Monthly payment is $16.67 for every $1,000 financed through Southeast Toyota Finance. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. Cannot be combined with any other offers. Must complete retail sale and take delivery between December 1st to 31st, 2011. The biggest and best sales event of the year is going on now.
You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
So, after my neighbor had a break-in, I decided to get a security system, the CPI InTouch system. I was concerned about my family being home alone. With the InTouch app, I can quickly see if my home is secure and set the alarm right from here. I'll even receive a confirmation message when the system is armed or disarmed. Knowing they're safe means the world to me.
Protect the ones you love with a CPI security system. Call today and have the real-time response system with InTouch installed in your home free.
CPI changed the way I look at security.
At BB&T, sharing financial knowledge is our responsibility, our privilege, and our legacy. For more than 135 years, BB&T has been sharing the knowledge our clients need to move in a brighter financial direction. We also share a commitment to our community, supporting our schools, arts, and sports programs, helping businesses grow and families become homeowners. Because when you share knowledge, you share so much more. BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction.
Member FDIC. Loan subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
The BB&T Halftime Show continues with a check of the Sherwin-Williams scoreboard. Ask Sherwin-Williams how you can make the most of your color with the very best paint. Inside the IMG Network Studios, here's Cabell Philpott.
Smith will flare out and line up behind one of the receivers to the right. Murray, with time, throws it over the middle, and it is caught! Touchdown, running from left to right. Aaron White, the senior tight end from Columbia, Missouri.
Scott Howard on the call. Dogs up 10-7 on top-ranked LSU in the SEC championship game at the Georgia Dome in Atlanta. Dogs defense getting it done as well as we turn our attention to the Sherwin-Williams scoreboard. Run around scores from the top 25 in championship games today. Number 22, Texas, visiting Waco, and 17th ranked Baylor.
Bears hurry to the line of scrimmage. Handoff. Ganaway's got room at the 10, the 5. He bangs into the end zone. Touchdown, Terrence Ganaway. Bears go up 13-0 on Texas.
John Morris on the Baylor IMG Sports Network. Ganaway, 12 carries for 87 yards and 2 touchdowns, 720 total yards between these two teams. Bears up, though, 38-24 on the Longhorns, 3:16 to go in the third quarter. Elsewhere, just gone final in Fort Worth, 18th ranked TCU, 7 touchdowns, 5 on the ground. They beat UNLV 56-9. They are now eyeing a BCS Bowl, and that is because of what happened in Houston this afternoon.
A little under 3 minutes away from doing it. Here's Keenum. Looking to throw down the center, and it's intercepted. Ronnie Thornton at the 20, right side at the 15, Ronnie at the 10, the 5, he's going to score. Touchdown, Southern Miss.
John Cox on the Southern Miss IMG Sports Network. Austin Davis, 4 TD passes today. A report broke during the game from CBS Houston that Kevin Sumlin, the Houston coach, had already accepted a head coaching position at Texas A&M. Houston falls, and their undefeated record comes crashing down. The Golden Eagles 49, Cougars 28, the final score from the Conference USA Championship team. Because of the Cougars' loss, each Conference USA school loses out on a reported $500,000, as there will be no BCS for Conference USA. A couple more top 25 matchups tonight. The big Dr. Pepper ACC championship game, 5th-ranked Virginia Tech and number 20 Clemson. Hokies have won their last 14 games in the state of North Carolina. Clemson has lost 3 of their last 4. Big Ten championship, number 15 Wisconsin, number 11 Michigan State. Russell Wilson, the Badgers quarterback, has thrown at least 1 touchdown pass in 36 straight games, tying former Texas Tech quarterback Graham Harrell's NCAA record. Also at 8, number 13 Oklahoma State, number 13 Oklahoma, number 3 Oklahoma State. They call it Bedlam, but unfortunately it's been one-sided for the past few years. Oklahoma State has been outscored 343-178 during its 9-game Bedlam skid. That game at 8 o'clock tonight. But the Dogs in control right now in Atlanta, leading LSU 10-7. When we return, we'll send it back down to the Dome for the first half stats and the second half call. That's all coming up right after these messages on the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
The state of denial is a drag and a trial. When I bought my cheap insurance, should have known this day would come. Now I've had an accident and I'm feeling quite alone. Called them at least 20 times, but they won't pick up the phone. Without personal service, my policy's kind of worthless. Get to a better state, State Farm.
In football, it's all about managing the clock and controlling the ball. You can get that same kind of financial control with a Regions checking account. Regions online banking with bill pay and mobile banking with alerts let you access and monitor your money anytime, anywhere. Plus, your Regions Visa check card with cashback rewards gives you cool ways to save, all with the award-winning service you expect. Visit Regions.com or your branch to get started. Regions, proud sponsor of the SEC. Regions Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender. Terms and conditions may apply.
Guess what, Georgia fans? Recycling just got easier thanks to the team at Waste Pro. Whether it's tossing items in your curbside container at home or properly disposing of your recyclables while watching your beloved Bulldogs, Waste Pro can serve all your recycling collection and processing needs. Be sure to look for the Waste Pro recycling receptacles located throughout the stadium. Call us in Athens at 706-227-3222 or in Atlanta at 770-777-1447. Waste Pro, a proud supporter of the University of Georgia. Go Dogs!
Georgia football's brought to you by Lowe's for all your home improvement needs. Lowe's, let's build something together.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from IMG.
For a great play on your next new or pre-owned vehicle, visit Jim Ellis Automotive Dealerships in Atlanta, Marietta, and now Buford, or online at jimellis.com.
Hey everyone, Coach Mark Richt here. It's great to know that the Bulldogs have fans from all around our state. Well, there's another local team that has a big statewide following. Children's Healthcare of Atlanta provides care to children and teens from every county in Georgia. And as a not-for-profit organization, Children's relies on your donations to bring world-class treatment to sick and injured kids. Please support Children's. Visit choa.org/give.
When it involves any plumbing emergency, call the pros at Plumber 911. They're always at the ready 24 hours a day. Google Plumber 911 or visit plumber911.net today.
Solve your late night munchies with half-off night bites from Applebee's. Every day of the week, 10 p.m. to close. Enjoy 50% off appetizers. Only at your neighborhood Applebee's.
Halftime at the Georgia Dome and the BB&T halftime report. Hi, everybody. Your old buddy Hondo back on the radio with Eric Zier. Georgia leading LSU 10-7 here in the SEC championship game. Second half action with Scott Howard and Eric coming up right around the corner. Z, this has been, well, first of all, you and I driving down here today, we're talking about we thought our defense would be every bit as good as LSU's. Our defense has been superior. I can't remember a defense playing as well as ours has in the first half here today. Yeah, this against the number one team in the nation.
And a very good offensive football team, too. Let's not lose sight of that.
They came into this game averaging 216 yards on the ground, 171 yards in the air. They've got some weapons offensively, and we've been able to stifle every bit of that. Now they're going to come out. They're going to make some adjustments. We've got to keep the intensity up. But you're absolutely right. We talked about it early. We talked about it through the pregame. Defensively, we felt very comfortable that we could come out and play. I'm not sure if we thought we'd have this level of dominance on the defensive side of the ball, but ultimately it's a 10-7 ball game, and there's a lot of football left.
From 2002 until present, no SEC team has been held in a half without a first down until tonight. LSU with 0 first downs. Their first 7 drives, the Tigers went 3 and out. Total net yards for LSU in the game, 12. Now, in the second quarter, each team, Georgia and LSU, had 1 total net offensive yard.
Yeah, I'll tell you, with some adjustments by LSU on the defensive side, too, they started walking a linebacker or a safety up over Orson Charles. We were hurting LSU with Orson Charles in some critical down and critical areas. They were able to take that away. We got hurt with some bad field position. And, conversely, LSU's had some pretty poor field position as well. Both punters doing an outstanding job in this football game, flipping the field. And when you're having to come out of your own end in some bad field position where you're limited in what you can do, and you've got defenses playing at this level, it is awfully hard to move the football. But the speed by both defenses right now, it's astounding. It's like you're watching a professional football game.
Eric talked about the punting in the game. Brad Wing for LSU, Drew Butler for Georgia. They're both averaging 54 yards per punt. LSU has punted 7 times, Georgia 5. We have to give Brad Wing a little bit of credit here. He pulled one up. It was only 40 yards because it was downed at the 4. Otherwise, his average would just be off the charts.
I'll tell you, he is booming it. 67-yard punt. It's the longest in championship game history. That broke a mark set by Allen Ryan from Florida in the year 2000. On top of that, though, he's got another 64-yard punt, effectively just flipping the field and allowing that LSU defense to come out and pin their ears back. And I'll tell you, it is, if you have to just line up and go toe-to-toe against this LSU defense, awfully difficult to move the football. You've got to spread them out. We did it in the first quarter, albeit with better field position. We were able to spread them out, get into space a little bit, and let our athletes and our playmakers out at receiver make some plays. Unfortunately, had 2 drop touchdown passes, could easily have 21 points on the board, but somehow we've got to find a way to get back to that recipe.
LSU has surrendered 6 TD passes in the entire regular season. Georgia with 1 tonight so far. A 12-yard strike from Aaron Murray to Aaron White. As Eric just mentioned, the Dogs have dropped 2 TD tries. What we have to do in the second half to move the ball against LSU and to keep up this astounding defensive performance by the Bulldogs. Well, Eric and Scott Howard will talk to you about that when we return. More of the BB&T halftime report from the Georgia Dome after these words. This is the SEC championship game with our Bulldogs leading top-ranked and undefeated LSU 10-7 on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Meet Dancing Green. This agile shade is just down the street at your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store, ready to turn a deserving den into a spectacular sports sanctuary. All you need is a fresh coat, a good game on the tube, and it's time for your own victory dance. And when Dancing Green is teamed up with our exceptional paint, you'll end up with something eligible for the highlight reel. To try out Dancing Green or any other color, visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store or sherwinwilliams.com.
Hey friends, it's the Foremost Insurance Guy. You know the problem with the 30-second commercial is that there's not enough time for all the reasons people choose Foremost, but I'm going to try. 20 seconds. People choose Foremost because the agencies they trust choose Foremost and know that Foremost provides great coverage and is there when it counts. 15 seconds. Okay. Foremost can insure your auto, manufactured home, travel trailer, motorhome, motorcycle, snowmobile, boat, personal watercraft, rental, owner-occupied, seasonal, and vacant properties. Miss some of those? Find a Foremost agency today at Foremost.com. And you're done. Hey, wait! It's Foremost for you.
Foremost Insurance for auto, motorcycle, boat, RV, and more. Foremost.com.
In the South, football isn't a season, it's a culture. Every week is rivalry week. Instead of pink or blue, parents dress new arrivals in team colors. Stadiums are packed regardless of the weather or the records. Southerners are just as serious about their food, so we shop Publix, the ultimate tailgate party headquarters for fresh fried chicken, wings, chips, teas, and all the paper products for game day. Publix, where shopping is a pleasure.
The ServPro franchise system knows that fire or water damage in your office building can have crippling effects. To minimize the losses for your property, call the cleanup and restoration specialist at 1-800-ServPro. ServPro franchise professionals are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week with specialized equipment and personnel. That's 1-800-ServPro or visit servpro.com. The ServPro franchise system is faster to any size disaster to help make it like it never even happened. ServPro franchises are independently owned and operated.
Scott Howard back with you here in the Georgia Dome. Halftime of the SEC Championship. Georgia leading number one in undefeated LSU by a score of 10-7. And LSU probably scratching that head in the locker room trying to figure out how to get some yardage against this Georgia defense. They had no first downs, 7 3-and-outs. And Georgia came into the game one of the best defenses in producing 3-and-outs in the league, second only to Alabama. But a perfect 7 for 7 in the first half, Z, as LSU gets nothing. Let's grade the team, brought to you by Lowe's. Never stop improving. Give me a grade. Defense has got to be off the charts.
Yeah,
but I'll wait for you to tell me.
There's no question. A+ on the defensive side of the football. We've done a good job not having any turnovers. Obviously, the special teams play is the touchdown, the return against us is not what you want to see. But give some credit to LSU and Matthew. Great return by him there.
Although he didn't cross the goal line with the ball, actually.
Yeah, but I just looked up at the scoreboard. They haven't taken those 7 points off. I don't know why.
They didn't even review it.
I can't believe they didn't, because he didn't get past the goal line before he flipped the ball. But on the defensive side of the ball, just playing outstanding. We have to find some things offensively to get the momentum back and the ball moving again.
Okay, and that will take us to our SunTrust solid adjustment. SunTrust, live solid, bank solid. Dogs get the ball to start the second half. What are you adjusting offensively in the second half?
I think you go back to the script that you used at the start of the football game, spreading out this LSU team. You've got to get Orson Charles off the line of scrimmage. The adjustment that Tennessee has made is they started walking up somebody over the head of Orson Charles in critical downs, not allowing him to get a free release. If you think back to the first quarter, he had a lot of space and was able to move in that space and do some things. But we've got to get back to getting the football outside to our playmakers, put the ball in Aaron Murray's hands, and lead with the pass and then start running the football behind it. Because of field position, we kind of got sucked into having to run the football early, getting some third and long situations. And this LSU defensive front just too strong to do that consistently. And on the defensive side of the ball, no adjustments right now, but you're going to have to make some quick adjustments to anything that LSU is going to do to try to get some momentum going, because you know they're not going to stick with exactly what they did there in the first half.
Orson Charles, you mentioned, Georgia's leading receiver coming into the day with 40 catches this season, has but 2 in this ball game for 30 yards. Malcolm Mitchell is our leading receiver, 3 catches for 26 yards. Tavares King, 2 for 52. Aaron White has the lone touchdown for the Bulldogs. That's his only catch for 12 yards. Running the football, Carlton Thomas is our leading runner. 4 carries, 26 yards. He's lost nothing. Isaiah Crowell, 9 carries and only 14 yards. LSU really keying on him. Aaron Murray, 10 for 23 in the first half. 114 yards, a touchdown. He's been sacked twice, no interceptions. And we did have 4 drops in that first half. But the good news is it's Georgia 10, LSU nothing, because LSU's numbers are certainly far worse than what Georgia produced, offensively anyway. They had no first downs. They had 7 yards passing and only 5 yards rushing the football. Jefferson was 2 for 8 throwing for 7 yards. He was sacked twice. Spencer Ware caught a pass. Alfred Blue caught a pass for lost yardage behind the line of scrimmage. And that's it for their for their passing game, running the football. We've done a good job keeping those guys boxed up too, and they've tried them all. Spencer Ware, 4 for 7 yards. Michael Ford, 2 carries for 7. Alfred Blue, 2 for 6, and Kenny Hilliard, 1 for 1. So Georgia's defense has certainly been equal to the task of the number 1 ranked team in the nation. We're ready to start the second half just about. Before we do, let's check in with Chuck Dowdle, who was in the Bulldog locker room at halftime. Chuck's down on the sidelines for Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck?
Very confident group of Bulldogs in that locker room. They're very pleased with the way that first half went, realized that they certainly had the upper hand, should have had more points on the board. But they know, and they were very well reminded of the fact that this is a championship game. Nobody's going to give it to them. They got to come out here and take it. They know that that's a championship caliber football team that they are facing. They were reminded of that, and they're going to have to come out and continue to play the way they played in this first half. I will tell you this, that was a fired up halftime locker room, one of the best that I've seen in the 2 years that I've been down here on the sidelines with them.
Well, 30 more minutes to go, Chuck, and thank you very much. And we'll see what happens, what transpires in the next 30 minutes. Georgia's got a 3-point lead as we get set to start the second half. LSU in that first half, average yards per play this season, almost 6 yards per play for the number 1 ranked team in the country. But today, 1 3/4 yard per play. The Dogs defense has just really stifled LSU. James Hairston will tee it up and kick it away for LSU from right to left, and back deep for Georgia will be the junior from Atlanta, Brandon Smith, as he hovers around the 8 or 9 yard line at the present time.
And these first 2 drives to start this third quarter, the first one for Georgia as we get the ball first, and then LSU in return, going to be very important, setting the tone for the rest of this football game. See what kind of adjustments have been made coming out of the locker room. 2 great coaching staffs. You know that they will have made some adjustments, who can quickly adjust on the fly to what has been done coming out of the locker room. But these 2 drives extremely important to set the tone for the rest of this football game.
Looks like we're set to go as Hairston has been given clearance to kick it away. He's got it teed up on the far hash, kicking right to left to Brandon Smith is the deep man. Third quarter is underway. Here we go as he puts his foot into one, high and end over end, and Smith will take it about 3 yards deep in the end zone. Straight ahead, 10, 15, runs into a group of white shirts right there at the 15-yard line, and they may give him forward progress out to about the 17, it looks like, from the mark on the far sideline. So Georgia with the football, 1st and 10 after the tackle by LeVar Edwards, the defensive end. And Dogs will have it on their own 17-yard line. Did they get away with a face mask on the play?
Well, I'll tell you, every yard is critical there. Brandon Smith had to back up 3 or 4 yards into the end zone. Almost looked like he lost a little bit of where he was. Probably would have, that ball had a lot of height on it as well. Good hang time to allow for some good coverage getting down the field. Probably should have just taken a knee and taken it on the 20.
Start out in the eye. We bring King in motion from the near side. Now he slides back and forth. Murray hands off to Carlton Thomas, trying to sneak through a small gap at right tackle, and it's just not going to happen as Michael Brockers, 6'6", 306-pound tackle from Houston, Texas, makes the stop on Carlton, and it'll be no gain on the play. Ball back down on the 17-yard line.
Little play there. Defensive ends for LSU really getting up the field pretty quick. Carlton Thomas gets that ball, immediately cuts back on a design cutback, trying to get underneath that pursuit.
Carlton will get it again, blocking straight ahead and trying to run in there behind Big Bean Anderson. And again, not much there. Only a gain of a yard. Ryan Baker, the linebacker, with the hit for the Tigers. So 3rd down and 9, just like that. Ball on the 18.
Boy, just where we left off there in the second quarter of this football game. You get into third down and long situations. It just allows this defensive line for LSU to tee off, and they can get back to you very, very quickly.
4-man front for LSU. Mingo on this near side. Hand on the ground. Murray in the shotgun. Thomas in the backfield. 3 receivers set. 3rd and 9 from our 18. Murray to pass. Steps up in the pocket. Now he wants to run. 20, 25, 26. The ball came out. I think he was down, though. No indication yet. LSU recovered the ball, but it looked like no, they're going to give it to LSU. Oh, they're going to give it to LSU at the 26-yard line. First turnover of the ball game. Oh, we looked at a replay, and it looked like it did come out. It looked like Aaron, who wasn't sliding, he was still trying to get more yards. Tyrann Mathieu, did he recover it?
Yeah, that ball definitely came out.
It's out before the knee hits the ground. Dogs turn it over to start the second half, and that is brutal for the offense. Now the defense is going to have to clean up the mess.
Well, good hustle, good effort there by Murray. Getting up in the pocket, you've just got to hold on to the football. One good thing that we did there in the first half, no cheap turnovers. We maximized, even if we didn't go anywhere, we maximized every possession that we had and did not give LSU a short field. See if our defense can step up.
Well, there's the first turnover by the Bulldogs and a flag coming in before the snap of the ball. They had 12 men on the field. Georgia had 12. Here's the referee, Matt Austin.
Illegal substitution on the defense. 12 men in the formation. 5-yard penalty. Still first down.
Well, not the way we envisioned starting the second half with a 3-point lead on the number one team in the country.
Boy, and still some confusion right now on Georgia defensively. Looks like we've got personnel figured out now, but you're right. Coming out of the locker room at halftime, not what you wanted, especially when you get the football to start the half.
So the 5-yard mark-off puts it on our 21-yard line. LSU 1st and 10 from the Dogs' 21. Jefferson steps back, fires. Randall makes the catch on a quick slant at the 15. Tackled right there. Ruben Randall with his first catch. Bakari Rambo makes the stop, and that gets LSU fans jacked up. They pick up their first down of the game, and it comes at the 13-20 mark in the third quarter.
And that might be the answer for LSU coming out here in the second half, is to implement some kind of quick passing game. We didn't see much of it in the first half whatsoever.
Only the second completed pass for Jordan Jefferson. Stays under center. They slide the tight end in motion. And they will hand it off to Hilliard. Big hole, running hard, and he breaks the tackle at the 10, and he's going to score. He was running, bent over the football, protecting it with both arms. We grabbed a jersey, and he just ran right through that. And a sudden 15-yard burst has given LSU the lead despite having next to zero offensive production in the first half. Now they have their first lead of the game. It's 13-10, and on to try the point-after attempt is Drew Allemont.
Yeah, just a counter there by LSU. Big hole to run through there. Not a good start for the Dogs.
Point-after try on a bit of a shaky snap and a hold is good. And a timeout. LSU leads 14-10, 12:51 to go, third quarter in the SEC Championship. This is Bulldog football from IMG.
With the price of stamps increasing, sending mail was getting more and more expensive. So in order to save some money, I've trained this crew of carrier pigeons to deliver my mail for me. Do they always get it right? Nope. Do my letters make it on time? That would be nope. Do they sometimes get lost? You got that one right. But who has two thumbs and isn't buying stamps? This guy, that's who.
There's an easier way to save. Get online. Go to geico.com. Get a quote. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
What if, when the gasoline station down the street had a sale, you got a notification emailed to you? Dear Hondo, $2 a gallon for the next 24 hours. That dream is reality when you sign up for AirTran Airways Net Escapes at airtran.com. For every sale or special fare they have, they send an email to all their Net Escape subscribers. Your email address will not be used for any other purpose, just to save money on airfare. Sign up today and start saving at airtran.com. AirTran Airways, go! There's nothing stopping you.
At BB&T, sharing financial knowledge is our responsibility, our privilege, and our legacy. For more than 135 years, BB&T has been sharing the knowledge our clients need to move in a brighter financial direction. We also share a commitment to our community, supporting our schools, arts, and sports programs, helping businesses grow and families become homeowners. Because when you share knowledge, you share so much more. BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction.
Member FDIC. Loan subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
This is Joey Logano, driver number 20 Home Depot Camry, urging you to be safe. Call 811 before you dig. Safe digging is no accident. Call 811.
LSU with a league-leading 28th turnover gained here in the third quarter. They force an Aaron Murray fumble and recover it at the Georgia 26. Then after a 5-yard penalty against the Dogs, Kenny Hilliard, a couple of plays later, goes 15 yards for the touchdown to put LSU out front. A two-play, 26-yard. It's hard to call that a drive, but that was the end result. 14-10 is the score. For a great deal on a new or certified pre-owned BMW, check out BMWofSouthAtlanta.com. BMW of South Atlanta, just 10 minutes south of the airport and north of your expectations. Proud to support Georgia football. So a new ball game. Tigers lead for the first time. 12:51 to go in the third quarter. James Hairston to kick it away. And Boykin is the deep man for the Dogs. Hairston high and end over end. Going to come down inside the 5 on the 2. Boykin reaches up. Straight ahead 15. Tries to change direction and just slides down at the 12 or the 13. And I don't know if he's upset with himself or the wedge that wasn't there. Jarvis Landry made the tackle. And the Dogs are backed up.
Yeah, and again, the starting field position here for Georgia, important that we get a couple of first downs. We've got to flip this field position, take that last touchdown drive by LSU out of it. They haven't done anything yet to prove they can drive the football field on us. We've got to flip it right now.
Crowell and Figgins in the backfield for the Dogs. Brown and Conley the receivers. Dogs up to the line on our own 14-yard line, now trailing 14-10 early third quarter. Murray under center. Play fake. Crowell rolls. Pressure by LSU. Throws, and it's short. Intended for Orson Charles at the 20. Murray had to get rid of it before he could really wanted to. Kendrick Adams got upfield pressure and ended up squashing Murray after the pass. And Murray's pass landed at the feet of Orson Charles, incomplete.
Yeah, great discipline there by Adams. Didn't go for the fake whatsoever as Aaron Murray turned to get his shoulders around. Was met by big number 94. Just had to get rid of that football very quickly.
Play clock is once again malfunctioning. We'll keep it on the field for the remainder of the game.
Just turn it off. My goodness. It's worked about 10% of the time in the first half. 2nd and 10 for the Dogs from the 14-yard line. A turnover, a short field, and a quick score, and LSU has the lead. Despite having 33 total yards of offense. They have a 62-yard punt return for a score. That was controversial. And after a fumble by Aaron Murray and a recovery by LSU, they run it in from 15 yards out, and now they're discussing clock malfunctions even more. One official, are they synchronizing clocks? I feel like I'm in a Bond movie or something. Synchronize your watches, gentlemen. 3 officials are huddled around one of the timekeepers on the near sideline. And now 2 more officials are going to have a conversation at the 40-yard line about the problems with the play clock.
And
meantime, the game clock's moving, so that's a problem, too. It's just ticking down. It's at 11 minutes, and it's moving while we're standing here waiting.
Yeah, and the Dogs having to huddle back up now. Not what you want to do, especially when you've had some hard time getting any momentum going.
The play clock, the game clock switch in the sideline is inoperable.
My goodness. Wow. Well, not a better time for this to happen than the SEC championship game, huh?
Boy, that's right. And the Dogs, meanwhile, in the huddle on the offensive side of the ball, definitely impacts offensive teams more than defensive teams when you're standing out there.
At the time of the play clock malfunction, the game clock was at 12 minutes and 42 seconds. 12:42.
They adjust the game clock. And that'll give us time to tell you that Bulldog Football is brought to you by BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction, member FDIC. And now I think Georgia will be allowed to huddle up and play will resume here. It's 2nd down and 10 from our own 14-yard line. Dogs down by 4 now after leading the entire half. Falling behind early in the third quarter. 14-10, LSU out front. Dogs in the I formation. Crowell's the tailback. 2 receivers set. Play fake to Isaiah. Murray steps up in the pocket with time. Throws, and it's incomplete. Trying to go to Tavares King at the 35-yard line. He was diving, but the ball was about 4 or 5 yards away from him. Did he get hit on the throw?
He had to move up and move his feet there in the pocket. Good push here by LSU. Again, we're in another 3rd and long situation. But Aaron trying to buy a little bit of time to find Tavares on the deep dig route. But the great protection that we saw
Play
early
clock
on.
is now malfunctioning also. It will also be kept on the sideline.
So we won't know what time it is or how much time to run the play, but they'll continue to play. And hopefully keep it accurately on the field. This will be like soccer all of a sudden.
That's right.
A secret time. 3rd down and 10 from our 14-yard line. Dogs trying to move from left to right. We send Figgins in motion to a split backfield. Murray's in the shotgun. There's the snap. He drops back on the 6. Has time. Now he scrambles out of the pocket. 15, 20, covers up the ball, and it's tumbled down at the 21-yard line. It's going to be short of the first down by about 3 yards. Benny Logan, a right tackle, makes the stop for LSU, and the Dogs will have to punt it away.
Well, good job up front that time by Georgia's offensive line. Coverage fantastic in the LSU secondary. No place for Aaron to go with the football. Smart decision just to tuck that down and run with it, get a few yards, help Butler out some here on this punt.
Tyrann Mathieu back deep to receive the punt. He's returned 162 yards for a score. 2nd straight game he's returned one long for a touchdown. Butler to kick it away. Had a stellar first half. He gets this one off a low, kind of a line drive. Not real high, not real long. Mathieu runs by our 2 men, 45, 50, sidesteps another guy. He's like a little water bug. He's in Georgia territory at the 41. Stops, starts, keeps going, still on his feet, just dodging the tacklers. This is an incredible return down to the 20 of the 19-yard line. We could not tackle the guy. Kostavavlis finally tackled him after a brilliant starting, stopping, dodging, dashing return down inside the Georgia 20-yard line. And LSU starting to show us why they were the #1 team, because they've got weapons in every aspect of the game.
Yeah, just making guys look foolish on that return. We can't even come close to wrapping them up.
There's 11 minutes and 53 seconds remaining in the quarter. 11:53.
And the Dogs coach is out on the field. Looked like another block in the back there.
Yeah,
this one
it was on Rambo.
late.
Right after Mathieu got by him, LSU hit him in the back, and they didn't call that, and it was behind the play. LSU down on the 17 of Georgia. So back-to-back extremely short fields for the LSU offense to get back in this ball game. They lead now. The Dogs are trying to hang on. Ford takes the handoff, runs right tackle. We jump on his back with Big John Jenkins and ride him down at the 11. 53-yard punt by Butler moments ago, and a 57-yard return by Tyrann Mathieu.
Well, in all of the momentum right now, the Dogs look a little bit shell-shocked. Need to find some way to get a big play. Have got to hold LSU here to nothing more than a field goal. For that big first down play, this offensive line from LSU in the past couple of running plays looks like they are finding a few creases.
2nd down and 4 to go for the LSU Tigers. Handoff Hilliard, runs right side, just rips through the hole down to the 5, maybe the 4-yard line, and another first down as they get the running game going in a short yardage situation. Sean Williams the tackle for Georgia, but it's 1st and goal at the 4 of the Bulldogs.
And Dogs still bringing linebackers into the A gaps. That play designed just to go off tackle.
There's 11 minutes remaining in the quarter.
The clocks are malfunctioning. That's why Matt Austin keeps breaking in to update everyone about how much time is left. The play clock's not working and the game clock is malfunctioning. Kwame Gathers has checked into the ball game for the Dogs. Gathers and Jenkins across that front line. Jefferson to drop back to pass and fires it into the corner, and a sliding catch for a touchdown on the front edge here on the near side. Odell Beckham Jr. A sliding catch about a yard across the goal line. And LSU, just like that, is up 20-10.
Yeah, they can strike quick, but it's easy to strike quick when you're getting the football on your own 25-yard line going in.
Point after try by Drew Allemont. Kick is up. And whistles blowing, they wave it off.
The previous play of a touchdown is under further review.
They're going to review one today. Well, hopefully their communication to the booth works. 20-10 right now as it stands, pending a point after and pending a review of that catch by Odell Beckham Jr. Monday night, it's the Bulldog Hotline from 8 to 10 p.m. Coach Mark Richt and Coach Mark Fox on in the first hour, Monday nights. And then in the second hour, it's Hondo and the Bulldog All-Stars. They're live at Andretti's, taking your calls and talking Georgia sports. Monday night, the Bulldog Hotline here on the Bulldog Sports Network. So they're reviewing that last play, which was a 4-yard touchdown throw. They're going to take a look at it, see if he actually caught the football. It was a sliding catch by Odell Beckham Jr. We'll take a look at it.
And we've seen about 3 different angles, and the problem is that ball may have snuck through and hit the turf, but you don't have a real clear view. One view, the ref, the line judge is right in the way of where you would need to see it. The other view, Brandon Boykin's back gets in the way. So in the one view you have is really blurry, so I'm not sure if they're going to have enough view here to overturn it.
Here's another angle. We'll take a look at that one.
I think it was out. That one.
Yeah, that's a good view right there.
That's a good view. That's the best view, and that one looks like the ball came out. So
he tried to cradle it, and the ball in this replay does look like it ended up touching the turf as he tried to cover it up and get his hand under the ball to fool the referee. Here's Matt Austin with the call.
After review, replay shows the receiver did not catch the ball. Therefore, the ruling is an incomplete pass. It'll be second and goal on the 4-yard line. The game clock is at 10:43. 10:43.
So second and goal. They're second and goal on the 4, and our band's playing the face off. Well, unfortunately, they still have the ball, and they're still in prime scoring position, but they just don't get it on that play. Well, we'll see if the defense can come up with a big play here. Second and goal from the Dog 4. LSU huddling up. Georgia with Avery Jones, Kwame Gathers, John Jenkins, Washington, Jarvis Jones across the front line. They'll go into the I formation. Handoff, Hilliard runs to the near side, breaks a tackle at the line of scrimmage. We grab his face mask. He carries us into the end zone for a touchdown anyway. Be a face mask on Sean Williams, but they scored, angling to the near side.
Boy, and right now we just can't take down Hilliard. He is running hard and running right through Georgia defenders. Hilliard, 4 guys had a chance at him there.
240 pounds, 5'11". He's like a fire hydrant. And, of course, that name familiar to LSU folks. He's the nephew of the former LSU running back Dalton Hilliard. Had 102 yards last week in the win over Arkansas.
On the play, personal foul, face mask, 36 to the defense. We have a touchdown. That foul will be enforced on the kickoff.
20-10.
The game clock is at 10:37.
LSU to try the point after. The first 4 minutes and change of the third quarter have been disastrous for Georgia.
Still a lot of football left, but boy, we need to answer quickly here.
You are correct. Here's Alamall with a kick and the extra point attempt, and it's good, and it's 21-10. I don't know what the time is, but we're in the third quarter, and we're down 11, just like that. Timeout here in the Georgia Dome, SEC Championship, 21-10, LSU leading Georgia. Back after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
GTV is your online home for the most complete coverage of your favorite Georgia sports. Log on to GeorgiaDogs.com/all access to get the best look inside Bulldog athletics. With live game audio and video, press conferences, features, practice reports, and much more, GTV is the best way to stay close to the Bulldogs no matter where you live. Whether you're looking to hear from the players and coaches or see the top plays, you need GTV. That's GeorgiaDogs.com/all access.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from IMG.
Everywhere you turn, people are chanting, "The end is near, the end is near." All we hear about are year-end clearance sales.
At Ed Voiles Kia, we're trying something a little different. Great deals on new 2012s. 2012 Optimas. They're not your average midsize sedan. They have a 5-star safety rating and are a top safety pick. Own one now for just $169 a month or just $19,995. And up to 35 miles per gallon. 2012 Sorrentos are a departure from the expected. And they're built in Georgia by Georgians. And you can drive home in one today starting at $199 a month or just $20,995. And get up to 32 miles per gallon. And as always, get a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Ed Boyle's Kia. A little different, a lot better. 39-month lease with $34.95 down. Payments are plus tax. 12,000-mile limit per year. All rebates included. Model number 53222 and 72222.
LSU with a sudden 14 points here in the first 5 minutes of the third quarter to take a 21-10 lead on Georgia here in the SEC championship game. The Tigers will kick it away, but they'll be aided by a 15-yard penalty on a face mask penalty on the Bulldogs on that touchdown run by Hilliard a few moments ago. It's tacked on to the kickoff here, so Hairston will be kicking off from the 45-yard line. Hilliard's fortunes have certainly changed. Z, in the first half, he had 1 carry for 1 yard. Here in the third quarter, 3 carries, 26 yards, and already 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the momentum all on the side of the LSU Tigers right now. And with this penalty, you have to be alert to some type of onside kick or some kind of trickery from the LSU Tigers, especially the way that they're playing defense, and they've shut down the Bulldogs here after a first quarter where we moved the football pretty well.
Early turnover here to start the second half. LSU recovered it, scored a touchdown. Then after a long punt return, the second of the day by Matthew, another LSU touchdown. A high hanging kick will land out of bounds in the end zone, and it'll be a touchback. And the Dogs will have it 1st and 10 from the 20.
And the way LSU's been covering kicks, that almost hurts LSU. We've run the last 2 out and been stuck at our 15-yard line. So at least now it gets pushed out to the 20.
21-10 is our score. LSU's only given up 21 points once this year. And that was in a 47-21 win against West Virginia. The Dogs have to get to at least 22 to win the ball game. 1st and 10 on the 20. I formation for the Dogs. Thomas is the tailback. We pitch it to Carlton Thomas, running to the near side, trying to stay behind his blockers, and LSU just gobbles him up at or just beyond the line of scrimmage. He may have gotten a yard on the play. Brockers just moving parallel down the line of scrimmage, pursuing that play to make the stop, along with Minter, the linebacker.
And Kendrick Adams was there as well for LSU. They just do such a good job, and they're so fast getting down the line of scrimmage.
10-15 and running.
Minter from Swanee, Georgia, Peachtree Ridge High School, same high school as attended by Georgia punter Drew Butler. 2nd down and 10 for the Dogs from the 20-yard line. Murray's back in the shotgun. Crowell's in the game as the lone setback. 3 receiver sets and the tight end Orson Charles. King and Bennett to the far side. Mitchell to the near side. There's the snap. Here comes pressure. Murray will throw and man all over Orson Charles. There's finally a flag. Well, the linebacker Minter was hugging all over Orson like he knew him up close and personal. And the flag comes out of the pocket, and that's going to be either holding or interference. Oh, there's one in the backfield, too. It might be offsetting.
We have 2 fouls on the play. Holding, 72 offense. Pass interference, defense number 46. Those fouls offset. Replay 2nd down.
All right, so it'll be 2nd.
There are 9 minutes and 45 seconds in the quarter. 9:45.
But if you're Georgia, that's the matchup that you want to get. You want to get Orson Charles on Minter. Minter, he's played him pretty well the past couple of times, but he's hanging all over him.
Yeah.
And did it a time before in the second quarter. Didn't get a flag thrown on him that time, but that's the matchup you want. When we can spread them out, we start to get a few more matchups when we bunch everything in tight, LSU just dominating the football game right now.
2nd and 10 from our 20. Bulldogs trying to move from left to right here in the dome. 3 receivers bunched in tight to the left end of the line of scrimmage. Crowell's the lone setback. We slide Figgins in motion. Murray takes the snap. Play fake. Here comes blitz pressure. They're chasing after him. Murray's going to have to run for his life. They brought the corner. Tyrann Mathieu. And Murray down at the 24-yard line. Boy, that guy's quick. 5'9", 175, and he might be the best player on the field.
And he can just absolutely fly. Our running back there had him on the protection, and Mathieu just flew right past us. We never even saw him.
3-yard gain. Mathieu and Sam Montgomery, the right end, make the tackle on Murray. So now it's 3rd and 7 for the Dogs. Game clock somewhere in the 9-minute vicinity here in the third quarter. Clocks are malfunctioning here in the Georgia Dome. The play clock doesn't work, and the game clock does not work properly. Drop back into the shotgun. 3 receivers set for the Dogs. We're down 21-10 after leading 10-7 at the half. Murray, quick step, quick drop, fires. It's caught at the 30 on the far side of the field. And sliding for a first down is that Tavares King made the catch, and Morris Claiborne makes the tackle. And the Dogs move the sticks and get a light round of polite golf clapping.
But that's how we've got to do it. We spread them out there, had man-to-man, just a slant-flat combination. Get the ball out of Aaron Murray's hands, but we've got to get the football out to our playmakers just like we did there. Good call by Mike Bobo.
7-yard pickup, 1st and 10, Georgia from our 30. Snap to Murray, and now whistles, and what do we got? Another flag or timeout? Timeout LSU.
Timeout LSU, the first time out of the half.
So they stop the clock with an unknown amount of time remaining.
17 seconds remaining in the third quarter.
Thank you, sir.
8-17.
21-10, LSU leading Georgia. Timeout. Back in a moment on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Okay, now, girls, you like football, you like waffles, you like money, and y'all just love home makeovers. So grab an Atlanta Falcons in-the-house instant game from the Georgia Lottery. Because with just one little old scratch, bang, you could win up to $250,000. Or you might win a $200,000 home makeover. Hello! And every ticket gets a free waffle from Waffle House. So grab an Atlanta Falcons in-the-house instant ticket. Only from the Georgia Lottery. Today could be the day. And please play responsibly, y'all.
This is DJ Shockley, MVP quarterback of the 2005 SEC champion Bulldogs. Our team caught a few breaks to win the SEC, and right now, Metro PCS wants to give your team a break from high wireless bills. Get 4 unlimited lines for only $100. That's nationwide unlimited talk, text, and web with taxes and fees included. All on a nationwide network, all with no contracts. To find out more, visit metropcs.com and go Dogs. Restrictions apply, limited time offer. See store or metropcs.com for details.
Harold promised his 7-year-old son CJ that he would build him a fort. That's why Georgia Power wants to be the official energy partner of keeping Harold's promise. Not only will we help Harold build that fort by supplying the reliable electricity he'll need, but we'll give him a blueprint to fortify his home and help save energy. It's called EarthSense. With EarthSense, he'll find energy savings he didn't know he had, and he can get hundreds of dollars back in rebates when he makes energy efficiency improvements to his home. To learn more about EarthSense, go to GeorgiaPower.com. Georgia Power, official energy partner of you.
Fill up with 8 gallons or more of Texaco with Techron and get a free music card. Texaco, keep humming along. And Bulldog football is brought to you by Tasty Cake, candy cakes, crimpets, and cupcakes. Tasty Cake, one taste, and you'll get it. Dogs have a first down on our own 30-yard line as LSU has surged ahead. If you were late returning to join us or just now joining us, it was 10-7 at the half, but a disastrous start for Georgia in the third quarter. We had an early fumble recovered deep in Georgia territory by LSU. They converted that into points. And then after a 50-yard plus punt by Drew Butler, the return was even longer than the punt by Tyrann Mathieu. 57-yard return to set LSU up again, and they score on a 4-yard run by Hilliard. And just like that, it's 21-10. Let's go down to the sidelines and Chuck Dowdle for Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck?
Well, guys, even as we speak, Todd Grantham over here coaching up his defense. Look, they had to defend a very short field, as Eric was pointing out. What I'm wondering is, should Mike Slive ask for a rebate on the Georgia Dome for this malfunctioning clock? It's confusing to everybody.
Yes, that's why Matt Austin has to keep interrupting the game, telling us how much time is remaining. Dogs 1st and 10 at the 30. I formation, play fake Murray. Wants to throw deep. King down on the near sideline. They fight for it, and it's picked off. Picked off by Harold Simon. He was shoulder to shoulder with Tavares King, and the Dogs turn it over for the second time here in the quarter. That interception, the 11th thrown by Aaron Murray this year, and LSU will have the ball 1st and 10 on their own 30-yard line.
Well, great position there by Simon. If anything, the couple of first downs that we were able to get did flip the field position. Even with the interception, got us back into a little normal flow.
There are 8 minutes and 8 seconds remaining in the quarter. 8:08.
Tigers with a 21-10 lead. You don't like looking at that. And they're 12-0, and they've just dominated across the board this entire season. Michael Ford is the running back, and they'll pitch it to him on the option to the right side. Ford to the 35 and driven out of bounds at the 38-yard line. Might be an 8-yard gain for Michael Ford, the 5'10 sophomore from Leesville, Louisiana.
That's the first time today that LSU was running that speed option to the wide side of the field. They've tried it a couple of times into the boundary today, not with much luck. A lot more room going to the wide side of the field. We take the quarterback, simple little pitch, and a lot of room for Ford to run.
2nd and 2 from the Tiger 38. They pitch it back to Hilliard. He bobbled the pitch, and we're going to eat him up behind the line of scrimmage with Garrison Smith and Sean Williams making the tackle. They call it virtually no gain. They move the ball back about the length of a football from the 38 to the 37 and a half. 3rd down and 2.5, 3 yards to go for LSU. 21-10, Tigers leading the Dogs here. We're in the 3rd quarter, somewhere in the 3rd quarter, as the clocks are malfunctioning here in the Dome. Jefferson in the shotgun. Big Copeland in there, offset to his left. He'll run behind Copeland. Jefferson, we hit him at the 39. He spins and stays on his feet and moves that 6'5", 225-pound body to the 45 of the Tigers for a 1st down. Jarvis Jones or Marlo Herrera, 2 of our linebackers, make the stop, but 6 yards downfield, and it's a 1st down for LSU.
Boy, and we had everybody in the box as well. Alec Ogletree went up, made some contact in the hole, couldn't wrap Jordan Jefferson up, though.
1st and 10, LSU, just across their 45-yard line at the 46. They'll call it I formation. Spencer Ware's the tailback. Copeland's the fullback. Quick throw to the near side, and it is caught by Ruben Randall, crossing midfield and quickly into Georgia territory at the 46-yard line. And now some words being exchanged. Some guys want to mix it up a little bit. It's going to be a gain of about 9, 2nd down and 1 at the Georgia 46-yard line.
Good use of the long count there by LSU offensively. Made us commit and show the corner blitz. It was an easy side adjustment for Jefferson to make.
Offset eye for the Tigers. Jefferson looking to the far sideline, trying to retrieve the signals from the coaching staff. Play clock's at 7, but I don't know if it's working. Handoff to Ford, running behind the right tackle, and he's stopped at the 44-yard line. It's going to be close to a 1st down. He may have it. Sean Williams hit him first, and then Garrison Smith in on the tackle for the Dogs. And he does have the 1st down, says the referee, Matt Austin. So now LSU, after no 1st downs and no passing yards in the 1st half, starting to grind it out offensively. A couple of quick scores thanks to a fumble by Georgia and then a long punt return by Tyrann Mathieu. Gave LSU a short field in which to work, and they took advantage of it. They lead 21-10 and trying to drive for more. Alfred Blues in the backfield now as the tail in the I formation for LSU. And they'll hand it to Blue, and Blue hesitates and breaks through the line of scrimmage, breaks one tackle, and is stopped at the 30, 29, 28-yard line. Perhaps Sean Williams makes the stop. Boy, just a completely different feel for the Georgia team here in the second half compared to what we did in the first half, Z.
Well, and our defense has been on the field quite a bit offensively, not able to sustain any drives. And LSU now starting to shuffle these running backs in one after the other. Our defense is wearing down just a little bit. And no Michael Gilliard in the game as well after coming out.
Yeah, he was injured in the first half and apparently has not returned. Chuck told us earlier from the sidelines they sent him in on crutches before the half. Jefferson back to pass, has time, throws down the middle, and incomplete over the heads of the intended receiver and the defender. Boykin in coverage of trying to stay with Odell Beckham Jr. in the end zone. And the incompletion will stop the clock with Matt Austin will tell us how much time is left, perhaps. Looks like he's getting ready to go to the microphone.
And Brandon Boykin just continues to play well and having a fantastic football game. Nice job in coverage there. Really nowhere for Jordan Jefferson to go with that football.
2nd and 10 for the LSU Tigers. They slide their tight end in motion, and they'll hand it off to Blue. He tries to kick to the outside. He gets away from Sean Williams, runs away from Herrera, far sideline, pushed out of bounds at the 10, and make it the 9-yard line. Alfred Blue, a 6'2", quick as lightning sophomore from Louisiana, got to the corner, ran away from a would-be tackler, and then got to the sideline and got inside the 10. It's going to be 1st and goal for LSU.
And we brought those dogs inside again on the A-gap. LSU that time able to bounce it outside. We had it stuffed up in the middle, but nobody outside and couldn't keep contained.
1st and goal at the Georgia 9. Tigers out of the huddle. Oh, this would be a demoralizer here if we're not already at that point. We're down 11.
Timeout LSU, their second timeout of the half.
LSU will stop the invisible clock and we'll take a time. 21-10, Tigers leading the Dogs. 3rd quarter, back to the Dome after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
What if, when the gasoline station down the street had a sale, you got a notification emailed to you? Dear Hondo, $2 a gallon for the next 24 hours. That dream is reality when you sign up for AirTran Airways Net Escapes at airtran.com. For every sale or special fare they have, they send an email to all their Net Escape subscribers. Your email address will not be used for any other purpose, just to save money on airfare. Sign up today and start saving at airtran.com. AirTran Airways, go! There's nothing stopping you.
You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
With your pants around your ankles is not the time to find out the toilet stopped working in your office building. But office buildings are complicated. It's not something just any plumber can fix. Fortunately, there's Plumber 911. Plumber 911 is a network of state-certified emergency plumbers all over the city. Every Plumber 911 member has over 10,000 hours of training. We drive specially fitted trucks with the tools and parts for any emergency, from septic tanks to skyscrapers, business or home. Don't get caught with your pants down. In a plumbing emergency, Google Plumber 911 or go to plumber911.net.
CPI Security stands guard over your home like an all-American linebacker, ready to spring into action. When the alarm is tripped, bam! You're instantly connected to a CPI emergency response operator who will dispatch the authorities. Oh yeah, there's your peace of mind, baby. Go to CPISecurity.com today and see how the real-time response system can protect your family. CPI Security, protecting what's important.
When fire and water damage take control of your life, ServPro can help you take it back. ServPro Fire and Water Damage Cleanup and Restoration like it never even happened. Call 1-800-ServPro. And Bulldog Football also brought to you by BB&T, member FDIC. LSU with the ball, 1st and goal on the Dogs' 9-yard line, looking to add to a 21-10 lead here in the 3rd quarter. Let's pause for station identification. Bulldog Sports Network from IMG. Jefferson in the shotgun. They hand it off to Blue, running straight ahead. He runs into a crowd of red jerseys. We wrap him up around the 7-yard line. Maybe the 8. I don't think he got quite as far as the 7. Alfred Blue stopped just beyond the line of scrimmage. They give him a 1-yard gain. It'll be second down and goal from the 8. Garrison Smith and Christian Robinson, the first 2 men to get to him.
Come on, boys. We need a turnover right now.
LSU's turned it over 8 times all year long. Just staggering numbers. Man out by himself on the wide side there for LSU. They run in an offset eye with Ware. Play fake to Ware, roll to the right, throw it to Hilliard. He bobbles it. We got to tackle him, but we can't, and he's into the end zone touchdown. We hit him with Boykin at the 5, and he just ran right through Brandon. Hilliard at 240 pounds and Boykin at 183 or 185 at best. He just shredded our defender, and it's 27-10, and the mighty Bayou Bengals are looking pretty mighty.
Well, I'll tell you what, they can turn it on unbelievably fast, and keeping our defense out there on the field now. You can just tell wearing us down and bringing back after back into this football game.
Well, that was a 70-yard drive, Z. That's the best they've shown that they can move the football. The point after try is good, and it's 28-10. The game clock is showing 3:45 remaining here in the third quarter, and don't know if that's correct or not. Let's go down to the sidelines and Chuck Dowdle. Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck, good news down there, I hope.
Well, yeah, good news where the game clock's concerned.
Okay.
That is now accurate and right, and I'm told by the referee that this will be, it'll work the rest of the way. We shall see. We've been lied to before about that. The other thing that is not good news, Carlton Thomas has a left knee injury. He is out of the game for now. And, of course, as you've already mentioned, Gilliard is also out for the remainder of this game.
All right, thank you very much. Kenny Hilliard has scored all three of the 4 LSU touchdowns here in the ball game as the Tigers lead Georgia by a score of 28-10. And those points we left on the table in the first half are really looming very large at this juncture in the ball game. Let's check in with our IMG Network studios in Cabell Philpott. Cabell?
Scott, thanks. Checking in on New Mexico and 7th-ranked Boise State. Broncos up 28-0, 7:49 to go in the second quarter there. Coming up at the 8 o'clock hour, number 10 Oklahoma, number 3 Oklahoma State will battle in Bedlam. At 8 o'clock, that's out in Stillwater, and number 5 Virginia Tech and number 20 Clemson meet for the ACC championship at 8 o'clock. Guys, back to you.
All right, Cab, that's our check of the Charter on-demand scoreboard. Thank you very much. 28-10, LSU pulling away. Aaron Murray, first quarter, 7 for 15, 100 yards and a touchdown since that first quarter. Just 4 for 12, 21 yards and an interception. And he had a fumble, too. Hairston to kick it off for LSU. A high end-over-end kick taken by Boykin on the goal line. Brandon to the 10, cuts this way, middle of the field, 15, 20, trying to find a gap, and is knocked down at the 23-yard line. Tackle made by Rocky Duplessis or something close to that. And again, some words being exchanged after the tackle. Players having to be separated. LSU 28-10 on the Dogs.
Yeah, just so much speed everywhere. You can see it in every facet of the football game. On special teams, they get down the field in coverage unbelievably fast, just running around, and you can see right now why this team is undefeated and the number 1 team in the land. Still some time left in this football game, but need to get something going quickly.
Brandon Harton in the ball game, and Aaron White, the tight end, comes in late to join the play. 4 seconds on the play clock. 2 seconds on the play clock. Quick snap to the shotgun. Murray will throw it, and it is caught by Chris Conley. Short over the middle pass. And Conley up to the 30 before being shoved back. That'll be a gain of about 7. Parnell Hatcher, the linebacker, and Eric Reed, the safety, make the stop for LSU. Second down and 3 to go for the Bulldogs here, getting late in the third quarter. And we've just been punched in the mouth by LSU. We're down 18 after leading by 3 at the half. Jones over the football, snaps it to Murray in the shotgun. Aaron, quick throw, batted down at the line of scrimmage, and back from whence it came. Michael Brockers just swatted it back to about the 15-yard line. Incomplete. Third down and 3 to go for the Dogs. Clock stops with 3:06 showing here on the game clocks in the Georgia Dome, and we think those are correct now. And Chuck told us they were.
That's right, and Dogs now going no huddle, and that ball got batted down, but Malcolm Mitchell just running a quick slant. We actually had him if that ball would have gotten through the line of scrimmage.
Third down for the Dogs, 3 yards to go from our 30-yard line. Murray's in the shotgun. Brandon Harton's in the backfield. We've gone through some backs today. Throw it to Orson Charles. He catches it, I think, for a first down at the 34-yard line. Again, a quick pass over the middle, and we do get to move the chains. 1st and 10, Georgia, just shy of our 35.
Just a little spot route there by Orson Charles. Again, giving a little bit of space there. Just runs up, gets to the chains, turns around, a little button hook. Good job by Aaron Murray getting the football out of his hand quickly.
3 receivers set for the Dogs. We stay in the shotgun with Harton offset to Murray's right. Clock at 2:40 and moving. Here comes blitz pressure. We throw. Conley was the intended receiver, incomplete at the 42-yard line. Chris wanted a penalty. Claiborne was covering, and the ball just sailed and landed about 20 yards downfield. Chris Conley apparently wanting a hold or interference of some sort, but no flag.
I'll tell you, I don't know how they don't throw a flag on that play. I mean, Claiborne is all over Conley and just grabbing him, falls down into him, and no flag.
2nd and 10. Just shy of our own 35-yard line. We're moving left to right. Isaiah Crowell back in the ballgame. Takes the handoff as he runs to the left side of the line of scrimmage. Nothing there at left tackle, and he goes down at the 36-yard line. A pickup of about 1.5 yards. Sam Montgomery, the sophomore right end from Greenwood, South Carolina, makes the stop. Now Ken Malcolm has checked into the ballgame, and Crowell kind of hobbles out. Third down and 8 to go for the Dogs from our 36-yard line. Murray back to pass. Feels the pressure. Goes down. Sack back on the 32-yard line.
Just so tough when you get into 3rd and long situations. This LSU defensive line finding ways just with a bull rush to get upfield, forcing Aaron Murray to step up into the pocket. Then they're collapsing on him extremely quickly. And when you need that time to get downfield 8, 10, 12 yards, just not a lot of time to do it.
That's at least the 3rd sack of the ball game. Dogs in punt formation. Odell Beckham Jr. They're going to give Tyrann Mathieu a rest, leading 28-10. Butler gets the punt away. A long wobbly spiral far side of the field taken by Beckham at the 23 or the 24-yard line. Then he starts to run. He didn't call the fair catch, but he was right on the sideline, and he's out of bounds at the 25.
Yeah, great directional kick there by Butler. That ball was caught about an inch from going out of bounds.
45-yard punt, 1-yard return. LSU ball on their own 25-yard line. With 1:08 to go, they lead 28-10. Dog fans, check out Atlanta's fastest-growing Honda dealer, the all-new Suns Honda in McDonough, offering the lowest prices and the best service on Hondas. That'd be Suns. 1st and 10 from the 25 for LSU. We haven't stopped them in the 3rd quarter, and we've helped them a little bit as well. Jefferson with an option pitch to Ford on the far side. Ford up to the 30, the 35, and the 36-yard line, and down on the tackle made by Bakari Rambo right there near the first down marker. I think he got the first down. He got 10.5, and they moved the sticks.
Well, nothing doing on that speed option in the first half. Second half here in the 3rd quarter, they've run that very, very effectively. Big gains each time they've pulled that out.
Well, we just need a spark. If we could get any kind of a spark on defense that might put some life back into the sideline and here in the stadium, because it's all LSU right now as the momentum has completely swung to their side. Handoff to Ware, running straight ahead between the tackles. Ware is going to be brought down around the 40-yard line, a pickup of about 3.5. Tackle made by Sean Williams. He's made a lot of those today as he jumped on Ware's back, drove him into the turf. Bulldog football brought to you by BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC.
Yeah, and even plays right now where it looks like we've got everything sewn up turn into 4 or 5 yard gains for this LSU offense.
That's going to be the last play of the 3rd quarter. 15 minutes to go, and the Dogs with a serious uphill climb. It's 28-10. The number 1 ranked LSU Tigers leading the Bulldogs as we go to the 4th. Timeout here in the Georgia Dome. We'll be back right after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
The Hankook Optimo H727 was recently ranked as one of the top all-season tires by a leading consumer publication. The Hankook Optimo H727 provides a quiet, comfortable ride, while special Hankook technologies provide outstanding traction in all weather conditions. Visit us online at HankookTireUSA.com to find a dealer near you and pick up Optimo H727 tires for your vehicle today. Be one with it. Hankook Tire.
At BB&T, sharing financial knowledge is our responsibility, our privilege, and our legacy. For more than 135 years, BB&T has been sharing the knowledge our clients need to move in a brighter financial direction. We also share a commitment to our community, supporting our schools, arts, and sports programs, helping businesses grow and families become homeowners. Because when you share knowledge, you share so much more. BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction.
Member FDIC. Loan subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
Meet Rugged Brown. It's at your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store looking for a few good dents. If your idea of heaven is a giant flat screen TV, some nacho cheese tortilla chips, and a nail-biter game, this is your color. Want to talk about deep stuff like art or music or feelings? Rugged Brown is fine with that too, as long as you wait for a commercial. To make the most of Rugged Brown or any other color, visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams paint store or sherwinwilliams.com.
Now, don't be nervous, Kevin. The vet just wants to see how you're doing. Relax. I got a Keno ticket so we can play on my phone while we wait.
That goat's not diseased, is it?
No. Ooh, Kevin, it's Keno time. Yes, we won, Kevin.
Whoa, your goat's breathing fire. When do you feed that thing?
Buy your Keno ticket, then play it anywhere for the chance to win up to $100,000 every 4 minutes. Play Keno from the Georgia Lottery. Today could be the day. Please play responsibly.
The Serve Pro franchise system knows that water damage is bad enough without worrying that your insurance agent chose the right company to handle the cleanup. But you'll have nothing to worry about if your agent calls Serve Pro for fire and water cleanup and restoration. Serve Pro franchise professionals are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's 1-800-SERVE-PRO or visit ServePro.com. The Serve Pro franchise system is faster to any size disaster to help make it like it never even happened. Serve Pro franchises are independently owned and operated.
Along with Eric Zier and Chuck Dowdle, Scott Howard here in the Georgia Dome, Tony Schiavone, Neil Williamson, our spotters, Charles Young's our producer-engineer, Campbell Philpott, our studio host at our IMG Network studios. We go to the fourth quarter, and LSU is leading 28-10 on the Bulldogs. They've scored 28 unanswered points. The Dogs had a 10-0 lead after one quarter of play. And then both teams with offensive juggernauts in the second quarter, each team with 1 yard of offense in the second quarter. LSU had no first downs at the half, no passing yards. But different story in the third quarter with a little bit of help by the Bulldogs. LSU surges ahead, scoring 21 third-quarter points. They had 123 yards of offense in the third quarter. Georgia only 35. LSU with the football. That in-game recap brought to you by Regions Bank, by the way. LSU second down, 6 yards to go from their own 40-yard line. They're moving left to right now here in the Dome. Jefferson going to run the option to the far side. We're chasing after him, and we will catch him from behind. And he will be brought down at the 43-yard line as Jarvis Jones pursued and Kwame Geathers make the tackle. He's shy of the first down at the 44. Let's go down to the sidelines for Cook's Pest Control Report with Chuck Dowdle. Chuck.
Guys, I want good news for you. We just can't seem to come up with any. Carlton Thomas now, I'm being told, is out for the game. So there goes a key part of Georgia's rushing attack so far, and he's got his left knee wrapped in ice.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, with Isaiah Crowell in and out of the ball game, and no Richard Samuel, and we're down to Brandon Harton when we have the ball on offense. Play fake and a naked boot by Jefferson. He's going to be dropped down by Cornelius Washington back on the 35, but there's a flag, and we may have gotten the face mask. Cornelius Washington pursued and sacked him back on the 35-yard line, but the flag came out right at the tackle. And we shall see. Was it a horse collar?
Foul, horse collar tackle, 83 of the defense. Since the run ended behind the line of scrimmage, the foul will be enforced from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
So that'll move the ball into Georgia territory.
Boy, great effort there by Cornelius Washington to get out there, just reaching out, and unfortunately it was almost not, but he clipped him behind the shoulder pads there. Good call, but great effort in trying to make that tackle. That's unfortunate.
So it gives LSU a 1st and 10 just outside the Georgia 40-yard line. Tigers lead it 28-10. They've scored 28 straight points. No lead is safe for these guys. Of course, 10 points is not that much. Handoff running straight ahead is Blue. And Blue will be tackled, slung to the turf by Avery Jones. Our defensive end wrapped him up and put him down just across the 40, around the 38-yard line. A gain of a couple, 2nd down and 8.
LSU now taking their time, getting in and out of the huddle, trying to burn off a little bit of this clock. We've got to have something happen right now on the defensive side of the ball, get this ball on the carpet. Force them into a passing situation, maybe get a pick, but something needs to get this crowd back into it and this bench, more importantly, back into it.
2nd down for LSU. They go in the shotgun. They'll hand it off to Alfred Blue. He's just going to run straight ahead behind their big center. And Blue will be stacked up at the 36-yard line. It would be a gain of 2. Avery Jones, Garrison Smith making the tackle. No D'Angelo Tyson today. Now no Carlton Thomas. He's been injured, out for the game. No Michael Gilliard, injured in the first half. Did not return. No Richard Samuel. Wasn't able to dress today. 3rd down and 6 for LSU from the Georgia 36-yard line. Clock moving at 12:37. We're in the 4th quarter. Tight end in motion for the Bayou Bengals. Handoff to Ware. Starts left, comes back right. Collision. Middle of the line of scrimmage with Sean Williams, and Ware is knocked back. Williams still down. Now he's asking for some help up. That was a pretty nasty shot. They ran head-to-head right in the middle of the line of scrimmage. Williams may have a stinger. He's trying to shake off that right arm.
Yeah, big league tackle there by Williams coming in, and no question he is.
He's hurting.
He's still trying to get his wits about himself.
It's 4th down for LSU. Tackle made at the 34, so it was only a pickup of a couple of more, and LSU's letting that clock tick down. The play clock's at 8, and they'll let it tick down and then call a timeout. Les Miles approaching the referee on the far side of the field, asks for a time before the play clock hits 0, and they'll take it.
Timeout LSU, their 3rd and final timeout of the half.
11:42 to play, 4th quarter. 28-10, LSU leading Georgia here in the SEC Championship. We'll be back in a moment. This is Bulldog Football from IMG.
Georgia Saturdays with Mark Richt.
A very unique tradition at Georgia is our chapel bell. Anytime there's a victory at Sanford Stadium, the students line up to ring that thing. That's one of my favorites because it means we won.
Ford F-150 also has a winning tradition, beating every other truck series in sales 34 straight years. Visit GeorgiaSaturdays.com to learn more. Based on CY sales 1982 through 2010.
Georgia Saturdays, built Ford tough.
Best girlfriend ever. I swung the fridge door open and saw the most horrific sight. Not a single cold beverage, not a single Coors Light. I grabbed my keys, it was time to hit the store, but stopped when I heard a knock at the door. It was my girlfriend, bearing gifts of Coors Light. Best girlfriend ever? You got that right.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Cold hard fact, when it comes to Rocky Mountain Cold Coors Light, remember, 21 means 21. With great beer comes great responsibility. Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
This is DJ Shockley, MVP quarterback of the 2005 SEC champion Bulldogs. Our team caught a few breaks to win the SEC. And right now, Metro PCS wants to give your team a break from high wireless bills. Get 4 unlimited lines for only $100. That's nationwide unlimited talk, text, and web with taxes and fees included. All on a nationwide network, all with no contracts. To find out more, visit metropcs.com and go Dogs. Restrictions apply. Limited time offer. See store or metropcs.com for details.
Bulldog football is brought to you by BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction. Member FDIC. And don't forget to keep it tuned for the postgame show. After today's SEC championship, we'll present the Texaco Star Player of the Game, as well as award our Children's Healthcare Game Ball. LSU trying to win a SEC championship for the 4th time in this game. This was an event that was started in 1992 after the expansion of the league, adding Arkansas and South Carolina. It'll grow a little bit larger beginning next year with Texas A&M and Missouri coming into the Southeastern Conference. LSU won a championship in 01, 03, and 07. They lost to Georgia in 05. And they're trying to go to 9-1 inside the Georgia Dome. They've had tremendous success in this building.
Boy, that they have. And
Brad Wing is on to allegedly punt. See, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, they're just saying a lot of success, looking in very good shape right now, going in just trying to grind the clock out. Who knows what's going to happen here, though.
LSU 4th down on the Georgia 34-yard line, and they let the clock run down.
Delay of game on the kicking team. Penalties declined. 4th down.
So the Dogs want to make Wing kick it anyway. They said decline, and they were going to mark it off. And now Mark Richt is saying we do want to take it.
Correction, Georgia will accept the 5-yard penalty.
So they will mark it off. Hasn't been the smoothest of games.
Boy, it has not, has it?
From the clock problems to some allegedly missed calls. They didn't mark it off. They're getting ready to snap it. You got to mark it off. It's 5 yards. 1, 2, put one foot in front of the other.
They're still discussing it.
Oh, are they going to mark it off or not? Yes, now they will. All right, at the 39-yard line. And that's where LSU will supposedly punt the football. And the deep man to receive it for Georgia is Brandon Boykin. He's standing right on the 10-yard line. This would be an easy punch out of the end zone for Wing, but he'll see you try to cough and kick it. Yeah, he held it for a while and looked to see if Georgia was going to rush him. Then he kicks it, puts that backspin on it. It's going to hit at the 12, and they will down it around the 15-yard line or so. Right on the 15, to be exact. Well, that Brad Wing is a master with that football and his foot. Timeout. 28-10, LSU leading Georgia, 11:32 to go in the SEC championship game. Back to Atlanta after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
The Hankook Optimo H727 was recently ranked as one of the top all-season tires by a leading consumer publication. The Hankook Optimo H727 provides a quiet, comfortable ride, while special Hankook technologies provide outstanding traction in all weather conditions. Visit us online at HankookTireUSA.com to find a dealer near you and pick up Optimo H727 tires for your vehicle today. Be one with it. Hankook Tire.
At BB&T, sharing financial knowledge is our responsibility, our privilege, and our legacy. For more than 135 years, BB&T has been sharing the knowledge our clients need to move in a brighter financial direction. We also share a commitment to our community, supporting our schools, arts, and sports programs, helping businesses grow and families become homeowners. Because when you share knowledge, you share so much more. BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction.
Member FDIC. Loan subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
What a state of generosity. Look what my agent got for me. Just by switching to State Farm. A few hundred unexpected bucks, I couldn't ask for more. But now I've got to figure out what I should use it for. A new bike would be radical, but maybe something practical, like a pet baboon with one robotic arm. Get to a better state, State Farm.
Did you know the number one cause of wildfire is humans? To keep your fire under control, clear a break around it. Keep a hose handy and never leave your burn unattended. Find out more from the Georgia Forestry Commission at gatrees.org. Dogs will have the ball at our own 15-yard line. 28-10 LSU leading Georgia, and those 28 points have come unanswered as Georgia had a 10-point lead in the first quarter. LSU took them a half to get anything going offensively, but all it took was a little help by Georgia. The Bulldogs fumbled early in the third quarter, and LSU recovered at our 26-yard line, turned that into points. And then a long, brilliant punt return by Tyrann Mathieu, his second of the ball game, set up another score, and then they were off to the races. Murray's in the shotgun, 3-receiver set for the Dogs. Murray drops back from the 7, fires. Malcolm Mitchell pounded, driven back at the 20. What a hit. Caught the ball and just driven back on a formed tackle by the linebacker, Kevin Minter. That got the LSU faithful oohing and eyeing on that hit. It's a gain of 5, second down and 5 to go for the Dogs.
But good protection by Georgia up front, allowing Aaron Murray to get to about his 4th guy in that progression.
2 receivers right, 1 to the left for Murray. Crowell's in the backfield. Carlton Thomas out of the ball game. And Crowell's been in and out, battling a leg injury, ankle problem or something. Murray with a long snap count. Quarterback draw. Runs 25, 28, 29. And he'll have the first down and a little bit more up to the 30-yard line. Minter and Edwards. Minter the linebacker, Edwards the right end. Converged to make the tackle. Dogs move the chains. Clock at 10:40. We're down 18.
Good play call there by Mike Bobo, these defensive end from LSU. Now that we're in this 2-minute type situation, really getting upfield quick.
Stay in a 3-receiver set with Crowell in the backfield. Murray will throw, and a crossing route right through the hands of Michael Bennett. Slipped right through the wickets as he was coming in from right to left. And the incompletion stops the clock with 10:22.
Yeah, just a side adjustment there as LSU brought the nickel back and then brought the Mike linebacker off of those 2 guys coming. Just a side adjustment, quick slant there by Michael Bennett. No doubt should have had that football.
We've had a few of those today.
Boy, too many. 4
drops in the first half, 2 that cost us 2 touchdowns. And we missed a field goal. 2nd and 10 for the Dogs. Murray drops back in the shotgun. Has time. Will throw it to the near sideline. There comes flags everywhere as Isaiah Crowell is belted right in front of the Georgia bench. And now he wants to jaw with the culprit, Ryan Baker. And now here comes another flag.
Yeah, we just got one thrown on us, too.
You got to be kidding me.
Isaiah, after he got popped, got right back up into the face of the LSU defender and started jawing. I think that one was dropped on us. Maybe that second one's going to be offsetting.
Wow. Oh, man. That was a boneheaded penalty if that goes against us. I can tell you that. When you're down 18, you just get up and you take the flag on them and you keep playing. The officials are discussing it. There's 5 guys in striped shirts. One of them wearing a white hat, standing around talking about it. Let's go down to the sidelines. Chuck Dowdle's right there. Chuck, what do you have?
Yeah, the officials are discussing it. Mark's discussing it with another official. Obviously, Matt Austin and his crew have had a pretty rough game here. When you start with the clock problems they've had and then not sure about the... Hold on a second.
With 2 fouls on the play, pass interference, defense number 22. That penalty would be enforced at the spot of the foul, automatic first down. Following the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 1 of Georgia. 15-yard penalty, first down.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
what happened.
Wow.
Well, that might keep one on the sideline. I don't know after that. I mean, that's... Holy smokes.
Just absolutely no need for it whatsoever.
Just get him out.
They mark it off. They want to put the ball down around the 24-yard line. The official has to move the Georgia huddle out of the way. Now he's going to move it another yard on the 23. So it's a first down back on our 23. And Ken Malcolm is in the game now. 3 receivers in, Dogs in the shotgun. 10-17 to go, we think, here in the fourth quarter. 28-10 LSU. Murray to pass. Fires over the middle. It's caught by the tight end Orson Charles at the 29. Tackled right there by Carnell Hatcher, a middle linebacker, a senior from Delray Beach, Florida. That's the one thing that Z. Orson has not been able to do. If he has caught the ball, if we've been able to get it to him, there have been no yards after the catch.
No, I'll tell you what, they've clamped down on the first couple of catches of the game, had a little bit of room to run with the football. Now they've really bracketing him on the inside with a couple of guys and converging very quickly.
3 catches by Charles for 35. We throw it to Malcolm into the near flat. He makes the catch, sidesteps a tackler, runs through another across the 40, up to the 45, still moving the pile across the 45 to the 46-yard line. The Georgia sideline liked that, and the Georgia fans liked the effort of Ken Boo Malcolm.
Well, for the first time in a quarter and a half, the Georgia bench gets into the football game.
All the way up to the 47-yard line, a gain of 17 yards. Eric Reed finally made the tackle. Good effort. That'll get you more playing time, plays like that.
Absolutely will. Just a simple little flat route he caught, turned it into a nice gain.
Murray shotgun, drops back, pressure from the edges, still in the pocket, runs away from one would-be tackler, throws and short hops it down the field. Trying to get it to Chris Conley, was trying to throw, going to his right and throw on the run, and he didn't have enough on the ball, and it short-hopped Conley by about 1.5 yards in LSU territory. The incompletion will stop the clock at 9:08 and make it 2nd down and 10 from the 47-yard line.
Boy, Murray had Conley, too. Did a good job escaping in the pocket. Good coverage initially by LSU. When he scrambled, brought up the defender. He had to hurry to get rid of it. They tried to throw it a little too quick and short-hopped him.
Down 18, Dogs trying to move into LSU territory, something that the Tigers didn't get past their 38-yard line in the first half, which was amazing, but we only had a 3-point lead. Here comes the blitz. Murray's going to eat it back at the 40. First guy missed him, and then the second guy came in and got him. Jermaria Rasco, a freshman from Shreveport, Louisiana, and then he had to pose for the crowd after the sack. I believe that's the 4th sack of the day by LSU. Murray was sacked 6 times in this building in the season opener against Boise State, and it's heading in that direction today.
Yeah, and that was a coverage sack right there. Murray had nowhere to go with that football.
Loss of 7, back to our 40, 3rd down now and 17. Bennett and Conley to the right, and Brown to the near side. Long ball, far sideline. Our receiver got tangled up and they fall down, and the ball lands out of bounds anyway. It's incomplete. Down around the LSU 34-yard line, one of the LSU players up hobbling a little bit, and he'll head to the sideline. That's Tharold Simon, who hops out of bounds. But it's punt time now for Georgia. Drew Butler on to kick it away, and Odell Beckham Jr. back deep to receive for LSU. 8:22 to play. We'll punt from our 40. Well, the Tigers are as good as billed, but when they have a little help, they're even better.
Well, they've had a bunch of help from us today.
Yep. Here's Butler with the punts. Wobbly on the side. It's going to land on the 20. Take a good bulldog bounce inside the 10. Still rolling and rolling and rolling down to maybe the 6-yard line. Terrific job by the Bulldogs senior punter. Will put LSU in a hole, a 54-yard punt, and dead around the 7-yard line. LSU ball when we come back. Timeout here in the Dome. 8:08 to go in the SEC Championship game. It's LSU 28 and Georgia 10. This is Bulldog football from IMG.
The Georgia Lottery has teamed up with IMG Sports for the Keno Gridiron Giveaway. It's your chance to win one of 3 postseason football trips. All Gridiron Getaway trips include airfare, hotel, transportation, and game day tickets for you and a friend, plus $500 spending cash. Play Keno now through December 11th and visit Facebook.com/Georgia Lottery starting Monday, November 21st and enter your ticket for a chance to win. Visit the Georgia Lottery on Facebook for more details. Must be 18 or older to participate.
What if, when the gasoline station down the street had a sale, you got a notification emailed to you? Dear Hondo, $2 a gallon for the next 24 hours. That dream is reality when you sign up for AirTran Airways Net Escapes at airtran.com. For every sale or special fare they have, they send an email to all their Net Escape subscribers. Your email address will not be used for any other purpose, just to save money on airfare. Sign up today and start saving at airtran.com. AirTran Airways, go! There's nothing stopping you.
Introducing My Lowe's, a revolutionary new collection of online tools designed to simplify the way you manage, maintain, and do things around your house. It's a playbook for your home, a place for stats like home specs, room dimensions, paint colors, and more. You can even set reminders for things like replacing air and water filters. My Lowe's is in its rookie season, so this is just the beginning. Find out more at Lowe's.com/My Lowe's. Lowe's, never stop improving.
(28-10) LSU leading Georgia. They're 28 points unanswered. Georgia scored the first 10, and then LSU scored the next 28 as they are 8 minutes and 8 seconds away from an SEC title and a spot in the national championship game, which will be played in New Orleans a week after the Sugar Bowl. LSU up to the line. 1st and 10 from their own 7-yard line after Butler punted them into a hole. Kenny Hilliard, who scored 3 touchdowns today, is the tailback. They line up in the I. They'll hand it off to Hilliard, and he finds a bit of a hole, breaks outside at the 15, at the 20. Guys pulling at him, trying to pull that ball loose, but Hilliard will have none of that all the way out to the 24-yard line. Jenkins and Ogletree way downfield to make the stop. It is a gain of 17, 1st and 10, LSU at their own 24.
Boy, 2 guys that have made just a huge difference in the second half. Tyrann Mathieu and Hilliard, both these guys have come to play in the 3rd and 4th quarters of this football game.
First down, LSU, something we didn't say in the first half because they had 0 first downs. Like they went in there and changed uniforms and sent different guys out after halftime. They pitch it to Hilliard. He runs to the near side. Stutter steps at the 25. Gets by a tackler at the 30 and lowers his head up to the 36-yard line. Boykin finally brought him down. Brandon still sitting on the seat of his pants on the turf. Now he is helped up by Big John Jenkins, but it's another first down for LSU up to the 36-yard line. A pickup of 12 for Hilliard.
Boy, and just as advertised, they just wear you down, don't they?
They do. And Ford, who is their leading rusher, has had minimal carries today. He really hasn't done a whole lot. I don't know if he's dinged up at all. He's got 34 yards on 6 carries. But Hilliard getting the bulk of the work right now. He's a fullback, too. They'll line him up at fullback. They toss him the ball. He runs through the hole. He's still on his feet. We're trying to get the ball out instead of making the tackle. And the end result is Hilliard running to the 48-yard line of the Bulldogs. A gain of 16. So we're trying to yank the ball out. And meantime, he's just running and pulling tacklers with him. Sanders Cummings finally gets credit for the tackle at the Georgia 48-yard line.
He's got those 2 big arms wrapped around that football. That's going to be hard to yank out. And just like you said, we're holding him up or trying to hold him up and strip that football, but the hold up part is not being accomplished.
Not in the second half. 1st and 10, LSU in Georgia territory at the Bulldog 48-yard line. They go in the I. They've got Blue in at tailback, and Alfred Blue, big hole up the middle, 40, 35, 30, sprints by our defenders, 10, 5, touchdown. 48-yard touchdown burst right up the gut, and he just ran right by our secondary.
Boy, just untouched. And you're right, split. Bakari Rambo and Brandon Boykin like they were standing still.
Blue, a 6'2 sophomore, 215 with some pretty good quicks. And there was that hole in the middle of the line was enormous. And he ran right by Boykin and Rambo, and Cummings had no shot at him either. And it's 34-10. And Alamo on to try the point after for LSU after their 5th touchdown of the game, and it's good, and it's 35 unanswered points, and it's turned into a rout. 35-10, 6:17 to go in the SEC championship. Timeout. Back after this. Bulldogs football from IMG.
KM Homes has a passion for the future. That's why they use innovative materials like LP Tech Shield Radiant Barrier Roof Sheathing. Blocking up to 97% of the sun's radiant heat, LP TechShield helps you save up to 17% on monthly air conditioning bills. With award-winning homes priced from the 190s to the high 500s, KM Homes has a design and location that's just right for you. For special community incentives, visit kmhomes.com. That's kmhomes.com.
Harold promised his 7-year-old son CJ that he would build him a fort. That's why Georgia Power wants to be the official energy partner of keeping Harold's promise. Not only will we help Harold build that fort by supplying the reliable electricity he'll need, but we'll give him a blueprint to fortify his home and help save energy. It's called EarthSense. With EarthSense, he'll find energy savings he didn't know he had, and he can get hundreds of dollars back in rebates when he makes energy efficiency improvements to his home. To learn more about EarthSense, go to GeorgiaPower.com. Georgia Power, official energy partner of you.
33 years ago, we had a simple idea. Make the best vehicles in America and once a year offer them with special savings. It's an event that's not just big, but an American tradition. Toyotathon is back. Get the 2011 Toyota Tundra with 0% APR financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 holiday cash. Monthly payment is $16.67 for every $1,000 financed through Southeast Toyota Finance. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. Cannot be combined with any other offers. Must complete retail sale and take delivery between December 1st to 31st, 2011. The biggest and best sales event of the year is going on now.
$35-10, LSU pounding Georgia. Well, this is what the Bayou Bengals have done all season long, just pound the opposition into submission. 10-0 lead, that means nothing. 14-0 lead, that means nothing. They just wear you down. They go and go and go, and Georgia's brilliant 10-game run, 10-game winning streak after losing the first two will come to an end here in the Georgia Dome, where the season began, as James Hairston prepares to kick it off for LSU. Back deep will be Brandon Boykin. And the 35 points allowed by the Dogs here, the most since we lost to South Carolina when they scored 45.
Boy, you're going to look back on this game and just ask the question, what if? What if we catch that first touchdown pass and don't have to settle for a field goal, and then we had the second drop touchdown pass very easily, could have started this football game 21-0, and then you don't know what's going to happen. Right. All of a sudden you've got the confidence and the mentality that you can go win this football game. You have those miscues, and immediately it comes into your mind, boy, we've dropped some opportunities, and then a big play, a couple of big plays by LSU on special teams, and you could just feel the avalanche coming.
Hairston to kick it off. 6:17 remaining in the ball game. LSU fans beginning their celebration of an SEC championship. The kickoff is high and end over end, comes down at the 3 to Boykin. Runs to the 15, stops, looks for a gap, and it's not there, and he's down at the 15-yard line. And Georgia will send the offense back out. Tackle was made by the fullback, J.C. Copeland.
Boy, this second half for LSU, they've been solid and strong in every single area. Offensively, they've run the football very, very well. Their kickoff coverage has been great. We haven't been able to get it out to the 20-yard line one time outside of the one that they booted through the back of the end zone.
Murray shotgun. Malcolm's the lone setback. 3 receivers set. And the Dogs with the play clock at 10 look to the near side to get the signals. Clock not moving yet at 6:12. There's the snap. Handoff Malcolm. Malcolm runs to the near side, upfield to the 20. The push across the 21 to the 22-yard line. A gain of 7. Benny Logan, the right tackle, makes the stop. The defensive tackle for LSU. But Malcolm picks up 7 on the play. 2nd down and 3 for the Bulldogs. Clock moving now at 5:50. Snap to Murray. Whips it out to the near side. Orson Charles passes a little bit out of his reach. Orson got some fingers on it but couldn't reel it in. Lamine Barrow, linebacker, in coverage for LSU. The incompletion will stop the clock with 5:43 and bring up 3rd down for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, it would have been a great catch there by Orson if he were able to pull that one in.
3rd down 3 from our 22-yard line. Murray has the play. Play clock down to 10. He'll hand it off, fake the pass afterward, hand it off to big Ken Malcolm. He gets the first down yardage and more. Yeah, Malcolm's running hard, man.
Well, I'll tell you what.
I like the way he's running. This is a kid that left the team earlier this season, then changed his mind and was allowed to come back to the team and has had to work his way up the depth chart, and he's running hard when he's getting carries here.
Yeah, right now you're going to have you're not going to win this football game, obviously, but if you're Ken Malcolm, you've got a chance to prove a few things and start to set the stage for not only a bowl game, but for next year as well.
Murray on first down will throw a deep ball. Marlon Brown, the intended receiver, and in and out of the hands of Morris Claiborne, who was running just beyond Marlon Brown. He had it in his hands and dropped the interception. Stops the clock with 5:12. It's 35-10, LSU leading Georgia. And let's go down to the sidelines and Chuck Dowdle for Cook's Pest Control Report. Chuck?
Guys, you're talking about Boo Malcolm, and I'll tell you what, last week against Georgia Tech, you saw that young man grow up, and I'm talking to Coach Rick about him. He said he suddenly gained confidence, and the coaches have gained confidence in him. He's done nothing to lose that confidence with his performance here late in this game.
Well, the opportunity is there for the taking with the injury to Carlton Thomas and the uncertainness of Isaiah Crowell. Snap to Murray. Handoff. Malcolm fights through a tackle at the line of scrimmage, still going, driving and spinning his way across the 35. The pile still moving. Another good, hard inside run. Ken Malcolm would not go down all the way down to the 38-yard line. Barkevius Mingo, one half of the M&M boys, Mingo and Montgomery, made the tackle along with Derek Bryant, free safety. It's third down and a yard, so he got 9 on that one.
Well, Malcolm running hard and staying in the football game, too.
Third and short for the Dogs from our own 39. Clock under 5 minutes to go. We haven't scored since the first quarter. Murray throws. It's picked off. Claiborne got it that time at the 44. Down the near sideline. Only Murray to beat. He stops. He changes directions. He angles in. And that's a touchdown. Pick 6 for the All-American, Morris Claiborne. 6-foot junior from Shreveport, Louisiana. And LSU pours a little salt in the wound. About a 44-yard pick 6. Third turnover of the day by the Dogs. And we will not win the turnover battle today. And we certainly will not win this game, as it has definitely gotten away from the Dogs. It's 41-10.
Well, good pick there by Claiborne. Goes up to get that pass. As soon as he caught that one there, out in the flats, nobody there to stop him. Good hustle by Aaron Murray, trying to make him or at least push him out of bounds. But Claiborne able to reverse field and find his way into the end zone. Then does a nice little pose in the back of the end zone.
They're into the posing stuff. Here's Alamon with a point after. It's good. It's 42-10. 42 unanswered points for LSU. And the only question for LSU is, like, who's going to be their national championship opposition? Is it going to be Alabama? Is it going to be Oklahoma State? Is it going to be some other team? But they will definitely be there. And Georgia will move on to a bowl game at a destination to be named, to be determined. When's the bowl show? Is that Sunday? Is that tomorrow?
I think it is. I do believe it is, and it's going to be interesting to see if Alabama finds its way back in. You know, you have to look at the losses. With Oklahoma State having a pretty bad loss, Alabama losing to this team in overtime. Granted, it was on their home field, but you play this team to a 6-6 tie. I don't care where you are. You've got to be pretty good as well. I've seen Alabama play in person. They are every bit as good as advertised as well. I think it would be a worthy matchup having these two go after it again.
LSU to kick it off with 4:21 remaining. And it's 42-10. LSU scored 7 in the second quarter. Dogs had a 3-point lead at halftime, 10-7. Then 21 points in the third quarter. And then 14 more here in the fourth. Georgia's offensive output, 226 yards of offense. I'm told that's our worst or least since 2007. kickoff into the end zone, and Brandon Smith will take a knee and down it, and it'll be a touchback. Just some early missed opportunities kind of derailed things and kept LSU. Not that they were out of it at that point, but like you said earlier, Z, you just go back to say, what if? I mean, what if Tavares Keene catches that ball and scores? What if Malcolm Mitchell catches his ball and scores?
That's right. It just changes the dynamics of the game. The crowd gets up and gets into it.
Please reset the game clock to 4 minutes and 14 seconds. 4-1-4.
You just never know what's going to happen in those kind of situations. And in games like this, a one-game scenario, you get that kind of momentum on your side. You never know what can take place. And unfortunately for the Dogs, we didn't have that happen for us.
Hudson Mason is our new quarterback. Ken Malcolm stays at the game at tail, and again running hard, spinning after he gets through the line of scrimmage at right tackle, spinning for positive yardage up to the 40, they call it the 27-yard line, 28 perhaps, the nose of the ball almost to the 28-yard line. So he got 8. Going to be second down and 2. Hudson Mason, the sophomore from Marietta, Lassiter High School, drops back to pass. He pump fakes. Now he throws, and it's caught by Conley coming back at the 35. Conley spins to the middle of the field and up to the 40 and tackled right there.
Good recognition there by Mason. Goes to his first progression, doesn't like it, comes back to Conley. Second man in that read, just a quick dig route, intermediate dig route.
Backup tackle Anthony Johnson makes the stop for LSU. A pickup of 12 on the pass play from Mason to Conley. 1st and 10 from our 40. Hudson stands in the pocket, pulls it down. He will run. He'll slide at the 42, maybe the 43. Up quickly is the second-year player, Johnson and Ego Ferguson. They're going deep into their roster now. Second and third string defensive linemen.
And they're still fast.
Yeah, that's the scary thing about this defense. Just look at it. There are not that many seniors across the board, but they may have a handful of guys that head for greener pastures. Mason to throw it in the near flat to Ken Malcolm. He was wide open, would have had some running space, but it went right through the wickets. He dropped it. That's our at least 5 dropped passes, maybe more than that today.
Boy, it's been a bunch.
7, says Hondo. 7 dropped. We had 4 in the first half, and all of them were huge. Stops the clock with 2:51. It's 42-10. Dogs taking it on the chin from the number 1 ranked LSU Tigers here in the championship game.
Boy, nothing just went right in the second half, did it? It was right from the
first snap.
gun.
Yeah, it was not ugly or not pretty. Hudson Mason, will throw it, and it'll be caught by Rhett McGowan, sliding across the midfield stripe into LSU territory, makes the catch at the 48-yard line. And it'll be a first down for the Bulldogs.
Boy, good use of his eyes there by Hudson Mason. Really tried to pull the safety out to his left, able to come back over to his right and making that play. But that's a veteran play back there for a quarterback to move defenders with his eyes the way he just did.
Brandon Harton's in the backfield. Mason going to go deep down the near side. Conley makes a nice catch with his back to the end zone, goes up and grabs it at the 28, 27-yard line. Tackle made by Morris Claiborne. He just had a pick 6. He might still be winded. 44 yards on the interception return for a score to make it 42-10. But the Dogs moving steadily downfield here late in the fourth quarter with Hudson Mason at the controls. 1st and 10 at the LSU 27. Mason in the shotgun. 3-step drop. Fires to the right side. And a diving effort by Michael Bennett. No, Rhett McGowan is or Bennett? It is Bennett, yes. It was incomplete. Good effort by the redshirt freshman, also from Alpharetta. Diving towards the far sideline, but unable to come up with that ball.
Pretty good throw there, too, by Mason. It was just an out route by our inside slot receiver, Bennett. Pretty good coverage as well. Mason put that football only where Bennett had a shot at it, just a hair out of his reach.
LSU, number 1. Georgia came into this, 12 or 13, depending on which poll you like. 8th ranked team that LSU has faced this season, and they've beaten them all. Mason just going to throw it away in the end zone. Hits in the back corner where no one is standing, and that'll stop the clock with 1:52 to go. Bring up second down and 10 from the Tiger 27-yard line. So they certainly have have earned their reputation and their ranking as the number one team. They've played a schedule as difficult as anybody.
And just run right through outside of Alabama, just to run over everybody they play.
Mason looks to the near sideline for the signal. Calls it out at the line of scrimmage. 12 seconds on the play clock. There's the snap. And the handoff to Ken Malcolm. He heads to the right side, runs behind the right tackle, and will get down near the 22-yard line. It'll be a gain of about 5. And clock moving at 1:38. Minter and Ferguson, linebacker and a tackle, making the stop for LSU. Giving up some garbage yardage here late in the ballgame, but LSU's defense has been very impressive outside of that early 10-point lead. They've really shut down the Georgia offensive attack. Mason to throw. He'll fire, and it's caught by Rhett McGowan with a man hanging on him around the 10-yard line. Nice catch by McGowan, redshirt sophomore from Calhoun.
Boy, and a good ball again there by Mason. Not a whole lot of space to put that football. Stuck it right between McGowan's 2 and 5.
Impressive stuff by the sophomore. First and goal from the LSU 10. Dogs trying to get a late touchdown here if we can inside the final minute. 55 seconds to play. 42-10 is the score. Mason in the shotgun. Harton in the backfield. He breaks out. Mason will throw, and it's incomplete at the goal line, trying to go to Conley. And the coverage provided by Ron Brooks, cornerback, a senior from Irving, Texas for LSU. Pass is incomplete. That stops the clock with 45 seconds left. It'll be second and goal from the LSU 10. Mason drops back in the shotgun. There's the snap from Jones. 3-step, pump fake, throws over the middle and through the hands of Aaron White. Trying to go up high, about 3 yards deep in the end zone in front of the goalpost. Couldn't bring it in. Had 3 white shirts around him. Again, Mason trying to squeeze it in a very tight spot, but that one was incomplete.
Yeah, not a lot of room there to put that football, and paid the price for it, too. Stood tall in the pocket and got slammed to the turf right as he was letting that football go.
Third and goal from the 10. LSU doesn't want to let us in. They want to preserve the 42-10. 41 seconds left. Mason with the ball. He will hang it up into the left corner, and it is incomplete. Trying to go to Michael Bennett. He was bumped at the last minute by Derek Bryant, the free safety, and that caused Bennett to miss the catch, and it'll be fourth and goal from the 10. Clock at 35 seconds. Most of the Georgia folks have cleared out of the sold-out Georgia Dome here in the SEC Championship game, while most of the LSU fans will hang around and enjoy the post-game celebration, the trophy presentation, and they'll begin their party here in downtown Atlanta. Mason on fourth down and goal from the 10. Throws it into the end zone a yard deep, and it's incomplete to Aaron White again. Just coverage draped all over him. And the pass is incomplete, and that'll be in Georgia's efforts, and that'll give LSU the ball over on downs at their own 10-yard line, and just 31 seconds left. So they'll snap it once, and they'll be SEC champions once again. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG. Well, LSU will let Jarrett Lee, who started the season because of the multiple game suspension to Jordan Jefferson. Jarrett Lee, who did such a fine job keeping LSU in the mix early on in the year, he gets to come in and take the final snap.
Yeah, he really did. Over 1,300 yards throwing the football, 14 touchdowns on the year. Really played well in the absence of Jordan Jefferson.
He downs it right there. The clock at 20 seconds, and that's the ball game as the field will be littered with players now. The coaches approaching each other at the 40-yard line to shake hands and exchange congratulations. And Les Miles and the LSU Tigers are SEC champions. And Georgia will finish as the runners-up as the streamers fall from the ceiling here at the Georgia Dome under the Teflon roof, and they'll roll out the stage for the post-game trophy presentation. LSU is your SEC champion here in 2011. The Dogs are now 10-3. The 10-game winning streak is over, and Georgia will set its sights on its bowl appearance. And where that will be, we don't know at this point. It's likely to be anywhere from Dallas to Orlando to Tampa, perhaps. That's more than likely Georgia will end up in one of those destinations. Final score, LSU 42 and Georgia 10. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
Are you tired of all the confusion and gimmicks surrounding natural gas? I'm investigative reporter Dale Cardwell with TrustDale.com. I analyzed this category and found Walton Gas is the most consistent low-price natural gas leader and has been for years. If you want to spend less and stop worrying about finding the best, go to MyWaltonGas.com. Click on my picture and save even more. That's MyWaltonGas.com. I'm Dale Cardwell. You can trust Walton Gas, and you can trust Dale.
Looking for a better way to grow your business? A Regions Cash Core analysis can help uncover ways to optimize your cash flow and improve your bottom line. It's all part of the better business banking experience we're building just for you. So, if you're ready for a bank with the insight and guidance to help grow your business, switch to Regions. Drop by a branch or visit regions.com/yourbusiness today. Regions. It's time to expect more. Regions Bank, official bank of the SEC.
This is Joey Logano, driver number 20 Home Depot Camry, urging you to be safe. Call 811 before you dig. Safe digging is no accident. Call 811.
You're listening to the Bulldogs Sports Network from IMG.
The best any deal ever is back. Get any Pizza Hut pizza for just $10 when you carry out. Everybody's excited.
$10 any, make some noise.
Yeah, I heard about that, but
any size, any crust.
I know, $10.
Specialties, meat lovers, supreme.
Okay, but if you don't stop the horn, I'm gonna...
Dude, relax.
$10 any is back. Carry out any Pizza Hut pizza for just $10. Only at your Pizza Hut. Additional charge for stuffed crust pizza. No double toppings. Limited time offer. Crust availability, prices, participation, delivery areas, and charges may vary.
At BB&T, sharing financial knowledge is our responsibility, our privilege, and our legacy. For more than 135 years, BB&T has been sharing the knowledge our clients need to move in a brighter financial direction. We also share a commitment to our community, supporting our schools, arts, and sports programs, helping businesses grow and families become homeowners. Because when you share knowledge, you share so much more. BB&T, sharing knowledge for a brighter direction.
Member FDIC. Loan subject to credit approval. Equal housing lender.
Smith will flare out and line up behind one of the receivers to the right. Murray, with time, throws it over the middle, and it is caught! Touchdown, running from left to right, Aaron White, the senior tight end from Columbia, Missouri.
There's your Metro PCS call of the game. Metro PCS, wireless for all. Welcome back to the Georgia Dome, and congratulations to Louisiana State University, this year's SEC champs, with a 42-10 victory over the Dogs here in the Dome. Fellas, statistics, Georgia had allowed only 27 first-period points this season. LSU had surrendered only 19 first-quarter points, yet the Bulldogs were able to jump on the Tigers and take a 10-0 lead. And the second quarter, 1 yard each in net offense, and then after that, it just fell apart for the good guys.
Kind of reminded me of our basketball game last night against Cincinnati when they went 8.5 minutes without a point, and Georgia only led by 5.
Yeah.
I mean, when a team is having issues like that, you've really got to take advantage of the situation. Georgia didn't really take advantage of the situation. The 10 points were nice, but that's not nearly enough, as we saw against the number 1 ranked team in the country. You would have liked to have been up 2 or 3 touchdowns while they were struggling, trying to find out what they were doing offensively, but Georgia unable to do that.
Turns into a game of what if. What if we catch those 2 drop touchdown passes there in the first quarter? We had all of the momentum. Defensively, we were shutting down this LSU football team, and they are a good offense. It's not like they are just a run-of-the-mill offense just built around the defense, which we know is very good. We had opportunities. We did not take advantage of them. And then a couple of big plays, and, boy, they just get this juggernaut rolling. And it really felt like we were in the middle of an avalanche and just couldn't go anywhere and got swallowed up by it.
Yeah, no doubt. And let's
be wary of everything that you said, Eric, but also we got to give these guys some credit. This LSU team, wow,
no question. I mean, and the reality is LSU has gone through a season here where they beat Oregon, which at the time was the number 3 team in the country. They beat Alabama, which is number 2 in the country. Arkansas was number 3 in the country.
At West Virginia,
that's got an explosive offense and beat them. And then they come in here and beat us as well. And I know that we were ranked 12, 13, 14, depending on what poll you're looking at. But this Georgia football team, I think you go out across the country and we beat. We've got to be top 7 or 8 teams, I would think, within the country right now. And they beat us pretty handily as well. You don't know if that, even if we get 21 points, if it's enough to stave off this team. This is a great football team in LSU. They deserve to be champions. They have earned it week in and week out this year.
All right, why don't we take a break? We'll come back. We're live from the Dome, and we'll have Coach Mark Richt, and we'll have players and coaches. And then don't forget Dog Talk when we're finished, because Tony Schiavone and Kevin Butler will be taking your calls. We'll be back with the BB&T post-game show following these words. This is the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
Are you tired of all the confusion and gimmicks surrounding natural gas? I'm investigative reporter Dale Cardwell with TrustDale.com. I analyzed this category and found Walton Gas is the most consistent low-price natural gas leader and has been for years. If you want to spend less and stop worrying about finding the best, go to MyWaltonGas.com. Click on my picture and save even more. That's MyWaltonGas.com. I'm Dale Cardwell. You can trust Walton Gas, and you can trust Dale.
Introducing My Lowe's, a revolutionary new collection of online tools designed to simplify the way you manage, maintain, and do things around your house. It's a playbook for your home, a place for stats like home specs, room dimensions, paint colors, and more. You can even set reminders for things like replacing air and water filters. My Lowe's is in its rookie season, so this is just the beginning. Find out more at Lowe's.com/My Lowe's. Lowe's, never stop improving.
You're listening to Ask the Foremost Insurance Guy. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah, hi. I've had Foremost for my car, and I thought that was all you guys did, but my brother just got a Foremost policy for his motorcycle. What's up with that?
Well, Foremost can insure your manufactured home, travel trailer, motorhome, snowmobile, boat, personal watercraft, rental, owner-occupied, seasonal, and vacant properties, and cars, trucks, and motorcycles like your brother's.
Whoa.
Whoa, indeed. And if you have more than one policy with Foremost, you could qualify for a multi-policy discount to save you.
Back at the Georgia Dome, where we've fallen on tough times in the second half. Dogs losing to LSU 42-10 in a season in which the Bulldogs, don't forget, won 10 in a row, turned things around, and really in the first half here today, just really gave LSU all it could handle. Gave them their money's worth. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough as the Bayou Bengals came out in the second half and ran roughshod over the guys in the red and black. Our Texaco star player of the game, we're undetermined at this point. Nominees, man?
My choice is Drew Butler.
He had a great game.
You laugh at our punter is the player of the game, but I mean, the guy kept us in field position all day long. He averaged over 50 yards today, and he had a lot of punts. Their guy was good too, but Butler was equal to the task. You give up 42 and you score 10. It's hard to find somebody that jumps out at you either offensively or defensively.
Yeah, I can probably go there. Just to name a couple of other guys. Alec Ogletree, 6 tackles. He led the team today. Had a great first half.
Yep.
LSU made some adjustments in the second half, took him out of the game. That really got after him pretty good, actually, with some of their schemes. Orson Charles had a good game catching the football. But nothing really just eye-popping, that's for sure. I don't know. I'm good with Drew Butler.
I guess I am too. One of the problems is some of the guys who you would like to give it to then did things that you want to take it back away from them. Aaron Murray looked pretty good in the first half. He had all those drops. Without those, Aaron's rolling. Aaron's looking like an MVP. But then in the second half, we had the pick and we had a fumble and a couple of things like that. Okay, Drew Butler is our Texaco star player of the game. Fill up with 8 gallons or more of Texaco with Techron and get a free music card that you can use at TexacoCountryShowdown.com. Download music by top country artists and local stars. The Texaco Country Showdown and the clean power of Texaco with Techron help keep you humming along. This is the Metro PCS. Jumped in and sponsored us here in this game, and we really want to thank Mike Laverty and all the folks at Metro PCS for their sponsorship of the Bulldogs today with the Metro PCS Tailgate Show, and we're very appreciative. Save thousands on your wireless bill with 4 unlimited lines for $100, or save hundreds on a full-featured, no-contract phone for as little as $9 after mail-in rebate. Get nationwide unlimited talk, text, and web with taxes and fees included from Metro PCS, wireless for all. Well, Coach Richt is meeting with the national media right now. He will join us. He will join us shortly, and we'll come back with Chuck Dowdle and Coach Lakatos. Is that it? When we return, following these words, 42-10, LSU wins the SEC championship. Our Dogs gave them a good run in the first half. This is the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG. Yeah, we're having a problem with our computer, and why don't we go down? Chuck, are you ready? Can you handle a little handoff here, Chuck Dowdle?
Absolutely. You coming down now?
Yeah, we're coming down to you, buddy.
Okay, pal. I'm down here in the Georgia locker room, and sitting here talking with University of Georgia secondary coach Scott Lakatos. And Coach, I know as disappointing as the loss was, I think this team learned a lot playing LSU today.
Well, I think that getting an opportunity to play, in a game like this and on a big stage like this, I think the hard lessons to learn are how important every play is, how important every situation is, how important it is to finish plays when you have an opportunity to do so, how important field position is, all the things that you talk about, since day one of training camp. Sometimes have a way of rearing their heads a little bit in big games, and you have to learn from it and get it fixed and move on and get ready for the next game.
Yeah, you learn a lot. You look back at this one, how this one went, and you can't help but think about the missed opportunities in the first half that may have put more points on the board, may have put them in a different situation.
Yeah, any games like that, when you look and you watch the film and afterwards you kind of evaluate, what you did on both sides of the ball, and especially there's always plays out there that you had a chance to make and you didn't make for whatever reason, and you have to just try to learn from it. And like I said, get ready for the next one.
Well, what do you think turned this one from the first half? Was it even before that with their punt return in the first half?
No, I think the field position is big. Field position is big, and turnovers. Opportunities to be on the positive side of turnovers, and times when you're on the negative side of turnovers. Those are all major factors that affect field position for one thing, and that has a big effect on put yourself in a position where either score or defend that short field.
It's like a tale of two halves defensively for you guys. In the first half, you hold them to no first downs. They get no yards passing the ball, and they didn't show much ability to run the ball either. But second half, they took advantage of what was presented to them, and that's when they seemed to show why they are who they are.
Yeah, exactly. They were good. They're a good run team, and we knew that. Coming into the game, and they're committed to run. And then when they had opportunities there early in the second half to create some plays for themselves, they did just that, and we had chances. I'm sure we'll look back at those situations and look at certain of those plays that we could have stopped them and didn't do as good a job as we needed to in those situations.
Are you proud of this team and the way it started out 0-2 and then to roll off 10 straight wins to get into the SEC championship game?
There's no question about that. That's a great accomplishment in itself. And I think anybody that going back to September thinking that we're going to be in the SEC championship game, probably you would have been told you were crazy. But here we are, and this is a good football team, and they enjoy playing with each other, they enjoy playing for each other, and they turned themselves into a really good team, and we'll be fine. I mean, we're disappointed that we didn't perform the way we should have, but we'll be fine. We'll recover from this and get ready to move on.
It makes you anxious to play again, just to know that the way this team has played.
Sure, there's no question. I mean, we're still. You know, we didn't show up as good as well as we wanted to tonight, but we're still a good football team, and you just can't, make the mistakes that we made and expect to come out on top when you're playing a quality opponent, like we just played. And, we get those things corrected. I mean, we don't do those things, it's a different ball game. But
toss back the nail, and we'll try to go to break.
Coach, listen, I appreciate it very much. Appreciate you taking the time, and I know we got a bowl game ahead. Don't know where that'll be yet. Be fine with me, though, if it's not back here in the Georgia Dome.
Yeah, I guess we find out tomorrow, right?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Looking forward to that. That's going to be great.
All right, Coach Scott Lakatos, and we appreciate him taking time to stop by. But indeed, we will find out tomorrow. But Hondo, I'll throw it back up to you, and we'll be back with a little bit more later. And Coach Rick will be joining us shortly.
All right, thank you, Chuck. We're going to see if we can go to break, get those computer problems fixed, and it's always nice to go down there and talk to one of the coaches. That segment sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's never stop improving. 42-10, the final from the Dome. We'll be back with more. This is the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
Hi, everyone. I'm Leanne Rhymes with the Texaco Country Showdown, America's largest country music talent search. For the last 30 years, the Showdown has helped put hardworking local artists on the road to stardom. And with the cleaning power of Techron, Texaco can help you down the road. Be sure to attend the Texaco Country Showdown and join us in support of local artists and get a free music card every time you fill up with 8 gallons or more at participating Texaco stations. Just follow the instructions on the card and you just might hear America's next country music star. For details, visit TexacoCountryShowdown.com. Texaco. Keep humming along.
The Georgia Lottery has teamed up with IMG Sports for the Keno Gridiron Giveaway. It's your chance to win one of 3 postseason football trips. All Gridiron Getaway trips include airfare, hotel, transportation, and game day tickets for you and a friend, plus $500 spending cash. Play Keno now through December 11th and visit Facebook.com/Georgia Lottery starting Monday, November 21st and enter your ticket for a chance to win. Visit the Georgia Lottery on Facebook for more details. Must be 18 or older to participate.
What a state of generosity, look what my agent got for me, just by switching to State Farm. A few hundred unexpected bucks, I couldn't ask for more, but now I've got to figure out what I should use it for. A new bike would be radical, but maybe something practical, like a pet baboon with 1 robotic arm. Get to a better state, State Farm.
You're listening to the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
Problems are bad. IBEW is good. Cost overruns, downtime, code violations are all bad things. Bad for your bottom line and bad for your reputation. Just plain bad. Do you want to avoid bad things? Hire good people. Well-trained people who know how to get the job done right the first time. You're taking a big risk with non-union electricians. IBEW electrical workers are simply better trained, and that means fewer problems on your job site, fewer headaches. Go Dogs!
In football, it's all about managing the clock and controlling the ball. You can get that same kind of financial control with a Regions checking account. Regions online banking with bill pay and mobile banking with alerts let you access and monitor your money anytime, anywhere. Plus, your Regions Visa check card with cashback rewards gives you cool ways to save, all with the award-winning service you expect. Visit Regions.com or your branch to get started. Regions, proud sponsor of the SEC. Regions Bank member FDIC equal housing lender. Terms and conditions may apply.
This is the Regions Bank Locker Room Report. Regions, where you get more financial control. Proud sponsor of the Bulldogs and official bank of the SEC. The Regions Bank Locker Room Report is also sponsored by Kroger, more value for the way you live. By Georgia Farm Bureau and Farm Bureau Insurance. By Metro PCS, wireless for all. By Tasty Cake, one taste and you'll get it. And by AirTran Airways. Go, there's nothing stopping you. Now, back to the stadium. Once again, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
Hi there, Dogs fans. Don't be too depressed. Good season, 10-3. Good first half. really tough second half. The last of the LSU players are making their way into the locker room right now here at the Georgia Dome. Just about all that's left is the LSU band, and we'll go downstairs to Coach Mark Richt with Chuck Dowdle in just a few minutes. A reminder for you that this week's game ball recipient is 11-year-old Hunter Williams from Ball Ground, Georgia. Hunter was born with a congenital heart disease called hypoblastic left heart syndrome. And Hunter underwent multiple open heart surgeries as a baby. Over the years, his heart began to fail, and on September 14th, 2011, he underwent a heart transplant at the Sibley Heart Center of Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Now, Hunter's had a tough time since his transplant, getting his strength back, overcoming rejection of his new heart. But Hunter and his mom, Kelly, dad, Brandon, sisters, Gracie, and Malika were always positive and full of life. On a recent visit to Children's Healthcare, Hunter met Georgia head coach Mark Richt with a sign that said, "My new heart beats red and black for my Georgia Bulldogs." When told the date of Hunter's transplant, Coach Richt responded, "Hey, Hunter, I think we're undefeated with that new heart of yours." And we were throughout the rest of the regular season, Hunter. Enjoy this game ball from Coach Richt and know that the entire Bulldog Nation is pulling for you, buddy. All right, through the Children's Miracle Network, Kroger has agreed to donate more than $257,000 to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, and we thank them for their generosity this season. We're going to go back downstairs to Chuck Dowdle now. He's with Georgia head coach Mark Richt. Metro PCS sponsors our first question with Coach Richt. Metro PCS, wireless for all. Chuck?
Thanks a lot, Hondo. Coach Rick's met with the media and now is coming in to spend a few minutes with us. And, Coach, appreciate your time. I know that it's like a tale of two halves, but it turned so quickly there at the beginning of the third quarter.
It did. You know, you turn it over deep in our territory, and it's tough. Tough on the defense to get a stop in that area of the field. We knew that the turnover ratio is a big, crucial part of any ball game, and this one especially when you're playing one of the better teams in the country. As you had said, the first half, they might have got a first down. I don't even know if they got a first down in the first half. Obviously our guys came to play. We had a good plan defensively. Offensively, we did too. Unfortunately, we dropped a couple balls that would have been 7-pointers. One ended up getting 3, I think, and the other one we got 0 out of it as we missed a field goal. So, putting 21 on the first half would have been helpful, and maybe giving us a little more cushion if we did make a mistake, that it wouldn't have been as dramatic as it turned out to be. But I think that we'll learn from this. I think the LSU is certainly an outstanding football team. It's pretty obvious. Everybody in the country has been believing that for a while, but we knew we could line up with them and play. We just didn't really finish very well in the second half.
And you mentioned learning from it, but one of the things I guess you do learn is a team that's that good, you cannot help them at all.
Right. Like I said before, the turnovers, even the punt return that gave them life in the first half, we certainly got to not allow those type of things to happen. But when great players, playing big games, they'll make great plays at times. But I think I know we turned it over at least 3 times in the second half, and that's just too much momentum to give it a good football team.
You were handicapped a bit in the running game. I know Isaiah was playing with a little bit of a bum ankle, and then Carlton Thomas hurt his knee, and once again, no Richard Samuel, and so it was try to find somebody that can carry the mail for you.
That's true, and I'll give Ken Malcolm some credit. When he did get an opportunity, he ran the ball extremely well. He ran it hard. I'm sure he benefited from the fact that they had a lead and were probably not as interested in stopping the run as they were the pass. But to his credit, when he did get an opportunity, he played well.
All right, let's take a break, Hondo. Throw it back to you, and we'll come back and finish up with Coach Rick.
All right, thank you, Chuck. You're listening to the Regions Bank Locker Room Show from the Georgia Dome, where today LSU has defeated Georgia 42-10 to capture the SEC championship. Back after these words, Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
Your favorite players aren't the only ones who can give an all-star performance. You can too with John Deere Construction, Forestry, and CWP equipment from Flint. We have everything you need to make your construction site even more productive, including a full line of compact tractor and skid steer loaders, and all the attachments to make your crew as versatile as ever. Flint Equipment. If John Deere makes it, we rent, sell, finance, insure, service, and provide parts for it all over the Southeast. Stop by any of our 20 locations or visit online at flintequipco.com. See you after the game.
When you call your insurance company, what do you hear?
To get an insurance quote, please press 1. To make a claim, please press 2. For billing information, please press 3.
And that just goes on, making it impossible to speak to a real person. Switch to Farm Bureau Insurance and you'll get real answers really fast. Unless, of course, you happen to really like on-hold music. Get real auto, home, and life insurance. Get Farm Bureau Insurance.
Good afternoon, Tasty Cake Bakery.
I just tried a crimpet, and I love it.
Oh, I'm so glad. You never forget your first.
I've decided to stop baking since they're made with the same great ingredients that I use. What should I try next?
My personal favorite is peanut butter candy cakes. I love their fresh peanut butter. Or I'll start my day with a crumb-top coffee cake cupcake.
Why bake when there's Tasty Cake? With so many delicious cakes to choose from, there's something for everyone. Go ahead, pick up a Tasty Cake. Tasty Cake. One taste, and you'll get it.
You're listening to Georgia Bulldogs football from IMG.
What if, when the gasoline station down the street had a sale, you got a notification emailed to you? Dear Hondo, $2 a gallon for the next 24 hours. That dream is reality when you sign up for AirTran Airways Net Escapes at airtran.com. For every sale or special fare they have, they send an email to all their Net Escape subscribers. Your email address will not be used for any other purpose, just to save money on airfare. Sign up today and start saving at airtran.com. AirTran Airways, go! There's nothing stopping you.
Next time you've got the late night munchies, I've got the answer for you. It's Applebee's with their half-off night bites. From 10 p.m. till close, you get 50% off appetizers at Applebee's. Choose from zesty wings, cheeseburger sliders, spicy chili cheese nachos, and more. 12 apps to choose from. And remember, the Athens and Atlanta area Applebee's are open until midnight or later 7 days a week. Pair your appetizer with Applebee's Parrot Head Rita for only $2.99. Miller Lite and Bud Light Draft are only $1.50. Half-off night bites, 10 p.m. to close, only at Applebee's.
Welcome back to the Regions Bank Locker Room Show from Atlanta. Chuck Dowdle standing by in the Georgia locker room with Coach Mark Richt. This segment presented by Georgia Farm Bureau. Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance, real auto, home, and life coverage. Helping you is what we do best. Chuck?
Thanks a lot, Hondo. Coach, I know as good as it felt to get here, I know you don't want these young men to forget how it feels right now because they're going to get another chance at this.
Oh, yeah, we'll be back in this game. That'll be the plan next year, and I think we'll have a very good football team, one that has every right to believe that we can get back in this game and have a better showing for the full 60 minutes. But, they're going to lick their wounds for a little bit. It's just kind of like when you win, you celebrate only so long, and then you got to turn the page. Same thing if you lose. You got to, feel the pain of it for a little bit. It's probably healthy to do that to help motivate everyone to get better. And then you turn the page and you get, we'll find out, I guess, Sunday night, I imagine, who will play in the bowl game. And we'll have a team meeting Monday and have an opportunity to talk a lot about, how important it is to finish strong academically and who we're going to play and what some of the bowl schedule will be like. So we still got a lot to look forward to.
And as far as being in a bowl game like this, and it's obviously going to be a good bowl for these young men, a well-deserved bowl for these young men, and talk a little about the importance of that opportunity.
Well, I think it's a big deal. The bowl practices will be important. I spend most of our time preparing for our opponent, but we will spend some time to let some of the younger guys improve fundamentally. So we'll have a little bit of that going on. And, we'll get a chance to win 11 ball games. That's nothing to sneeze at. Make sure we get ourselves real solid in the top, hopefully 15 or so, and then get ready for the next year.
You had some injury situations in this game. As far as you know, though, by the time we roll around to a bowl game, everybody should be ready to go.
I don't know that answer, but I don't think there was any injury serious enough that someone might need some surgery, which is great. And from what Ron told me, it's nothing serious in that regard. But as far as, whether they're ready for a bowl or not, we'll just have to wait and see.
All right, Coach, listen, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And we're going to look forward to getting it up again.
That's right. We will we'll hook it up once again, January 2nd.
You got it. Thanks so much. Hondo, Coach Rick, now got to spend a few more minutes with his assistant coaches and with some of these players, and then we'll do TV and then back to Athens.
Yeah, and then on to recruiting, right?
You got it. On to recruiting.
No kidding. All right, Chuck, thank you. Great job down in the locker room tonight, Chuck, and not an easy task down there when you're talking to a team that's probably as devastated as we are with the performance there in the second half as LSU ran roughshod over the Dogs. 42-10. The final here from Atlanta and the Georgia Dome. Let's select our IBEW 613 Code of Excellence Player of the Game. You know what? We're going to do that when we come back. We're going to think about that when we come back. But right now, we'd like to thank the folks from SCANA, because every time Georgia scores, Georgia students win. SCANA Energy is again proud to donate $1,000 to the General Scholarship Fund for each touchdown Georgia scores. So far, thanks to the Dogs, SCANA has donated $51,000, and we thank them for that. We thank you for listening. We'll have more to come. And don't forget that Tony Schiavone and Kevin Butler are coming up with Dog Talk as well from the Georgia Dome. You're listening to the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
Get Bulldog Game Day music free. Go to freebulldogmusic.com from Bank of America. Member FDIC. See freebulldogmusic.com for terms and conditions.
This is DJ Shockley, MVP quarterback of the 2005 SEC champion Bulldogs. Our team caught a few breaks to win the SEC. And right now, Metro PCS wants to give your team a break from high wireless bills. Get 4 unlimited lines for only $100. That's nationwide unlimited talk, text, and web with taxes and fees included. All on a nationwide network. All no contracts. To find out more, visit metropcs.com and go Dogs. Restrictions apply. Limited time offer. See store or metropcs.com for details.
Agriculture is Georgia's #1 industry, and Georgia Farm Bureau is the voice of Georgia farmers. Without farmers, Georgia can't grow.
You're listening to the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.
33 years ago, we had a simple idea. Make the best vehicles in America and once a year offer them with special savings. It's an event that's not just big, but an American tradition. Toyotathon is back. Get the 2011 Toyota Tundra with 0% APR financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 holiday cash. Monthly payment is $16.67 for every $1,000 financed from Southeast Toyota Finance. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. Cannot be combined with any other offers. Must complete retail sale and take delivery between December 1st to 31st, 2011. The biggest and best sales event of the year is going on now.
We all take pride in being Georgians. We watch our boys become men. We watch our men become fathers. And we entrust them with what we left behind. We became Local 72 in 1891, right before the Dogs ran their very first play from the line of scrimmage. For us, it's about keeping Georgia strong and men working. It's a tradition as valuable as the team we love.
Hey there, we're glad you're with us for the Regions Bank Locker Room Show from the Georgia Dome. Don't forget, Kevin Butler, Tony Schiavone, right around the corner. In fact, one is standing in the on-deck circle with a bat, the other one holding a donut. So, they're just
he's eating the donut.
Oh, he's eating the donut. Okay, never mind, as they're waiting here in the on-deck circle. And this is the Regions Bank Locker Room Show, and we're glad you're with us. It's Eric Zier and Scott Howard and your old buddy Hondo, Chuck Dowdle, down in the locker room. And let's select an IBEW 613 Code of Excellence Player of the Game tonight, men. Who do you like? Blake Sailors had a couple of really nice tackles.
Blake really did. Drew Butler obviously had a great game today. He got the player of the game, though. So
let's spread the love.
Yeah, we're going to have to. I like Blake.
We're going to spread the love. It's the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613, wants to thank Blake Sailors for his contributions during today's game. Well, gentlemen, highlights of the game. Because there were some. There were plenty, especially in the first half. Scott Howard, what were your favorite 2 or 3 things that the Dogs did in the first half?
Well, I like the way we came out fast. I know we dropped a few passes, but it didn't knock us back too much, and we posted an early lead, had that 10 quick points, and Murray with the touchdown pass to Aaron White, and the way the defense was playing. I don't think I've ever seen, certainly from a number 1 ranked team in the country and an undefeated team, go an entire half without a first down and 0 passing yards. I mean, both teams in the second quarter, it was just all defense. We had a yard of offense. They had a yard of offense. So it was, the defensive performance was very impressive. I like that. And I just like the way we came out of the gate.
I would agree with all of that. We came out aggressively, throwing the football, and had a good game plan coming out early on in this football game. That got taken away primarily because of field position. It's the entire second half. We were pinned back. Felt like on our own 15-yard line the entire game, but early on had some good field position and took advantage of it. Obviously, the drop passes you don't like, but good aggressive play calling, and we've obviously got some talented players as well, and we've got a good shot to get back here. And defensively, what can you say? That performance in the first half is as good as you're going to see anywhere at any time.
Couple of punt returns and a very costly fumble turnover deep in our territory really turned the tide in this game, Zeke.
Boy, it really did. And, we've seen that story, unfortunately, unfold a couple of times. South Carolina, a couple of special teams miscues that cost us there in that football game. Tonight, it hurt us as well. And Tyrann Mathieu, he is a great football player, and give him a lot of credit as well because he made some things happen. And but it hurts you when you give up points there. It hurts you when you turn the football over. We did both of those things tonight. Not just on us. They made plays to make that happen. But, when you give up points in special teams and you turn it over, it's hard to win.
Well, that's what LSU's been doing all year. Another defensive touchdown today on a pick six and another special team score. They've got 9 of those combined this season. I mean, that's a very high number for defensive scores and special team scores. And Matthew's got 4 touchdowns by himself this year. I mean, he's a remarkable player.
Yeah, their defense has surrendered 7 passing touchdowns this year, including one by the Dogs tonight, and their defensive backs have scored 7 touchdowns themselves. Kind of crazy. All right, now, look, I wanted to win tonight as much as anybody else, and I'm disappointed, and I know, of course, our players and coaches are, but when we started 0-2 and suddenly we're in the SEC championship game, were we playing with house money tonight?
I think so. Listen, it's where we got this season and how much this team grew up and improved through the course of the year. And you think back, even in this football game, how many guys got hurt today that had to get pulled off the field that couldn't play? A number of them. Gilliard gets hurt. His loss really hurt us. It allowed LSU to do some things to Alec Ogletree that subsequently took him out of the game, not physically, but took him out of the game as far as being a playmaker because you don't have that other stud sitting there at inside linebacker. But all year long, and we had guys step up and grow. We've got some unbelievable talent that is young, and if we continue to grow in the offseason, there's no reason we can't go into next year. If we execute, get right back here one more time.
Yeah, I can see this team easily being a preseason top 10 team. And of course, depending on how the bowl games and any kind of off-season situation. But this is a team that returns, key parts to a club that won 10 straight and has a double-digit win season and a chance to win 11 games in a season. That's nothing to be sneezed at, certainly, and a club that could come back strong next year and start out high in the rankings. And who knows, how it could go from there.
Yeah, how young are our overachieving Bulldogs? Georgia played 13 true freshmen this season. That's the 8th most in the country out of 120 teams. And including redshirt freshmen, Georgia moves up to 6th on the list in the country. We played a total of 25 freshmen in 2011.
And many of those guys contributed on a regular basis.
Playmakers.
We've seen the emergence of guys that hopefully will be here for a while and continue to be able to contribute like they did this year.
All right. bowl game. We're not sure where we're headed. Could be out to Dallas on January 6th to the Cotton Bowl. It could be down to the Capital One Bowl. I think that we all think that that's probably unlikely. From what I've heard, they're really leaning towards Arkansas, but who knows? And then an alternative could be to the not the Hall of Fame Bowl. It has
Man,
been
you're going way back.
25 years.
1986.
1986, that's right. That's right. That would be the Outback Bowl down in Tampa.
Well, those are all good destinations. You know, it's a New Year's Day bowl game, or after this year, because the bowl games will be played on January 2nd on a Monday. And the Cotton Bowl is, that used to be one of the big ones, and it's kind of still one of the big ones, I guess, but not a BCS game. But any of those would be a nice reward for this team that's currently sitting at 10-3.
Yeah, it really would. And it is a nice reward, and it's a deserved reward for everybody on this football team. The way that they fought back, it'll be a fun time regardless of where we go. We'll sit back and wait, and we'll have plenty of time to talk about that. Right now we can lick our wounds tonight, but Hondo, as you've said, there's a lot of things to be very thankful about and hopeful for when it comes to this Georgia Bulldog team.
Well, you guys did another great job tonight, and I know how much you prepare for these games and for the season. We've had a fun regular season, and tonight was really a bonus being able to come to the SEC championship game, and our team and our coaches achieving that. And for that, they ought to be saluted, and we are young, and we're going to come back a lot more, folks, in years to come. Scott Howard, how about basketball this week?
Basketball has Georgia Tech coming up in Athens on Wednesday night at 7 o'clock. So need to fill up the Coliseum and cheer on the Dogs as they take on the Yellow Jackets Wednesday night, 7 o'clock.
Well, if we're about to shoot a really important free throw, I hope they call out timeout right before it, and we miss it, and then we make it afterward.
If Paul Johnson is there, that may happen.
Oh, Coach Jammies, my fave. That's going to wrap up our Regions Bank Locker Room Show. Thank you, men, from the Georgia Dome. We've enjoyed a remarkable regular season, and we thank you for listening. Thanks to our entire broadcast crew here on site, Scott Howard and Eric Zier with the play-by-play and analysis of your Bulldogs. Chuck Dowdle with the sideline and locker room reports and interviews. Our producer-engineer tonight in Athens is Charles Youngs, Tony Schiavone, and yours truly, Spotters. Cabell Philpott back in the Bulldog studio producing and providing scoreboard updates, and Jay Black, a contributor tonight as well. Coming up next, it'll be Tony Schiavone and Kevin Butler from right here in the Georgia Dome with Dog Talk. Our next broadcast will be hopefully from a warm weather destination. If not, I guess it'll be indoors at Jerry Jones' Palace in Dallas as our Bulldogs go bowling for the 15th consecutive season. This is Neil Hondo Williamson. Thanks for making the Bulldogs on the radio part of your day. May you and yours have a safe and blessed Christmas and holiday season. Final score from the Dome tonight, LSU captures the SEC championship with a 42-10 win over Georgia. Dog Talk is next on the Bulldog Sports Network from IMG.